Good evening and welcome. Tonight we continue with the avalanche of updates. Quite literally the biggest horror update ever. It's been a long time in the works. Literally about a year and a half's worth of acquisitions for the collection that I've fallen woefully behind in updating. So we're just doing it all in one fell swoop. Well, one fell swoop when the video's done, but it'll be several swoops with the live streams. But so thank you for those of you who are joining us, who just couldn't wait and got to see it as it happens, and that's cool. That's why we do these live streams, is you can get a little insight behind the scenes, and also see what's coming. And of course the nice thing is when the video drops, you'll get to see it all in beautiful 4K, and it'll be very pretty indeed. I actually did get a head start on some of the editing last night. I transferred over the footage that we filmed yesterday of the stuff that we covered yesterday. So for those who weren't here yesterday, I'll just quickly explain. I have several stacks of stuff loosely organized and themed over there. It's a total of 24 stacks of stuff, most of which are about the height of this table. We did the first two last night, so hey, you gotta start somewhere. So we're gonna try to do hopefully more than two tonight. I don't know. We're gonna my sleep schedule has been absolute trash over the past little while. I had a pretty good night's sleep last night after the stream. Slept for about, a good solid 7-ish hours. And then got up in the morning, was going to have a nice early stream again. And didn't. We had company for a little bit, so couldn't really do things well. We had company, obviously. And then had dinner, and then carb crashed hard and just passed out for another, went and had a nap for like another 4 hours, and then maybe even longer than that, actually. I don't remember. Anyway, got up very refreshed after the nap. I literally felt like I was dying. I was so tired. But had a very refreshing nap, got up, had a shower, had some more food, did not carb crash this time, had some coffee. I just made another cup of coffee, which actually I need to retrieve from over there. And I figured out how to add a mute button to the Stream Deck, so I don't have to go all the way over there every time I want to take a break. So, example... Yeah, anyway, I wasn't actually talking, but you could probably tell that there was no sound there. Hope you're enjoying the Halloween ambiance in the background, by the way. I thought, hey, I've got all these great Halloween horror tapes and CDs. Why don't I play a few of them that don't get flagged? Because they're so obscure, they're not in any copyright systems, or just old, or were public domain to begin with. So yeah, just kind of have those quietly in the background. I noticed a lot of other streamers put music or something in the background, and it's like, well, I'm not going to put music really, but ambiance is good. Yeah, my eczema is still being a bitch as well, so trying to deal with that. So enjoy, and I hope you appreciate the excruciating pain I am in as we do this. Let's see. Yeah, let's go with that one. I don't know how well you guys you can't really see the one in the front. Well, you can see it a little bit on the corner there, I guess. Anyway, very cool. So who we got in the chat over there? I can actually see it from here, but I need my real glasses, not just my theatrical ones. Let's see, we got, hey, D-Man David and Soup. Yes, Soup. I like soup. Got D-Man David and Great Red Shark, and I notice our camera is slightly crooked. It's impossible to get it perfectly straight because of the angle I need to have you guys at, because you're actually right next to the camera, like the real camera that I use to do the YouTube videos. Angle that down a little bit too so you can see the countdown a bit better. So you can see I actually do have the first stack set aside already. I think you guys will like this one. This is some different takes on the classic monsters. That's what we'll be starting with today. So we got a whole bunch of Dracula movies and other vampire films. We got some Frankenstein and Frankenstein-related stuff, and a handful of Wolfman things. There's really not as much werewolf stuff out there as I'm sure many of us would like. But hey, oh, speaking of werewolves, hello, Wolf Den. How's it going? Let me just grab my coffee here. So, yeah, so that's the plan, and I'd also like to do at least one stack of the graphic novels. I've got quite a stack of graphic novels. They're taking up a lot of space because they're big, and I'd like to get them on the bookshelf and off the floor. I'd also like to not just get them on the bookshelf, but get them on the bookshelf where they're supposed to be. You know, so I want to do that. And then, yeah. By the way, don't be intimidated by the fact that the dono goal is at 100%. Big thanks to Wannabe Newfie for dropping the last $11 on it last night. It's quite all right. It can go over 100%. We're quite okay with it going over 100%. Halloween until now has been very expensive, not just for all the purchases, but also other things I purchased for use in the Halloween special that feels like it's never going to be finished, but I swear to God, I'm still working on it. In fact, getting these updates done is part of it. Not part of the special, but conducive to the completion of the special, because I need to have everything on the shelves and organized kind of as a part of it. So, even though the update video will technically be posted after. So, yeah, don't worry. There's a whole grand plan at work here. It'll all make sense when you see everything all put together. But, what is this? Oh, it's the handle. Yeah, so anyway, I took a look at the footage of what we shot yesterday, and it looks really good. Filming in 8K, editing in 8K, rendering and mastering in 4K, which means I can do nice digital zooms on the stuff as I show it. I can't do that here for you guys live, but you can look forward to that in the YouTube video. Should be pretty cool. So I'm just taking a look here. We got quite a lot of stuff to cover. Yes. And a much later start than I wanted, but hey, what can I do? What? Frosty Tools says, "Yo, Wolf Den 808, gifting yourself a sub is a power move. You're officially joining the fight to help Zaran Izarak attack the boss and conquer this horror update. That's some serious dedication. Zaran Eek." That's what one of my emotes is called. I don't know why it never shows the emote. Anyway. Yeah, that's a very basic ass, I don't even want to say AI, but like, call it a bot. Like a chat bot. It just kind of skims the chat and sees what's going on. There's some way to get like a recap from it or something. Like it'll look at the chats from the past few streams, and I can't remember. Anyway, Frosty Tools, very cool. And if you do like a profile or something of a user, it'll give you like it'll look at your Twitch profile. It only works on Twitch, by the way. It'll look at your Twitch profile, and it'll kind of give its take on you in the character of like a hard-boiled gumshoe private detective, like film noir private detective. So enjoy that. So yesterday we tackled the first two stacks, and what were they? We had, well, actually, it was kind of more recent stuff, both esoterically and literally. The first stack, I think, was modern horror, so stuff from like the past decade or less. So a lot of more recent stuff, some of which I've watched, most of which I had not, because it's been sitting there waiting for the update all this time, so now I can finally start watching some of them. So that was pretty cool. And then after that was a very random selection of just things that arrived recently, like over the past few months. Whenever new things would come in, I tried to put them in their respective stacks, but it got a little crazy after a while, and I just couldn't. Like, some of them kind of buried in there, so anyway. Yeah, you can just barely see, like, over here. Yeah, if I turn you a little bit, you can kind of see. It just goes right over. Yeah, see, there you go. So you can see we got a whole bunch of stacks. There's like 22 stacks currently. Started with 24. This is the stack of graphic novels I want to do, so you can see like how massive this is. But I mean, they're thick. It's not like there's not as many of these as there are, say, here for Blu-rays. But there's a lot of stuff in them to cover. So, unlike the usual where I do graphic novel updates or collected edition updates, and I'll show all of the covers of whatever's in that book. We're not going to do that this time. Because, quite frankly, there's just too many of them. You like that, maybe? Oh, excuse me. Blew out the peak meter there. Holy shit. Alright, cool. I can hear the neighbors walking around. I'm guessing they're doing Santa stuff. Even though it's the 23rd, not the 20... Well, it's now the 24th. But a lot of people celebrate Christmas on the 24th. Rather than on the date. No, church, come on. Where you go? Do that somewhere else. I'm not going to have you, like, licking yourself into oblivion 2 feet from the camera mic, alright? Why are you sitting on the wire? Church is on the floor down there. I would show you, but I spent so long setting up the camera, I don't want to mess up the shot. Even though it's not perfect, but, well... Perfection is for losers. Yeah, we like beloved imperfections here. Can I move this just a little bit now? Yeah, put you guys over the CRT. That does still work, by the way, as far as I know. I haven't fired it up in a while, but the last time I fired it up, it still worked, so I assume that is still the case. Because, electronics just last forever, right? Of course they do. Anyway. Alright, so I'm going to just quickly get settled here, and you guys can do the same, I guess. So grab yourselves a drink, grab yourselves a snack, because we're going to be here for a while. I don't know how many we're going to get done today. We're going to try to do more than 2, because one of the other reasons is I'm trying to get through these to recover the floor space. We do have some company coming. Cass is coming, actually. Cass, my brother. Toon Man Plays, formerly Toon Man 1984. He's going to be joining us for Christmas Day. And we'll be making a nice turkey dinner that day. Yes. And made sure to get did that light just turn on by itself? Or am I hallucinating? I don't know. Anyway, we're getting into the ghostly hours. It's almost 1 a.m. Good morning. And I have Church, our black cat, just loafed on the floor there, sitting perfectly over the power cable for the camera. I don't know what it is with cats wanting to lay on wires all the time. Like, can you not? I guess it just, they like little imperfections to land. I've been trying, like, I keep having to boot them off at this table. Like this lighted cloth is not, you know, it's pretty flimsy. It's meant to be looked at and not touched. So yeah. As a man with AUDHD, I love this channel and I like you. Thank you. I am also a man with AUDHD, and that's one of the reasons it takes me so goddamn long to get videos done. Sometimes I get distracted, and then I get hyper fixated on whatever I'm distracted by. So fun. Anyway. We do what we can do. The nice part about it, though, is I end up, like, gaining really deep, detailed knowledge about everything that I can then impart to you guys in my videos. So, you know, there you go. As anyone who watches my channel will know, I like to, you know, go pretty in-depth with pretty much everything that I talk about, and, yeah. It's good. I like it. It's fun. It tickles all those obsessive itches, you know? Delicious. Sucks to know so many things about horror but get dismissed so much. Ah. Well, I mean, that's the nice thing about, like this, like streaming or YouTube, is you can just talk about whatever the hell you want. And, you know, in theory, your people will find you, you know, the people that share those interests. And then you can kind of, you know, connect that way. And maybe some of them will, I mean, I have a lot of people who comment on my videos who give me additional information, which is always nice. Well, when they're nice about it, sometimes people are jerks about it. It's like, you were wrong about that. Blah, blah, blah. I am superior to you because I knew this thing that you didn't. It's like, dude, just give me the information. You don't have to be a dick about it. You know? Like, I appreciate that. But don't be a dick. But, you know, the deep knowledge is something normal people never seem to grasp. Well, or they get annoyed, or... I mean, and that's part of the autism part is, you know, having difficulty with the social cues sometimes. Like, I'm pretty good at that and haven't really had too many problems with that over the years, but there are times when, you know, I catch myself too late realizing that I've been talking this person's ear off about, you know, Dragon's Lair or Doctor Who or whatever. It's like, oh, yeah, sorry. Just kind of get excited, you know. But watching, like, old videos of myself with my friends in the 90s, they were so patient a lot of the time, like, just putting up with my rambles. And I appreciate that. But, yeah, and coming from, like, the born in the 70s, growing up in the 80s, I never got diagnosed. I went to, like, 3 psychologists as a kid because my parents didn't know what the fuck was wrong with me. And it's like, well, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm just on the spectrum, you know. But back then, they didn't know how to diagnose that. It was still, like, you know, still being researched and categorized and mislabeled, and yeah, I was put in the special class several times, and even then, like, you think, oh yeah, so you found your people there. Like, actually no, because the people who were in the special class were ones with, like, behavioral issues and stuff. Like, they weren't the same type of neurospicy as me. They were just, you know, troubled in different ways, you know, trouble at home or whatever. No, where I found my people were like the comic book club, or, you know, fellow Doctor Who fans, or horror fans, or what have you. I saw other parts of the social groups, like the goth culture and stuff, was very much emerging at the time, and I was interested in that, but I didn't have the self-confidence to really kind of, you know, talk to those people and get to, you know, kind of get into that side of things as much. Now it's, you just kind of learn as you go, and over the course of life you pick up on the things that I guess that are expected of you in social situations, and things to avoid in social situations, so you can kind of, build the more convincing mask to fit in where necessary. But it's nice when you don't have to do that, and you can just be your normal, weird, rambling, obsessive self. So, so I like that. So something like this is a great venue for people like us, because I can just ramble for hours, and people come and go as they please. And if they're not interested, they just won't watch. And if they are interested, then they will. And that's great. So, so yeah. So is this? Sorry. Especially with Frankenstein and Five Nights at Freddy's. They're philosophical, yet people think, oh, it's Frankenstein and he kills. Oh, God, yeah. Instead of, oh, it's Frankenstein, he made the creature. Yeah, I'm your kind of person, yeah. Well, I mean, Frankenstein, there's a lot. I mean, yeah, as you probably know if you've been watching my videos for a while, I love Frankenstein, and I definitely relate. And I think, like, for people like us, he's relatable in a lot of ways, because in a sense, for the same reason I like the Hulk, actually, because he has some similar qualities, specifically that he just wants people who are going to get up in his face to leave him alone, and otherwise he also just wants to have some friends, people who get him. And that goes for both the creature and the Hulk. Is they just want to be liked and understood and not messed with, and I get that as one who was bullied a lot growing up, and and who has very intense interests. So yeah, exactly. The Hulk and the creature are mistreated and attacked literally just because they exist, because they look different. In that case, it's call it a very simplified allegory, but the core elements of that are the same as what people like us go through on a daily basis. And it's only like in recent years I really kind of made that connection. I was like, why do I vibe so much with the Hulk and Frankenstein? And I realized that's it. It's as I've been reading a lot of the epic collections of the early adventures of the Hulk. I've read like the first 10 volumes of them now. And, God, that's like 5,000 pages of Hulk stories. And it's never enough. Give me more. But, and then reading the original Frankenstein, watching all the different adaptations over the years. It kind of clicked. It was all kind of clicked around the same time, actually, that I realized, watching some of the old videos, it's like, holy shit. I think I'm on the spectrum, guys. And everybody there at the time was like, well, yeah, we just assumed you knew. Like, really? Was it that obvious? And they're like, well, yeah, kind of. But suddenly a lot of things made a lot more sense. I was like, that actually explains a lot. Like, just kind of thinking back to, a lifetime of awkward social situations, or like really hardcore neurotypical people just being so irritated by me. It all just kind of made sense. I was like, yeah, I get it now. And then the ADHD, I mean, that's also, I think, pretty self-evident. And unfortunately, the ADHD side has gotten worse as I've gotten older. Which is one reason I haven't been pumping out videos as much as I did 16 years ago, is because it's harder for me to focus, honestly, as I get older. So I do what I can when I can. So a monster is two things: a man with ambitions and a cold heart, which would be Victor, of course, or a person who looks not great. Both Frankenstein and his creature match the definition of a monster, but in different ways. Exactly, yeah. I'm not irritated by you at all. I love talking about this kind of stuff. Well, yeah, of course, because as you said, I mean, we are cut from similar cloth. we get the kind of people that we are, and the way that we like to talk about things. But and that's cool. That's good. Church, come on. Can you not lick yourself right here, please? Oh yeah, as Great Red Shark says, we need to build ourselves to be acceptable to others. Yeah. How come we got to do all the work? That's what I don't understand. Why do we have to do all the work? Why don't they also put in effort? But I mean, honestly, that's a very broad blanket statement, and not everybody's like that. I mean, I know a lot of people from a lot of different walks of life, and I've just learned to recognize qualities in others a little more quickly when you realize that the vibe is off. You know what I mean? So it's like, and even with other neurodivergent people, I mean, there's certain, and I'm sure you guys have experienced this too. There's certain types of neurodivergence that just clash with mine, and we just don't get along. So it happens. But I mean, it's just people, right? We're all different, and you're gonna vibe more with some than others. And that's the way I look at it. I mean, it's nothing personal, against me or against them necessarily. It's just the vibe is off, and I don't feel comfortable. So I'm sorry, but I have to remove you from my life. Not you, but you know what I mean, like the whoever it is that. And that's it. And I've had that experience with some viewers that were just a little too in my face and sucking up all my time. It's like, all right, I get you're excited, you want to have a conversation, but I got to get some work done here too. And you're taking up all my time. But thankfully, those have been few and far between, and most just will come like here, will come to the chat, and we'll just shoot the shit during the stream and stuff like that. I really enjoy doing just these, not necessarily filming, but just doing a just chatting stream where we just kind of shoot the shit about whatever. And yeah, and I love and as you know, I love talking about the classic monsters and all that stuff, because that's very much what I grew up with. And as an adult, it's been a lot of fun exploring all the different iterations of those. As we'll be talking about today, I got a bunch of Dracula and Frankenstein related stuff in particular, and there's some others as well that we'll get to in another part of this update, because they kind of go together in another section. But you'll see what I mean when we get there. But yeah, good stuff. Gotta love the classic monsters. But yeah, there was actually I'll tell you one of the things I got, which won't be in this particular batch of updates because it goes with some other stuff, was they put out a Blu-ray collection. Kino Lorber's been putting out Blu-ray collections of Dan Curtis's stuff. Not the Dark Shadows stuff specifically, but his other stuff, like his other gothic horror stuff and whatnot, and mystery shows and things like that he did, and all with a supernatural slant to them. And they've been putting up nice remastered Blu-rays of them, so pretty cool. Something about it is horrible when someone says you're wrong about this, or that is incredibly disrespectful to the work you've done. I've watched 10 adaptations of Frankenstein and read the book. Yeah, I don't know specifically how many I've watched. A bunch over the years. There's some I've watched that I still haven't reviewed. Actually, I need to get around to doing that. Like I watched a few. You see, that comes down to motivation. Like sometimes I'll watch a bunch of movies with the intent to film reviews, and I just never get around to doing that. But oh well. But at least it means when I do end up reviewing it, I'll usually rewatch the movie to refresh my memory, and then I'll have even more to say about it because I've watched it twice, right? So. Hearing anyone call the creature Frankenstein or the monster feels like a middle finger to the work I've done. Yeah. He is perceived as a monster, but he is not a monster. I mean, really, I mean, it's Victor was the real monster, right? It's the Scooby-Doo scenario. The real monster is the humans. The real monsters are the humans. But yeah, I could just see a Scooby-Doo episode like that, where you see the creature running around chasing everybody, and they take the mask off, and it's Victor Frankenstein under the mask. Oh my god. But yeah, people. Well, and the thing is, a lot of people have only seen a handful of the movies, and they really don't know the real story. You know, like everybody's seen the Boris Karloff one, for example, which is wonderful. You know, and The Bride of Frankenstein is wonderful. They're wonderful movies, beautiful, you know, visuals in them, but they're not terribly faithful to the book. You know, they have like bits and pieces of the book in there, but they're not terribly faithful to the book. So when I finally sort of experienced the original story, it really kind of, which I guess my first experience with the original story was the 1994 film, the Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the Kenneth Branagh one, which in itself isn't even totally faithful, but it's, you know, I think at the time it got it closer than we had at that point. But it was really interesting to me seeing that take on the creature, which I later learned, well, around the same time, I guess, was more faithful to the version in the book, where he isn't just a mindless brute and speaking in grunts and, you know, half words and stuff, but he's actually quite intelligent, and that was part of it. Was, I mean, everything about the creature was meant to be, you know, man plus. He was meant to be a superhuman, right? But not just physically, also mentally. You remember, I mean, they touch on this in the movie, well, most of the movies, where he wanted to put the brain of someone really smart into him, right? And the and the rate at which the creature learns and becomes articulate is very accelerated. He's like a child, but with that rapid learning that children have, you know, where they're just information sponges, and but even more accelerated because he's full grown. He has like this super, you know, strong body and everything. But the same goes for his brain, is he's able to learn very quickly. Like there's that wonderful sequence where he's hiding in the like the farmhouse, but close enough that he can hear, he can listen in on the family next to them, and he learns to speak by listening to the children learning to speak and read and such. So it's great stuff. But and then, you know, and then he you know, tracks down Victor, and there's, I mean, God, I mean, we could just dissect the story forever. There's so much to talk about, and I think that's why it's so interesting. So is it, you've watched 5 main adaptations? Yeah, well, I've watched more than what I've done reviews of, so don't go totally by the videos. They're not entirely up to date. There's 5 more to watch. Curse of Frankenstein. Yep, I'm actually just waiting for the new Hammer 4K set of that to arrive. I had to have a friend of mine order it for me. I don't know if he sent it yet, but because it wouldn't ship outside the UK because Warner Archive did a 4K as well. I have the Warner Archive Blu-ray already. I wanted the Hammer set because it's the big box set with all the extras. It's really nice. Terror of Frankenstein. TNT's Frankenstein. Okay, I don't think I have those ones. Yeah, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein I have a couple times over. And in fact, that's going to be one of the ones that's in the update today. And the 2025 one, definitely, the Del Toro one. I have not watched that one yet. I didn't watch a lot of stuff this past Halloween season and until now, really, because I've been busy working on videos and sort of planning things out. But yeah, those are definitely all on the radar. Which one was TNT's Frankenstein? I might have that one. I can't remember. Terror of Frankenstein, I don't know. I might have to look into that one. But it says, I really like 1931 and Bride, but I blame them for many of my most hated stereotypes. Absolutely, yeah, because they're the most well-known versions, right? the raving madman who says it's alive, and a mute brute. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, on the flip side, I mean, there's still a lot to like about it. I mean, Boris Karloff's performance as the creature was wonderful and just full of nuance, and you know, you can't really hate those, even though they're not terribly faithful. But yeah, Curse of Frankenstein, The True Story, and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein had the brain transplant. That's right. Yeah. And Young Frankenstein, of course. Yeah, The True Story is an interesting one because it's not the true story at all. It's completely unfaithful to the book in almost every respect. But it's just such an interesting take on the similar thematic ideas that, again, I just can't hate it because it's just so entertaining, you know. And it's still, like, even though it plays out very differently, it still remains true to a lot of the core, like, philosophical ideas, you know. And I think that's why it works so well. Also, that amazing cast, like, just an all-star cast in it. Holy moly. But yeah, Frankenstein: The True Story. That's a really interesting one. I like that one a lot, actually. I was a little thrown for a loop when I first saw it. I was like, "Whoa, wait! This isn't like the book at all." But then it kind of excited me because I didn't know where it was going to go next, right? So, and then I ended up really enjoying it. I'd say it's actually one of my favorite versions, even though it's quite wildly different. Was it Jane Seymour as Prima was a revelation. She was just amazing in that. A genuinely scary character. But, hey, Kralatin, welcome. Glad you were here for something. Great Shark says, I like both the movies and the book, but the movies are at best distant cousins of the book. Yeah, well, as Aiden was saying, I mean, there's a few that hit all the right notes, you know. If you want one that's you know, I think the most faithful version so far, we've talked about a few times before, is the 2004 version, the Hallmark miniseries version. I'm so exhausted I don't think I can stay awake. Really? Oh, shit. That's been me the past little while, just like dead tired. But I actually got pretty good rest today for the first time in a while, so feeling a little better. Oh, there we are, the original, yeah, 68 mulches. You might need to go back in the VOD and make a clip of that. I don't know where it was. You'll just have to watch the entire VOD. Be glad it's a short one. Only 3.5 hours. Actually, the VOD, what was it? The mulch was pretty close to the beginning. It was like within the first 20 minutes, I think. So, there you go. It took me a while to notice, though, because, of course, I'm on the other side of the room. I can't hear the sound. So, yeah. And 68. There we go. Excellent. Once a new Dracula adaptation is announced, I gotta start reading the book, then watch 12 adaptations. That'll be a much harder task than Frankenstein. Well, Dracula, I think I've mentioned in some of my videos, there tend to be a lot more Dracula movies than Frankenstein movies, and you know, and werewolf movies, because with werewolf movies and Frankenstein movies, there's a little bit more required in terms of makeup and effects, I think. Whereas Dracula, you just need a well-dressed man in a castle, you know? So, yeah. That's obviously very underplaying. I mean, because it would technically be a period piece, and, you know, there's other considerations there. But, But the main thing is, like, production-wise, I mean, you can do a lot of stuff like that on location, especially if you're over in Europe. You know, I mean, there's tons of old castles there, and a lot of them you can, rent out time in to film your movie and whatnot. As long as you don't wreck the place, they're happy to have you. But yeah, with Frankenstein, it's a little different because then you got to have the lab and you got to have all this other stuff. You know, there's more involved there, I think. But and then with werewolves, I mean, you got to have like the whole werewolf thing, like the transformation. Everybody wants a cool transformation scene, and then you got all the werewolf makeup itself and things like that. But oh yeah, I totally agree with that. He says Dracula is the exact opposite of Frankenstein or his creature. Yeah, well, I mean, Frankenstein was just obsessive and, and something of a narcissist and didn't really, like, think of the consequences of his action. The creature was just a byproduct of that. It was just trying to live and, and that's it. And just, as we said, just kind of be left alone and have, like, a few friends that he could trust and that didn't judge him. But there we go. The nicest number for Mulch. Amazing. But yeah, Dracula, ever since Bram Stoker's Dracula, he keeps getting portrayed as this tragic romantic figure, and it's like, no. That's not Dracula. There's nothing romantic about him. He is seductive, yes. He will seduce his victims, but that's just part of, getting them under his power so they don't resist. His bottom line is he just wants to feed. He doesn't care about anyone but himself. He is pure evil. He is a monster. He is a true monster because he really doesn't care. We're just food to him. Yeah, well, in that one, I'd still say the 1977 one with Louis Jourdan is still the most faithful adaptation. It's fantastic. Well, I mean, some might argue only slightly marred by its low budget, but the performances are fantastic in it, and it's, of sufficient length. I mean, it's, almost like 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. It's a good length. It's able to hit all the major beats of the story. So, yeah, Frankenstein the man had noble motives. He did, but he was anything but noble towards his own creation. I mean, he basically created his creation and then abandoned it. He was a bad dad. His creature yearned for affection. Yeah, Dracula has absolutely nothing saving him. Exactly, no morally redeeming qualities whatsoever. One thing I've been enjoying, which will be in our graphic novel update actually, is Marvel's take on Dracula, Tomb of Dracula, which is a wonderful series. Ran for 70 issues and some annuals and special oversized issues and a couple of black and white magazines, all tied into the same continuity. But it was interesting because it was one of the few Marvel comics where the title character was a villain, and they stayed true to that. He was pure evil through and through. He does get... They did give him a romantic entanglement at one point, but it was with a purpose. He wanted an heir. So he had, still had some selfish motives there. But for the most part, yeah, they stayed pretty true to, what Dracula should be, and that's just pure evil, which was great. So you had, it was set primarily in modern day, but there were stories that took place in, in the past as well. So they had the descendants of Van Helsing and some of the other people who had fought him in the book. I think there's a descendant of Quincy as well. Quincy Morris. But, yeah, it's very good. It's also where Blade came from, actually. Blade came from there. The Tomb of Dracula anime, yes. A very simplified take on it. But, yeah, the story of that is taken from one of the later ones. I think where he takes the bride to get an heir. But even then, there's like very little romance there. Like the woman that he takes on as his bride is essentially like in his thrall. Like she's just completely, worships him and such. And yeah, it's good stuff. The older Dracula's Waste, the 1970 film. Yeah, I know Christopher Lee yearned for that, but it had fit perfectly in 1977's Count Dracula. That's true, yeah. They didn't really do much with the sort of de-aging aspect of Dracula in that, like how he gets younger over the course of it. They did in the 1970 one. But as I said in my review of that one, it stays faithful to the original story for about the first 20 minutes. Specifically the segment with Harker at the beginning. That's pretty faithful to the book there, and I understand why they tend to focus on that a lot in the movie adaptations. Is because it's one of the more horrific parts of the book, and it really shows you just how, it gives you a first look at how evil Dracula is. And then it takes a sharp left turn and kind of goes in its own direction. We kind of gloss over a lot of stuff. We just like suddenly we're in England and Lucy's already having issues and but I think they swapped the names. That was one of those where they swapped the names. So Mina has some issues. Lucy is wondering where Harker is, and yeah, it gets very truncated from there. But yeah. Then of course the 1974 one, good old Jack Palance, wonderful film, but. Again, I mean, you could say that's really where the romantic thing came from, but Dan Curtis himself said he was actually cribbing his Dark Shadows storyline, where that was the thing with Barnabas, and he freely admitted that. And then he found it amusing how the next big adaptation of Dracula, well, there was a few after, but the next sort of big one, the Coppola film, blatantly stole that. And then that since then it's kind of become cemented in popular culture. It seems like every version of Dracula now has to have some romantic aspect to it. It's like, can we just get back to the roots, please? Yeah. Bram Stoker's Dracula wasted the journals. It fit better to 1977. Yeah. Reincarnation of his lover was odd. Well, yeah, the reincarnation of his lover, that's a Dark Shadows storyline. Which you may have seen if you've seen the Jack Palance version, the 1974 version. That was the first time it appeared in a Dracula story, but it originates from Dark Shadows some years earlier. I have not, Great Red Shark. I do follow Kim Newman on socials, and I have checked out some of his extras, many extras on various Blu-rays over the years. Always interesting. But yeah, see, Bram Stoker's Dracula 1992, a lot of people are under the misconception that because it's called Bram Stoker's Dracula and because it has some stuff that other adaptations don't, that it is the most faithful adaptation of them all. And it's like that, no, it is not at all. Very, very much not so. The reason it's called Bram Stoker's Dracula is not out of any claims of faithfulness to the book, but because that's a Francis Ford Coppola thing. Whenever he makes a movie, and this is from Francis Ford Coppola himself, and you can see it in the fucking extras. It's right there. He tells you everything in the extras. People gotta watch the extras. Anyway, he says the reason it's called Bram Stoker's Dracula is because anytime he makes a movie adapted from a book, he feels obligated to give the author of the book top billing. He gives the author of the book top billing above himself. Like, cool. Like, The Godfather. It's Mario Puzo's The Godfather. Because he wrote the original book, right? So it's the same thing with Dracula. The only reason it's called Bram Stoker's Dracula is because that's a Coppola thing. He wants to give top billing to the author. As for the content itself, it is, and again, this is straight from Coppola himself, it is not meant to be a completely faithful adaptation of the book. It is meant to be his personal distillation of how he perceives the Dracula legend culturally and through his own personal experience and cultural references. So it is actually a very personal take on Dracula based on Coppola's own experience with the character. It is not a faithful adaptation of the book. So, as I always say, don't take my word for it. That's straight from the man himself. Just watch the extras on any old Bram Stoker's Dracula DVD, Blu-ray, or 4K, and that story will be in there somewhere. He will see that. So, why can't theatrical films make Dracula full-on evil? They make both Frankenstein and the creature empathetic, which is what they're supposed to be. Why can't they make Dracula evil? I don't know. It's like there seems to be this fear of that. Satanic writes, isn't Dracula beaten by a thorn bush? I don't think he's beaten by the thorn. I thought that was the wagon wheel, wasn't it? But there is a thorn. He does get tangled up in a thorn bush, and apparently actually got cut up by it too. Like that was, not safety rules weren't what they are now. But oh yeah, absolutely. Well, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein came out kind of in the wake of the popularity of Bram Stoker's Dracula. I'm sure that's part of the reason how Kenneth Branagh was able to get that one greenlit. But yeah, no, absolutely, I totally agree. It did a much better job, as you say, at being faithful than Bram Stoker's Dracula 1992. The biggest changes didn't fundamentally change it completely. Dracula did, exactly. But again, that's a common mistake people make. They think that Bram Stoker's Dracula was intended to be a faithful adaptation of the book. It actually was not. It was just intended to be, Coppola's take on the legend based on his own cultural experiences. Right or wrong, doesn't matter. That's what his take was on Dracula. So, but people get confused because of the title. So, Ninkyo says, I don't know. I think he was pretty evil in Monster Squad. Well, yeah, there you go. Yeah, there are evil versions. There was the BBC version that came out recently. Was on Netflix, the miniseries version. He's evil in that one. He's very evil in that one, But yeah, but I've still got a bunch of Draculas to watch, and I look forward to diving into them. I might even give the book a reread, or at the very least listen to an audiobook or something, just to kind of refresh my memory, because it's been probably a good decade since I read it. So yeah, cough cough. Dracula's reincarnated lover. Yeah. See, now every time you see that storyline, Dracula's reincarnated lover thing, remember, that came from Dark Shadows. That was never even a Dracula story. That came from Dark Shadows. Dan Curtis ripped off his own storyline to put it in a Dracula story when he did the Jack Palance Dracula movie. And since then, everybody and their dog has ripped that off, and to the point where in the popular culture, people, like in the zeitgeist, people think that's the original story. There's some wonderful interviews on the Blu-ray for the Jack Palance one with Dan Curtis, where he's literally just laughing about it. He says, yeah, I ripped off my own story, and now everybody's doing the reincarnated lover thing. It's like, yeah, that was me. I came up with that. Like, even I know that isn't part of the story, but I just wanted to do something different, So, Duckula was the most evil. Well, maybe the ancestors of the Duckula we know best. The original line of Duckulas were absolutely evil. That's the whole thing. Igor was trying to make the current incarnation be more evil. But I feel like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein kind of leans too far on Frankenstein being both a victim, not narcissistic enough. Fair enough, yeah, he is a bit of a softer portrayal. And too much like what people think Frankenstein normally is. It's alive! Yeah, but I mean that, again, it's just so ingrained in the popular culture now, the whole it's alive thing, that, I don't even remember, like, if he necessarily exclaims anything in the book. He just, it's more just kind of his internal observations. But, yeah, I don't know. If you haven't seen it, also, speaking of Dan Curtis, I definitely recommend his take on Frankenstein as well, which definitely plays up the sympathetic aspects of the creature. Wonderful portrayal by Bo Svensson, by the way. And you have what's his name, Robert Foxworthy, as Victor, and he's quite good too. He plays a very driven, obsessive version of Victor, and yeah, no, he's not a raving madman. But I mean, at the same time, I mean, what's his face? What's his name? Clive, who played Henry Frankenstein. It's just such a fun portrayal, like you know. But I don't know. Less evil, less corrupted. Yeah. More, well, as I say, I think more obsessive. You know, he's obsessed with the idea, and it's not even necessarily, oh, I discovered this. You know, I have to be the first to do it. That's not even what it is necessarily. Like it might be today, where you'd have a competition between two mad scientists trying to be the first to reanimate dead flesh, but it doesn't even entertain the notion. It's just more about his personal obsession and wanting to do this, and seeing the possible benefits to society. You know, I mean, he's literally looking to conquer death. You know, greetings, extraterrestrial goth. Nice to see another Darkling in the audience. We're waxing philosophical about Dracula and Frankenstein at the moment. I have not got to any filming yet, but we'll be getting to the update very shortly. I have the first stack of stuff to my side here, and we have 21 more stacks of stuff to this side. I don't know how many we're going to get through today, but we'll make a dent in it. Cushing's Frankenstein. See, now that's a series. I need to actually sit down and watch the Hammer films. I've watched all the Dracula films, and those were so much fun. I even love the Kung Fu one, Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires. So much fun. And you learn a lot about Eastern vampire mythology and how it differs from ours. Quite interesting. But I still need to watch all the Frankensteins. I have all of them, but I just haven't sat down and watched them yet. Because when I do, I want to watch all 7 of them. You know, I want to have a proper marathon of them, like I did with the Draculas originally. So, all right. Well, I'm going to go have a quick smokable, and let's get on with the update. So, as much as we could talk about them forever, I want to show you the new ones I got. So, yeah. This is what we were talking about earlier. So I've always related with Frankenstein's monsters since I was a kid. Didn't quite fit in with everyone else. Identifying as witches, werewolves, and vampires. Yeah, see, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I was all about the classic monsters growing up, like Dracula, Frankenstein, werewolf, the Wolfman, the Mummy. But as I got older and found it difficult to kind of fit in, I gravitated probably the most towards Frankenstein. And I was also saying The Incredible Hulk as well, which I used to watch the show as a kid, and then have since, been picking up the collected editions of the old comics. And we were just saying earlier, there's a lot of similarities in terms of, the creature and the Hulk, where they're both mistreated by society. They're both kind of shat on just for how they look and prejudged, and nobody gives them a chance, and there's always getting up in their face, and everyone just doesn't leave them alone. And they just, want to be either left alone or, not judged, and just be with people who aren't going to judge them, and who understand them. So, I definitely get that vibe. Basically said Frankenstein the man is who the title Frankenstein always refers to, not the creature. Cough, cough, universal. Yes. Well, man, the monster just feels... Well, monster. Yeah, exactly. Well, again, same with the Hulk. It's like it's just seen as a monster, not... I don't know. Like the Hulk says it as, Hulk is no monster, Hulk is just Hulk. daughter has far too much fun with the voice recording on the cat feeder there. Pop culture has ruined the name Frankenstein. Yes, I know. It's Frankenstein. Anno Dracula is an AU in which Dracula wins, takes over London. Oh, okay, and as a consequence, Dr. Seward becomes this world's Jack the Ripper. Each subsequent book, Dracula. Oh, it's like a series. Okay. Dracula is as the pop culture of the time in which it is set would have seen him. Interesting. So this kind of goes the other direction. Like, Dracula becomes the hero in a way. Interesting. Alright, I will return, and then we'll see what new stuff we got. There's a lot more to cover. Alright, see you shortly. Enjoy some clips.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that a play up?
No.
Oh, it's you.
I'll show you. It's this button.
Yeah, no, I know which one. He told me. Thank you.
That's
Whoa,
quite
whoa, whoa,
alright,
what?
extraterrestrial
What did
gossip,
you
all you
do?
like. Quite happy to hear your story. I will be back shortly.
Fuck.
I saw you rush into the X-Wing and then immediately fly into a tree. You can relax now. Daddy's got you. Alright, so, we got our picture, and I'm going to put it over on the other side as I'm talking.
Fucking doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis. I guess
Sound like I said fucking doctor.
Fucking doctor. Fucking doctor. Fucking doctor. Fucking doctor. This one was
Frickin'
actually just
doctor.
written by Kit Doctor. Frickin' doctor.
Frickin' doctor,
This one-
frickin' doctor,
this
frickin'
one-
doctor.
frickin'
What are you crinkling?
My mouth is full. Give me a second.
It is full of whatever came from whence the crinkling.
Is
Kinda
it Dairy
like a
Milk
fart.
chocolate bar?
It's someone just fart. Oh, it was the trumpet. Not trying to edit you or anything. Or on the fly.
What are you doing, bud? But anyway, I'm very excited. And honestly,
I can tell.
a lot of the stuff in there I will probably get for when I move out.
Yeah,
Because, like, cutesy home appliance stuff.
sure. Just fart.
Gotta add another one to the roster.
Oh my god. Cutesy kawaii.
My main issue with episode 9 is how cowardly and toxic, crowd servicey, and uninspired. Like, as much as I loathe episode 2, I think episode 9 is my least fave of 9 films. Wow. You said that so dramatically, Jonkler.
He hit both of us. Shit. Goddamn bats.
Trying to hit this guy. Yep. Yep.
Punch the shit out of him. Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
What?
Where?
What?
Yeah, those are good people. I want them to.
You're not getting away. You're not getting away.
Go to jail.
You got this.
The other one does the chain, by the way. Nice. 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 One more. Nice! Fuck yeah, dude! You took out that whole squad!
Big ass.
You took out that whole squad by yourself. Jesus, I can't even see what's going on.
Fucking Emperor Palpatine here. Let me just see what I've got here. Maybe I've got a scroll for
Something.
something. We play a lot of video games here
Resisting
too.
electricity.
Great stress relief. Fun to play with the viewers sometimes. Especially stuff like Fortnite, where it just gets crazy and chaotic. So one of the reasons I identified with Frankenstein's monster, says Extraterrestrial Goth. Love the. I took a peek at your profile there on the break. I love your avatar there. Very nice. So one of the big reasons I identify with Frankenstein's monster is how my parents and society treated me. I hear that. Growing up, I got sent to many a psychologist. None of them knew what to do with me. This was back in the 80s, mind you. Autism and ADHD and stuff was not really diagnosed properly back then. So I just got stuck in the special class with all the other problem kids, and often not with the same problems that I had. So, good times. A lot of meltdowns just out of frustration and stuff like that. But over the years, you know, as more information came to light about different sort of things, I came to understand myself essentially, and what made me me. And having that understanding, I was able to connect more effectively, I think, with people of a similar mindset, a similar vibe, similar interests, and it's definitely been helpful. Being, a content creator has definitely helped with that, because, I can just make content about my interests, and then people with similar interests or a similar vibe or similar, wiring, just kind of tend to find me eventually. So that's more or less worked out. Occasionally you do butt heads with people who might like some of the things you do, but don't like the whole of you, as it were. You know what I mean? So it's an ongoing journey. But you're saying one of the big reasons I identify with Frankenstein's monster is how my parents and society treated me, unfortunately, as well as my absurd durability and resilience. Yes, exactly. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Does it, though? Or does it just break us more? And we fill in the cracks like those wonderful Asian things where they'll... I forget what they call it. There's a term for it where, like, say a vase will crack, and then they'll fill in the cracks with gold. And the gold... so then each piece becomes even more unique because it's all broken in different ways, but still whole. And those cracks, those seams of gold, become part of the story of that object. Its unique story, and I think that's kind of beautiful, and that's sort of how I look at things, how, the world tries to break us all in different ways, but we're still here. And that just becomes part of our story and who we are. And through our pain, we just learn how to, not just to cope with things, but how to hopefully avoid similar situations like that in the future, or those types of people that, seek to do harm to us, and are just stronger as a result, But, and then you said, and the fact I just want to find people I can call family. Yeah, sometimes found family has a stronger bond than blood sometimes, or a place I can belong to. Yeah, I hear that. Got all sorts of stories I could share on that. None of them pleasant, unfortunately. Sorry for typing so much. That's quite all right. Like I said, feel free to tell your story. Once we get to filming, I might not respond right away. I tend to just get focused on doing the video, but you know, always chat during the breaks and in between and stuff. Hayden says, well, unfortunately, without 1931, no other adaptations after that would exist. Actually, no. Without the 1910 version, yeah, that's true, the Edison version. That one's really, well, very simplified and quite horrific for its day, actually. That's pretty interesting. Calling the creature the monster is a huge middle finger. Doesn't the word monster mean zero humanity? Something like that. Hey, thank you for the follow. Go. Extraterrestrial goth found your way through the cosmic horror of the internet, huh? Thanks for following. Yes, very nice. Cosmic horror. I love a bit of cosmic horror too. There's some great stuff. Hey Tao, how's it going?
Tao00100 just resubscribed for 72 months. 6 years, baby.
72 months, 6 years. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate the 6 years of support. That's crazy. And Extraterrestrial Goth says, firstly, I want to say thank you for liking my avatar. I plan on using for streaming in the future. I commissioned my friend for it. Very cool. Very nice. I have some artist friends as well who often do artwork for either the streams or videos or what have you. It's great. As for further relation to what you stated, I was in and out of mental hospitals from about 6 to 17. Oh, good times. First time was, I think, late 1999. I wouldn't wish what happened to me on anyone. Yeah, no, I've definitely heard some horror stories about mental hospitals. I could really go into a laundry list of dark stuff in my life. Well, I mean, that's, you know, maybe something you can cover in your streams, you know, depending on what you want to do for your side. I mean, maybe not. Maybe you want to keep the streams more light and fun. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, there's always venues for you to tell your story. And the hope is that others, you know, like in my case, both as a content creator and as a father, I try to give others the benefit of my experience and my pain, so in the hopes that they won't necessarily have to go through things like that, or at least be able to pick up on the warning signs earlier than I did. And I'm proud to say that my daughter has definitely benefited from that and is a very strong young lady. So as a result, people need to learn about Frankenstein. I don't care if they don't want to. I'm gonna sit you down, you're gonna read this book, and then I want you to write me a report on it afterwards to indicate your understanding. I simply want them to know some philosophy and actually not treat us hyper-focused people as if we know nothing. Well, yeah, I don't know that they necessarily think we know nothing. It's just that they're not as keen to learn, I guess. I don't know. There seems to be an aversion to that, and also just generally a lack of patience these days. Like I saw a post on, I think it was on Blue Sky, from, it was, I think it was a quote of like a Tumblr conversation or something, but it was two people saying like, yeah, I hate watching movies in the cinema because they play them at regular speed. I like to watch things at double speed. Like, what? Then you're not having the experience, you know, you're not experiencing it the way it's supposed to. You have to just be willing to take the time to let the story unfold in whatever time it takes. And, you know, life doesn't run at double speed. When you watch a film, you're like looking through a window at the lives of these characters. You need to experience that in real time to get the full benefit of it, you know? It's just crazy. Most impressive feat I have under my belt that cemented me at least a variant of Frankenstein's monster is the time I accidentally hit myself with chlorine gas. Oh my god. That's like some World War I shit. Puked up some blood. Lovely. Then proceeded to sleep off the effects of the gas under an air conditioner unit, spitting out black mold. Jesus. How are you still alive? Woke up about an hour and a half later feeling great. My friends thought I died when I left to go to sleep after hearing me coughing, gagging, and puking up the blood in the voice call. Wow, that's crazy. Well, I wouldn't advise putting that to the test, other than, you know, accidentally, obviously, but wow. Well, I don't know if you believe in fate or destiny, but if so, I mean, that seems to indicate the universe wants you around and isn't ready to let you, you know, kick the bucket just yet, so that's good. And yeah, I'd like to mostly do significantly more lighthearted streams when I do start streaming, but every so often do a sort of story time on myself. Yeah, I mean, that's good. And that's kind of what I do as well. Like, sometimes I just feel like playing video games, so we'll just play video games all day. Other times I just want to shoot the shit, so we'll just do just chatting. Other times, like today, we'll do a kind of a mix of, you know, just chatting and working on YouTube videos. So, what I'm working on today, as you probably gathered from the title, the rather boldly named Biggest Horror Update Ever, which I think is a pretty honest assessment. It could very well be the biggest horror update in the history of YouTube once we're done. Basically, a whole bunch of stuff I acquired for the movie and comics and book collection, the horror collection specifically. And, yeah. So there's 24 stacks of stuff. We've done 2 so far. 22 stacks to go. I got one of them next to me here that we're going to go through in just a few minutes here. I simply hate the fact that non-disabled people think we're wrong about what we're talking about. Normal people are incredibly lazy. Why would they think you're wrong, though? I mean, if anything, like the fact that, you know, we hyperfixate and like, and not only hyperfixate, but also I find with neurodivergent people, we're very keen to be accurate. We need the information to be accurate and truthful and correct. And I don't know why so many neurotypical people get, I don't know, offended by that. Like, do you not want the correct information? Like, why are you afraid of facts? You know, I have researched this thing. I know I am correct. I am imparting this knowledge to you as a gift. So you don't have to do all that research. You can just take it from me. But, I mean, the other side of that is often I'll say, don't take, you know, I'll say a bunch of stuff, and if it's kind of a hot button topic or whatever, I'll say, but don't take my word for it. Here's where I got the information from. Look at it yourself, and you will see that it is correct. Apparently, I'm wrong about thinking the creature is empathetic and not just a killer who kills. Okay, well, yeah. Well, those people are just dumb and lazy and wrong. And, you know, I mean, sure, there may be some adaptations where the creature is portrayed that way, but that is not how he is in the book. It's like, I mean, my first question would be, have you read the book? Okay, then you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, simple as that. Blunt and correct, yes. I'm just worried people aren't going to believe half the stuff I'd say about what I survived because it's a lot to take in or difficult to comprehend, but yes, let's focus on your stream. That's what I'm here to listen to. Fair enough. Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that is just people taking the time to get to know you, and once they kind of pick up on the vibe that, oh, this person isn't full of shit, they'll tend to trust what you're saying a little more. You know, as long as you. I mean, I think it's pretty clear pretty early on when someone is just trying to, you know, pull your leg or whatever for views, versus just telling you about their life, you know. I'm sure when you start streaming, you will find your people, and they will find you. But he kills because the world rejected him. Yeah, and sometimes he doesn't necessarily kill on purpose. You know, there's a few cases where he kills accidentally. Or, you know, in the case of with Victor, he kills Elizabeth because Victor went back on his promise to make him a mate. He basically just said, make me a mate and I'll leave. I'll just leave you alone forever. That's all I want. I just want someone like me to be with. You know? And if Victor had followed through on that, I mean, the creature and his mate would have left happily ever after, you know? But he went back on it. So first, I mean, you can totally understand where the creature's coming from. I mean, he was created and then abandoned and rejected by his own creator, by his own father, and just left to wander the world. So he educated himself, came back, confronted Victor, and said, like, you know, you gave me nothing. You brought me into this world and gave me nothing and just abandoned me. Why? And he just wanted answers. And Victor had no answers to give him and continued to reject him. And so, you know, the monster, the creature turns to threats. It's like, look, you know, give me what I want, or I will take from you what you denied me, you know. So, yeah, so it's wrong to kill and the world rejects you. What kind of BS is that? People are stupid. I know, right? Yeah, I mean, they look at the surface. They just see a monster movie, and they just want to see a rampaging monster. And unfortunately, that is how the creature has been portrayed in a lot. But, yeah, the little blind girl was an accident. I can't remember if she's in the book. But there's also, if you watch the Dan Curtis version, there's a little boy that he encounters, and he's just playing with him, but then the little boy gets scared or something and starts like screaming, and the creature's concerned that, you know, it's going to attract the authorities, and he's going to get in trouble, and so he's trying to you know, get the kid to stop, to be quiet, and he puts his hand over his mouth, but he's super strength, right? He doesn't realize his own strength, and he actually ends up breaking the kid's neck without realizing it. And, you know, it was completely by accident, just out of a fear reaction. And it's quite tragic. But that's correct. The creature's life is tinged with tragedy, and that you should portray that in some respect in any adaptation that you do, you know. So yeah, there's a few out there that definitely get it right and get the vibe right. Even if they're not totally accurate to the story, they're at least accurate to the characterization of the creature. So, yeah. Both Dan Curtis adaptation and 2004 had the creature kill William. That's who it was. It was Victor's brother, younger brother, unintentionally, which kind of softens the creature. Yeah. But, I mean, I think it makes sense, because, I mean, he's not evil. He's just essentially lashing out because he's been wronged. Like so many of us. We are all the creature. Well, let's do another stack, shall we? Just gonna fire up the camera here. I need to move this over just a smidge because It's in the way of the screen. For me, that is. Let's turn you guys. There. There we go. Now, I'll have to watch the 2004 one again. I haven't watched it for a few years. I remember really liking that one. Okay. Now. Let's see, is this... Why does this not look right? I see why. Hold on. I'm gonna move you guys over again. I'll adjust everything here as we go. Yeah, I need this back here. That's what it is. I have so little like room to maneuver here with everything. There, that's about right. More. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it. Like I said, it was pretty accurate. I mean, I did like that it kind of leaned harder into the horror side of things than some of the other adaptations did. I don't know if that's going to be the right height. Let me just check. So if it's too close, then my head gets cut off. We don't want that. That's okay. I'm going to angle it up just a smidge. There. Whoops. No. Go there. No, here. There. It has a kind of a focus thing that, I don't know if it sounds like an infrared beam or what, but you can set it to have its focus up to a certain point, and it'll give you a little visual of, let's take a look here. Yeah, so I can put things like right here. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So I'm filming in 8K. I have a Canon EOS R5 camera, DSLR, very nice. So I'm filming in 8K, but then I edit and render and post in 4K. Oh, I forgot to hit record. Oh, that's fine. Because what that allows me to do is, without having to move the camera constantly, I can do digital zooms on the things that I'm showing, with no loss in quality at 4K. So, you know. Yeah, Ninkyo says, I did enjoy Kenneth Branagh's version of his character. Yeah, for sure. And Great Red Shark says, Del Toro really cares, and you can tell. Oh, he is like such a huge classic monster fan. If you've ever seen like his horror collection, it's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Like, right up there with Bob Burns, rest in peace. Yeah, both of them just have incredible collections. Yeah, and Aiden says Kenneth Branagh was a solid Frankenstein. Not as good as Alec Newman or Peter Cushing, but still good. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Alec Newman was actually... I think he's such an underrated actor, honestly. Like, he was terrific in that, and I actually really liked him in Dune as well, the Sci-Fi Channel miniseries of Dune. I thought he was a great Paul Atreides. And he played a lot of the sort of, I don't know, more unlikable qualities of Paul better than the previous attempts, but yeah, it was quite good. I still gotta watch the part 2 of that. I did watch the show Dune Prophecy about the Bene Gesserit. That was really good. See, now I've just gone on a random tangent. Hello, Narrow Spiciness. The connection there being Alec Newman, but well, let's get the... And by the way, the Halloween ambiance in the background does not come through on the video. That's just for you guys watching the stream. Just to give us a little bit more auditory flavor, as it were. Alright. Turn you guys a little bit. There. I don't like having the skull covered by the thing there. That's good. That's alright. Okay. And I just realized I should do intros, because we're going to be doing the multi-part version of this as well, aren't we? So before we get too deep in it, I should probably do an intro for the second stack. First one, I think we'll just do the overall intro. Alright, so I'll do the intro for stack 2 first. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 2 of the biggest horror update ever, the multi-part version, for those of you who prefer a series over a 12-plus hour-long video to wade through. So, last time, what was the first stack? The first stack was... The fuck was the first stack? I remember now. Primarily modern horror, stuff from the past 10-ish years. So a lot of recent things from the what I like to refer to as the current horror renaissance we're in. A lot of great stuff in there that I'm looking forward to diving into. Today is kind of a random selection. Basically, I put together all those stacks of Blu-rays and comics and DVDs and 4Ks and everything else. Literally a couple of months ago, trying to work in these updates, but yeah, so since then, of course, I've been acquiring more stuff for the collection, and those stacks are all kind of organized and themed, right? So as the new stuff came in, it became difficult to find which of the pre-existing stacks they were supposed to go in. So I just kind of gave up after a while. It's like, you know what, we're just going to have like one stack of, here's all the most recent stuff I picked up, regardless of what it is. So that's what we're going to talk about today in part 2 of the biggest horror update ever. Random stuff that I got over the past few months. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. See, so both versions of this update video will be slightly different. Ooh. It's all about milking the content for all you can, all it's worth. So now we'll do the intro for the individual video of tonight's first stack. And then we'll jump into it. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to part 3 of the biggest horror update ever. Yes, continuing on with our episodic version for those of you who were too intimidated to watch the big epic 12-hour-long version. So today, we're actually going to be diving into the classic monsters. Yes, but not the Universal monsters. I mean, we've already talked about those before. We're going to be talking about other adaptations of the classic monsters. So we got a whole bunch of Draculas. We got a whole bunch of Frankensteins. We got a handful of Wolfmans and werewolves. There just don't seem to be as many werewolf movies out there as there are of the other two. And some peripherally related stuff as well. So some other vampires and some other monsters that are kind of that ilk. So let's dive in, shall we? Classic monsters, but different versions. I don't know. And that's why editing exists. I mean, I guess we can still call it the classic monsters. It's still the classic monsters. It's just not the classic movies of the classic monsters. Fresh takes on the classic monsters. Today, in part 3 of the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. Alright. That's good. I saw a comment of some type. Speaking of recent horror stuff, I've gotten on... Wait, what is this? I've gotten an Alien Race. I'm still working on approved for a show this group's still working on. So I just thought it'd be a neat mention. Cool. So is it? You're working on like a show of some kind? You've got an alien race? Like, so of the alien race that you belong to, I guess? Your extraterrestrialness? Cool. I'm working on a few creative projects myself, in addition to just talking about my collection, but I assume you'll be a part of the community going forward, at least in some capacity, and well, you'll learn about those as we go. All right. Okay, so next up we're diving into classic monsters territory, but not the old Universal monsters. Fuck, now I gotta be cognizant of not repeating stuff I say in the intro, even though this is gonna be, like, this part forward will be for both versions. Alrighty, so on to stack number 3. This one is kind of fresh takes on the classic monsters. Let's check them out, shall we? And we got to change our lighting, don't we? Let's do that. No, not the trippy one. Alright, so let's start with some Dracula. Good old Dracula. Blah, blah. I don't say blah, blah, blah. First up, we have Christopher Lee hosting In Search of Dracula, a feature-length documentary tracing the origins of everyone's favorite Count. I think I had like a bootleg DVD of this at some point, but anyway, this is a very nicely remastered edition from Kino Lorber. If we take a look there, very nice. There's much in the way of extras. So we got audio commentary by film historians Lee Gambin and John Harrison, and trailers, and that's it. And it's a 82-minute documentary from 1975. Wow, I'll be curious to see how far this goes into the legend, because there was quite a number of Dracula films that came out after this. But yeah, very cool. Let me just set my beverage aside, just having a coffee to stay awake. Next up, a lot of you asked me about this one when it first aired, and I'm definitely going to give it a rewatch and a review for one of the future Halloween reviews. We have Dracula, the 3-part BBC miniseries version that aired on Netflix. This is a nice Blu-ray edition. Region B. I don't know if it's Region B locked. Probably. Yes, it is Region B locked. So we didn't get a Blu-ray release of this domestically, so I had to import this. But that's okay. That's the advantage of having a region-free player. You can just buy stuff from anywhere in the world and not worry about it. The other thing is I also have a Blu-ray drive for my computer, so if one is particularly problematic or I just want to have it on the computer for convenience, I can always just rip the Blu-ray. That's what I usually do, honestly, because it's just easier. So, quite nice. My brief thoughts. I liked aspects of this. I thought there were some pretty interesting ideas. I didn't like that it's basically just skyrocketed into modern day for the final part. I would have preferred that it was all just a period piece. I did like the fact that all of episode 2 takes place on the boat, though, because that was it the Demeter? Was it the Demeter? The Demeter. I know, because there may be something related to that in the stack over there. Because we hadn't really seen that done before. We would have like maybe a scene or two that takes place on the boat in a movie adaptation. We didn't really have like an extended look at everything that went on there. So I thought that was pretty cool how they did that. And the first episode was really good. I liked the girl who played Van Helsing, who is an actress I've seen in some British comedies. She shows up in quite a lot of different things. But anyway, yeah, this was an interesting take. I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but I did like aspects of it. And what's his face? Claes Bang? I don't know, I'm probably butchering his name, but I thought he was terrific and played a really good take on the Count. And most importantly, we have a properly evil Dracula in this one. This is not a nice guy. He is evil, pure narcissist, and only out for himself. So I liked that aspect of it for sure. Next up, another TV adaptation of Dracula. We have Jonathan Rhys Meyers as Dracula in a series that I'm guessing they thought was going to last longer, because it says Season 1. Yeah, it never had a Season 2. When did this one come out? This was, it's not even that long of a... God, the printing is so tiny. My old ancient eyes. 2014. Okay, so 2014. But I really like Jonathan Rhys Meyers as an actor. I just recently saw Gormenghast for the first time, where he played Steerpike. I thought he was fantastic in that. Also a very evil character. So I'd be really curious to see his take on Dracula. But yeah, it shows the running time is only 7.5 hours, so not a very long series. I'm guessing like 6 or 7 episodes. Anyway, look forward to checking that one out. And if I showed, did I show you the back? I think I showed you the back. There we go. So, yeah, pretty cool. Next up, we have, I gave you a little hint at this one. We have The Last Voyage of the Demeter. So in this case, they just set an entire movie on the boat going from Transylvania to England, where Dracula sneakily kills everybody. I've not watched this yet. You probably notice it's still sealed. But yes, much as I liked how they spent an entire episode of the miniseries on the Demeter, I love the idea that they made a whole movie about it as well. So I look forward to checking that out. Lots of bonus features on this too. It's pretty cool. Yeah, cool. Who plays Dracula in this? I don't know. Oh, hey, David Dastmalchian is in this one. I love him. He's great. Loved, what was it? Late Night with the Devil that he was in recently. Yeah, that was really good. And a little more tongue-in-cheek take. We have Renfield with, of course, Nicolas Cage donning the cape and fangs this time. And Awkwafina and Nicholas Hoult. Nicholas Hoult, another actor I really like, playing Renfield. And this is more of a tongue-in-cheek take, I gather. So yeah, and this has some deleted scenes and some featurettes and stuff. But yeah, I heard this was a pretty fun one, and I wanted to check it out. And I always just liked Renfield as a character, like the tormented madman who is in the thrall of Dracula and wants the power that he has, but you know, Dracula just keeps doling it out to him a little bit at a time. It's like, oh, you can take some insect lives and such. And it's like, oh, okay, well, it's something, you know. But always with that promise of something more that is never fulfilled. And there's been some really interesting takes on the character over the years. I love Nicholas Hoult as an actor, so even though I know this is more of a kind of a comedy take on it, I still, you know, am looking forward to checking that one out. So, oh, and it's the Dracula Sucks edition. Interesting choice of words. Why? We'll talk about that a little later. Stay tuned. Next up, well, if you get one Nicolas Cage vampire movie, you gotta get the ultimate one, Vampire's Kiss. I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire! Yeah, this is the one that all the memes came from. And I don't know that I've ever actually seen it. Yeah, I've heard it's fun, you know, and it's Nicolas Cage. I unironically love Nicolas Cage as an actor because he's not afraid to just go there, you know, whatever it is, and he always brings something unique and interesting to every one of his roles, you know. So yeah, we got Nicolas Cage, Maria Conchita Alonso, and Jennifer Beals in this. So very cool. When did this come out? 1990 something, 1989. Yeah. So Vampire's Kiss, very nice edition from MVD, the Rewind collection. I have a few titles from them. They're generally quite good. Next up, well, continuing on the comedy vein, we have good old Dracula, Dead and Loving It with Leslie Nielsen. I love this movie. I originally saw it on pay TV when it first hit pay TV back in the 90s. I was roommating with a friend of mine at the time, and we both watched it. And I think we tossed back some rum and cokes and just had an absolute blast with it. And it's just so much fun. Leslie Nielsen hamming it up, doing his best Bela Lugosi impression, and it's such much as Young Frankenstein was a wonderful send-up of the classic Frankenstein movies. This is a wonderful send-up of just almost every Dracula trope you can think of, and it's an absolute blast. I love this movie. So, and I picked it up. I did watch it fairly recently. I got the DVD because for the longest time it was only available on DVD. But as soon as it came out on Blu-ray, I was like, yeah, definitely got to upgrade that one. And one of the things it makes fun of is Bram Stoker's Dracula, which I picked up the 4K Steelbook of recently. I do have a very nice Blu-ray edition of this as well. But we might actually do a closer look at this because this is quite a sexy edition, as you can see. Try not to get too much glare there. And if we look at the back, there we go. Very nice. But yeah, and I know this is, and tons of extras on here too. I know this is one a lot of you have been wanting me to review for a long time. And well, anyone who comes to my streams will know I actually have quite a lot to say about this. But I want to sit down and give it a proper rewatch before I do a review. So look forward to that at some point. Don't ask me when. If you ask me when, I'll take even longer to do it. You know how this works. Next up, this is another upgrade. I did actually review this one a while back. We have the newly remastered 4K edition of Count Dracula from 1970, the Jess Franco film starring Christopher Lee, touted as being the most faithful adaptation of Dracula ever put on film. It isn't, but it does have some interesting stuff in it. The first 20 minutes or so are pretty faithful with the stuff with Harker and whatnot. We have Klaus Kinski doing his first foray into the genre as Renfield, but as a mute version of Renfield. He doesn't actually speak in it. It's all a physical performance. Very, very interesting. And unlike a lot of Jess Franco's other stuff, this is pretty tame in terms of the content. It's not like his usual exploitation horror stuff and whatnot. But yeah, this is quite good. But most importantly, Dracula has a mustache. Yes. And that was apparently one of the big things that attracted Christopher Lee to the role, because he said none of the other versions had him have a mustache, so he knew that already this was more faithful to the book. But yeah. And I will say also, this is a lovely edition from Severin Films. The previous Blu-ray edition was also from Severin Films. If you have that Blu-ray and want to upgrade to the 4K, keep the Blu-ray. There's some extras on there that were not ported over, so there you go. And I was quite fortunate to get the lovely slipcover as well. So definitely looking forward to revisiting that one. Super faithful or not, I think it's just a really fun film, and I really enjoy it a lot. So I'm looking forward to revisiting it. Now, getting into some slightly sexier territory, we have Udo Kier taking on the role of Dracula in the Andy Warhol-produced Paul Morrissey film, Blood for Dracula. Is this also Severin? Yeah, there's a lovely box set from Severin, 4K as well. This is one I've been wanting to see forever. I love Andy Warhol just as an artist and like his sort of philosophies about art and so forth. And I've always been really curious to see his takes on the classic monsters, slightly more erotic and sexually charged take on it, with young, gorgeous Udo Kier in the main role. So may he rest in peace. Just passed away fairly recently, but man, did he ever leave his mark. So I haven't even opened this one up yet. We will definitely be doing a closer look at this set, and actually it will be my first time ever seeing the movie as well. So looking forward to that. I had quite a lot of material on here. I think nearly 4 hours of special features with cast, crew, and more. Also includes the CD soundtrack. Yeah, this is a fabulous edition. So if you have any interest in this movie at all, this is definitely the edition to get. And yeah, good stuff. Next up, continuing on with we're kind of delving gently into the erotic horror here. We have Dracula, the Dirty Old Man. This was put out by AGFA. Yeah, what is it? The American Genre Film Association, I think, is what it stands for. Anyway, wonderful label. I picked up quite a few things from them, which we'll get into as we go through the rest of the update. But yeah, essentially an erotic horror take on Dracula, and very nice with the slip cover there, and alternate cover on the back. Is there like boobs and stuff? No. There was some illustrated boobs on the cover, but you can't really see it too well. But this looks just batshit insane. From 1969. I'll just read the back here to you, because you probably don't know much about this one. Directed by William Edwards. Escaping from the brain-baked wasteland of Texas and the wasteland brain of Wildman producer Whit Boyd, Dracula the Dirty Old Man is the movie that Bram Stoker's estate doesn't want you to see. The deranged story follows Dracula and his faithful werewolf servant. Yeah, just like in the book, remember? No. Irving Jackelman. That's a wonderful name. As they unleash a reign of psychosexual terror upon humankind. But that's only half the story. The movie's original soundtrack was discarded and replaced with voices and narration that were clearly improvised. Oh my god, I forgot about this. It's been a while since I picked this one up. I forgot like how batshit insane this sounds. The result is what might have happened if an episode of Dark Shadows was hijacked by Russ Meyer, then dubbed by a Borscht Belt comedian from Mars. AGFA plus Something Weird have assembled a fantastic tribute to this outsider spectacle, complete with 2 versions of the film and extras that are a bite from sore eyes. Very cool. And it includes a bonus movie, Tales of a Salesman. Both of these, by the way, are preserved from the only known 35mm film prints in existence. And that's one of the things I love about AGFA is they really get some cool, obscure stuff that would be lost to the mists of time otherwise. So definitely a boutique label worth supporting. And their stuff is released through Vinegar Syndrome. So, and Vinegar Syndrome, as most of you will probably know, does gorgeous frickin' slipcovers that are super limited, so you want to jump on them as quick as you can. I got lucky with that one. Next up, remember I said something about the Dracula Sucks edition? Yeah, I kind of wonder if that was a sly wink nod to this film, Dracula Sucks, from 1979. Now, I talked a while ago about Caligula, which I picked up the big box set that Umbrella Entertainment, the Australian label, put out, which has 5 different cuts of the movie and everything. But the big thing about Caligula was it was one of the attempts by the film industry to sort of merge the overground Hollywood world with the so-called underground porn world, the erotic film world, which, throughout the 70s, the adult film industry really kind of, was in its golden age, because you had films that were proper films, like with actual stories and budgets and stuff like that. Not always, but, most of the time they were. They weren't just like, scenes or whatever that, that very simple shit that you see nowadays. It was a completely different world. So where Caligula tried to merge those two worlds and kind of legitimize the adult side, it was not the first. That was actually this one, a year earlier, 1979. And the whole big deal with Dracula Sucks was it wasn't quite on the same level of Caligula, where Caligula had a lot of A-list actors in it as well, but it had like a much larger budget than your typical adult film. So the whole thing was filmed on 35mm film. They went on location to these like gorgeous like old castles and stuff, and had big elaborate sets. The whole thing's a period piece. Beautiful costumes and everything. So this was the first effort, but it didn't really make it out as sort of the drive-in underground theater, because I think the world just wasn't quite ready for a porno that was actually also a really sumptuous, gorgeous film. I remember first hearing about this when I was 7 years old, when it originally came out. I did not know it was a porno. I just remember seeing the poster art in the newspaper ads. And I remember having a babysitter, young guy, in his late teens, early 20s, came to babysit me, and he asked my dad if he had seen Dracula Sucks. And I was like, oh, okay, Dracula, I've heard of that, because I saw it in the newspapers. And, my dad was like, oh, no, I don't really, not really into horror movies and stuff. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And that was it. But I just thought it was interesting that my babysitter had seen Dracula Sucks. And it really wasn't until I looked up. I'm telling you this whole story because it's just odd to me. But the alternate title of this is Lust at First Bite. And it includes that cut, by the way, the Lust at First Bite cut. It's an alternate cut. I don't know if it's softer or harder, but in terms of the erotic content. But I thought for the longest time that Love at First Bite, the George Hamilton film, was this one. It is not. They are very different. But anyway, I've since cleared up all the confusion. And we see here an alternate cover. Very nice. I love this slipcover, by the way. Beautiful slipcover. And those of you who have seen the Halloween special, by the way, another reason I'm spending a little extra time, might find that cover art a little familiar. Go look at the thumbnail for the Halloween special if you want to know what I'm talking about. Anyway, loads of stuff on here. Some really interesting documentaries, and it's a beautiful 4K transfer from the original 35mm negative, I think, isn't it? Yep, from the original negative. And they have, Lust at First Bite is an alternate feature-length edit containing 40-plus minutes of alternate footage. Now, I don't think that's 40 additional minutes. It's just 40 different minutes. So, anyway, very cool to have that. And finally, you know, solve the enigma. Is it love at first bite or lust at first bite? Who knows? It's Dracula Sucks. All right. Next up, we have... Oh, if you're wondering who plays Dracula... porn legend Jamie Gillis. Yeah, if you know anything about 70s and 80s porn, that will be a name you know. Next up, something else from Jess Franco. A little different take on Dracula this time. Dracula, Prisoner of Frankenstein. Yeah, so this is got a lot of his regulars in it. Yeah, Howard Vernon, I know from some of his other films. Whole bunch of extras. This is apparently the North American disc premiere. This is the first time it was on any kind of disc here. And there's a lovely Blu-ray from Severin Films. And there we go. You can check out the back there. I think this is one I picked up locally. Yeah. I picked up a bunch of things at Sunrise Records locally. They got some great boutique label titles there. So, very cool. So, I'll just quickly give you the lowdown here. Inspired by Universal's 1940s monster mashups, writer-director Jess Franco instead delivered a weird and wonderful masterpiece that transports you to a world like no other, according to Scream magazine. With minimal dialogue and maximum gothic atmosphere, Franco crafts a fever dream of erotic horror in which Count Dracula, played by Howard Vernon, Dr. Frankenstein, played by Dennis Price of Twins of Evil, his assistant Morpho, and Frankenstein's monster battle gypsies, showgirls, Dr. Seward, and a wolfman. Alberto Dalbez from The Erotic Rites of Frankenstein, Carmen Yazalde, A Virgin Among the Living Dead. That's a great movie, by the way. And Genevieve Roberts, star of Franco's Devil's Island Lovers and the future Mrs. Ivan Reitman, co-star in a fantastic experience for those who respect Franco's demented vision, according to Mondo Exploito. Now scanned in 4K from Spanish, French, and German release prints to create the longest and most comprehensive version known to exist. Thank you, Severin. That's the kind of stuff I like to see. Got to preserve those oddball classics, right? And here's another oddball classic. We have Billy the Kid versus Dracula. I've been wanting to see this forever. Like it's such an odd like drive-in entry. Got John Carradine hamming it up as Dracula. Great to see him actually be able to play Dracula properly in a full film, even if it is Billy the Kid versus Dracula, because, you know, in the old Monster Mash movies, he really didn't have much to do. He looked great, but he just didn't have much to do. And he had a mustache. But yeah, the Monster Mash movies are definitely not faithful to Dracula in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, so there's John Carradine, Chuck Courtney, I guess, as Billy the Kid, and Melinda Plowman. All right, cool. Excellent. And directed by William Bodine, who also did The Ape Man and Voodoo Man. Very cool. So this is a nice little release from Kino Lorber. I like that they're diving into... They actually, well, I shouldn't say it's not like a recent thing, but Kino Lorber has done some terrific cult film stuff that they've been leaning more heavily into lately. They did, of course, the entire Redemption Films collection a few years back. We'll talk about that later. Next up, I've been singing the praises of Robert Eggers in these updates. Well, we got another one, Nosferatu. Yes, which I still need to watch. I've not actually watched this yet. So this is the 4K edition of Robert Eggers' Nosferatu, which I've heard is fantastic. You guys will know, longtime viewers will know, I'm a huge fan of Nosferatu to begin with. Love the 1919 version, 1920? 21? I forget what year it was. Anyway, the silent film version, and of course the 1979 version by Werner Herzog. I love both the English and German version. Very different. Different in some respects, identical in other respects, cuts, but just a great overall version of that. And so I definitely look forward to seeing Robert Eggers' take on it as well. And this includes the extended cut and the theatrical version, and commentary with Eggers, and a whole bunch of additional stuff. Oh yeah, and it has wow, yeah, Bill Skarsgård, Nicholas Hoult again, Lily Rose Depp, Aaron Taylor Johnson, Emma Corrin, and Willem Dafoe, essentially as the I guess as the Van Helsing character. Yeah, great stuff. Definitely looking forward to that one. And well, speaking of Nosferatu and Klaus Kinski, who starred in the 1979 one, well, he came back a few years later and did another Nosferatu film, Nosferatu in Venice. And this is again from Severin Films. I was lucky and got the slipcover for this. And yeah, I'm not sure like that this is a sequel or like just another take on it. I don't know. I really don't know much about this. All I know is Klaus Kinski, Nosferatu, I'm there. You know. So in this case, you know, once again he plays the Count himself, and he played quite an interesting version of him, very very like quietly menacing version of the Count in the 1979 Nosferatu. So I'm looking forward to this one. Next up, we have a TV show. Hold on a second here. Just got to rearrange these. That you might have heard of. Castlevania. Yes, the anime adaptation of Castlevania that, you know, just exploded on Netflix and people couldn't say enough good things about. It's like just a proper violent M-rated Castlevania. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about this. So I picked up season 1. Season 2. There is a collected edition out now, by the way, that came out since I bought these. So season 2. Season 3, got the slipcovers for all of them as well. Quite happy about that. There we go. Season 4. It just keeps going. Nice to actually see a Netflix show get a Blu-ray release, by the way. Please and thank you. And season 1 of Castlevania Nocturne, which I don't know if it did more than one season, because the next thing I knew they put out a complete series set. So is that it? Maybe somebody in the audience knows. But yeah, if there's more, obviously I want to get whatever I'm missing. But if not, well, we got all of those. So there we go. Getting our Dracula on. And there's a little bit more vampire stuff here. Now, a while back, I picked up this. Oh, hold on. Camera only records for 30 minutes. Hey, Ryan Chataway. I like how you show up just as I'm talking about the porn. That's perfect. Very on brand. Sorry, the camera stopped there. So, a while back I picked up this, The Vampire Lovers, which I think is a Hammer one. Yeah, it's a Hammer film from 1970, so we're kind of getting into their exploitation era, which is great stuff. Very nice edition. So this is, I believe, the first of the Karnstein trilogy, about the Karnstein family of vampires. And, well, they put out a collector's edition of it as well, so of course I had to upgrade that. I think it's a new, yeah, it's a new 4K scan of the original negative and a bunch of new extras. I think it has all the same extras that are on this as well. Yeah, maybe. But it has more. Like, I mean, if you compare, this is the original, this is the collector's edition. So if you take a look there, yeah, you can just pause that and read them if you want. Hopefully they're in focus. So, anyway, gotta have the best edition of everything, right? Next up, I did review the original of this many moons ago from the old Snapper Case DVD. I've since upgraded to the Blu-ray a while back. But I wanted to see the sequel, we have a return to Salem's Lot. Now, speaking of the original, apparently Arrow Video, I think it is putting out a 4K release of the original miniseries, so might need to upgrade again. Anyway, here we go. I don't know how this compares to the original. I'm assuming it's nowhere near as good, but hey, got to be complete, right? Got to get everything. So, Return to Salem's Lot. Doesn't look like there's any extras on here either. So, just very bare bones, basic ass Blu-ray. Bare bones, basic Blu-ray. Next up, this is what I've been wanting to check out for a while. We have from Mario Bava a sci-fi vampire movie, Planet of the Vampires. What was this one about? Yeah, a close encounter of the undead kind. I'll just read the back here. In this otherworldly tour de force of sci-fi thrills and gothic chills, space travelers intercept a mysterious distress call from a distant world. Is it a desperate cry for help, or something far more sinister? After landing on the shadowy planet, the crew members clash with a horde of disembodied, soul-snatching aliens with a diabolical plan beyond their worst nightmares. A dazzling mixture of nerve-shredding suspense, eye-popping science fiction, and full-blooded horror from the maestro of the macabre, Mario Bava. Planet of the Vampires inspired decades of space-age shockers and now proudly stands as one of the most electrifying, visually stunning cult classics of Italian cinema's golden age. Very cool. From 1965. So, there we go. Planet of the Vampires. I think this might have got some kind of big deluxe edition recently, too, but, you know, can't have everything. And another sort of obscure vampire movie we have... Was it? Fangs of the Living Dead. Yes, I just kind of went on a rampage saying, like, give me all your vampire movies. Give me all your gothic horror movies. Just whatever they had in stock. I just grabbed everything, whatever it was. So this one is, yeah, a mixture of Italian gothic and both Hammer and Universal horror. I mean, that alone intrigued me. When is this one from? 1969. Yeah, so we're just kind of just dipping our toes into the erotic horror era. I'll just read the back here real quick here. We have beautiful fashion model Sylvia Morel, played by Anita Ekberg, no less. Gorgeous. Receives news that she has inherited a castle from her uncle. Oh, it's that old trope. I love that old trope. I keep wishing someone would will me a castle. I don't have any rich uncles in Europe or whatever, you know, rich estranged aunts or something that just want to give me their castle. Her curiosity leads her to journey to a remote village to see her new house. Once there, she learns of her family's history and soon falls under the spell of her uncle. He wants her to become the new matriarch of the family. A clan of vampires. Sign me up. I mean, immortality, that's probably what I'm going to need to have time to watch all this stuff. This chilling tale of bloodsuckers was directed by Spanish horror director Armando de Osorio, who did the Lorelei's Grasp, Night of the Sorcerers, and the Blind Dead series. Well, that's certainly some notable stuff. So, Fangs of the Living Dead. Did I show you both? We'll make sure we show you both. There we go. Okay. And last but not least, for the stack of vampire movies, you can tell we like vampire movies around here, we got a pair of vampire films from Mexico. Now, let me just grab the... I'll show you. I had to take this off because I can't remember why I opened this up. I just wanted to check it out, I guess. So, there we go. So, we have The Vampire and The Vampire's Coffin. Now, this is notable, not just for being, you know, Mexican vampire films, but it is a limited edition. See, I have number 888 of 8,000. 888. Very nice. But, so that alone was a curiosity for me, because I love Italian, Spanish, Mexican stuff. And that's an area of horror I've been wanting to explore more of, and especially the gothic stuff. So, very nice limited edition from Indicator, box set. But the thing that's notable about this is we, of course, all know about Hammer films and Dracula, aka The Horror of Dracula, coming out in 1958 and setting the gothic horror world ablaze. Well, the vampire, or El Vampiro, predates that by a year. It actually came out in 1957. Then the sequel, The Vampire's Coffin, or what is it? The El Ataud del Vampiro came out in 1958, so the year that Horror of Dracula debuted. Although these are both black and white, I believe. Yeah, these are both black and white, so they weren't in blazing Technicolor like the Hammer stuff, so a little bit lower budget, I think. But they look great. I mean, it just looks like so much fun. And like this guy is the main vampire character. It's not Dracula, it's a different vampire, but I mean, obviously inspired by Dracula. And then there's the original poster art for the vampire. And they just have these nice little digipacks that they put them in for their box sets. I have a lot of sets from Indicator, which we'll be talking about as we go through the stacks. And there's the Vampire's Coffin. Very nice. So, anyway, very cool. Oh, spoiler, he got a stake through his heart. Guessing that one starts where this one ends. Anyway, and then you got this this lovely book full of stuff. It's a little awkward to flip through it. Anyway, very nice edition. I love these limited editions from Indicator. Nice thing about Indicator is they are one of the more affordable boutique labels, I find. Their stuff really is not terribly expensive. So if you're looking to get your feet wet, it's a good one to check out. Whether you have a region-free player or not, keep an eye on what the region coding is. A lot of their stuff is region-free, and they usually only mention the region coding if it's region-locked, so bear that in mind. Now, getting into the Frankenstein stuff, starting off with, I guess I could have had this in the modern horror part of the updates, but I wanted to include it with the Frankenstein. We have Poor Things, which I understand was quite a divisive one, which just made me even more curious about it. Starring Emma Stone. Emma Stone and Mark Ruffalo, Willem Dafoe again, and yeah, great stuff. So, I heard this was quite good. I haven't seen it. I understand it's kind of, Frankenstein-ish in that, the guy creates a woman and, there's a lot of sex and stuff in it, apparently. Anyway, Poor Things. Cool. I'll probably review it at some point. And next up, well, if you want to know all about Frankenstein, why not go back to the creator? And I don't mean Victor, I mean Mary, yes. We have Mary Shelley, the, I'm sure, highly fictionalized story of Mary Shelley's life leading up to the creation of her most famous creation, Frankenstein. And played by Elle Fanning. So, very cool. Looking forward to checking this one out as well. And, yeah, same. No difference with the slipcover. Same artwork. There we go. Cool. I'm pretty sure I have not seen this one. Yep. Cool. No, you know what? I was thinking of Mary Riley as the other one. Mary Riley, which was based on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. John Malkovich in it. Really cool movie, actually. Next up, one of my favorite adaptations of Frankenstein. This is an upgrade. I have a Blu-ray of it. From Arrow Video, we have the 4K edition of Kenneth Branagh's Mary Shelley's Frankenstein from 1994. I love this one. I love the fact that it leans pretty hard into the horror. And for the most part, stays pretty faithful to the book. It does stray a little bit, but just a gorgeous looking film. Kenneth Branagh is quite good as Victor. He's also just a fabulous director, honestly. Like, he really has a good eye. And he really brings that sort of steampunk, gothic aspect of it to life quite nicely. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to revisiting this one in glorious quality. And, this includes the 1910 Edison production. Wow. So we get the Edison film in 4K? Cool. Oh no, it's a 2K restoration, so it's probably like upscaled. But yeah, no, that's pretty cool. Very nice edition. I sadly missed out on the slipcover for this, but yeah, that's all right. I can live without it. I just wanted the upgrade for the film. Then, so, yes. And, well, if we got Blood for Dracula, we also had to get Flesh for Frankenstein. Yeah, very cool. This is a very nice edition from Vinegar Syndrome. So Severin did Blood for Dracula, Vinegar Syndrome did Flesh for Frankenstein. Both in these fabulous editions. Flesh for Frankenstein also was done in 3D. And it actually does include the 3D version. So if you have a 3D TV or a VR setup like I do to watch 3D movies, then you're all good to go. We're going to do a proper closer look at this at some point, so I won't go too in-depth right now. But and then here we have the Flesh for Frankenstein version, which is 4K. The 3D version is not 4K for whatever reason. I don't know why they haven't done 3D for 4K, but it's just Blu-ray. But yeah, I feel like 3D would really benefit from 4K. And what else we got here? And then we have another 4K disc. I'm guessing there was a problem with one of the discs, and this is a replacement disc. Not uncommon for these labels to do that. Like when they sort of re-release things, they'll just put the replacement disc in, so you get it right off the bat. So that's pretty cool. So it's very strange. Like, so you have a hard box, and then each case also has a slip cover. So it's like a hard box with two slip covered cases, like just going all out. I'd say almost overboard with the deluxe packaging, you know. But yeah, very nice. Very nice edition. Next up, another upgrade. I have this on Blu-ray in a couple different editions. From Arrow Video, we have the 4K of my all-time favorite werewolf movie, An American Werewolf in London, which I did do a review of a little while back. And I just love this movie so much. This was also very much one of my gateway horror movies, which you know, we talked about quite a bit. Well, we talked about gateway horror in general in the Halloween special this year, but quite just such a great film. John Landis. I just love this, and then those incredible effects by Rick Baker, the werewolf effects. That is still to this day one of the best werewolf transformations ever. Ever. You can throw all the CG in the world at it, nothing's going to top this, you know, unless you get like someone who puts as much effort into it as Rick Baker did. Just incredible. Love that film so much. And had to check out the latest take on the Wolfman story. The Wolfman by was this from Blumhouse, but who directed it? Leigh Whannell. Was it Leigh Whannell? Yeah, it was Leigh Whannell. Leigh Whannell, who of course was the writer and co-creator of the Saw franchise. Him and James Wan. Yeah, Lee, I think is how it's pronounced. Anyway, Lee's terrific. I really like his stuff. Oh, and Insidious, he both stars in and wrote the Insidious films, which I love. And yeah, so I heard people seem kind of mixed on this one. They didn't sort of like the visual take on the werewolf or the Wolfman. He wasn't wolfy enough, I guess. But I don't know. I haven't seen the film yet. I did open it up, but I haven't got around to watching it yet. But as I keep saying, I look forward to checking it out. Yeah. Next up, another upgrade, because I only actually have had the studio release of this. One of my other all-time favorite werewolf movies. I don't like this cover though. This is like the Twilight-y cover. We have Wolf with Jack Nicholson and Michelle Pfeiffer. Love it. And James Spader being, you know, yet another asshole character that he's so good at playing. James Spader is not always the asshole, okay? If you ever see Sex Lies and Videotape, he plays a very nice guy. A little weird, but nice and honest. So, that was my introduction to James Spader. So it was weird for me seeing him as all these asshole characters in other movies, whereas everyone else knew the asshole James Spader before anything else. Anyway, I love Wolf. I remember hearing it described at the time as a thinking man's werewolf movie. I like the fact that Jack Nicholson is this kind of meek guy in the business world, and he's not doing very well. He's like one step away from getting fired, and then he gets bitten by the werewolf, and he starts taking on like the personality traits of the wolf and being like more aggressive and like more of a go-getter in the business world. It really like helps his career, except when he starts actually turning into a werewolf and killing people and stuff. But yeah, it's great. I love this movie so much. It's so much fun. I love when he wakes up and Michelle Pfeiffer's taking care of him, and he's like, "Do you want me to get you some breakfast, like some eggs and toast?" And he says, "Yeah, and bacon." It's like, okay, bacon. It's like right there with you, Jack. Gotta have the bacon. Anyway, I love Wolf. Great stuff. See it if you never have. And last but most certainly not least, for this stack, we have kind of a werewolfy connection. There's really nowhere else for me to put this one. We have The Mummy and the Curse of the Jackals. So it's like a were-jackal kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this, again, it's a take on the classic monsters. Gotta have it. And it also just sounded batshit insane. Let me read the back here to you. It says, experience the notorious... it says, the worldwide disc premiere plus a bonus sexploitation feature. What's the bonus feature? Angelica, the Young Vixen. From 1974, a Vega International adult film. Excellent. So, The Mummy and the Curse of the Jackals. Experience the notorious 1969... Nice. Horror epic. I love that 1969 is the year that all of these like sexploitation things started. Which of course is because the Hays Code was being lifted, relaxed somewhat, so there were less restrictions for doing adult content in movies. Experience the notorious 1969 horror epic that's been barely seen since its fly-by-night VHS release, while existing mostly via sordid rumors for more than 50 years. Anthony Isley, who did The Naked Kiss and Dracula vs. Frankenstein, which I love. It's wonderful. It's so bad. Al Adamson. It's so bad in like the most wonderful ways, I should say. Such a hilarious movie. Stars in his brain-melting mashup of dubious Egyptology, risible werewolf transformations, Herschel Gordon Lewis level gore, cut-rate psychedelia, and an oven-mitted mummy on a Las Vegas rampage, all set to a swinging soundtrack of lounge and surf instrumentals. Oh my god, this sounds incredible. The legendary John Carradine, of course John Carradine is in this. Like, he just would do anything for a paycheck, I tell you. That was, of course, in The Grapes of Wrath and Horror. Like you said, The Grapes of Wrath and Horror of the Blood Monsters. Like, yes, those cover both ends of the spectrum of his career. Earns a day's pay in this truly incredible masterpiece of bad cinema, according to Harbinger. Written and produced by William Edwards, who did Dracula the Dirty Old Man, which we talked about earlier. Directed by Oliver Drake, who did The Mummy's Curse. And scanned in 4K from the original negative discovered at Ewing Lucky Brown's Los Angeles estate sale. Now with over 2 hours of special features that include the long-thought-lost Vega International adult feature, Angelica, the Young Vixen, scanned from the sole surviving print. You see why I'm all gung-ho about supporting the boutique labels? Like, both of these would have been lost films if not for, Severin stepping in and rescuing them, essentially. And you hear stories like that all the time at the boutique labels, these obscure movies that you never would have heard of otherwise, that would have been lost to time if they didn't rescue them. And I love shit like that. I'm all about shit like that. And, yeah, The Mummy and the Curse of the Jackals. There you go. Check it out. All right. Well, that is it for stack number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, I think we're going to take a little break from the movies and check out the graphic novels. Oh, I got a stack of those too. I got a couple stacks of them actually. Some really good stuff. Next, in stack number 4 of the biggest Blu-ray, no. Next, in stack number 4 of the biggest horror update ever. Stay tuned. Now we gotta do our thumbnail. It'll literally just be me sitting in the middle of the stack. And we'll take a little break and I'll touch base with all of you. Don't worry, guys, I'm not ignoring you. But yeah, you see what we're doing. You get it. You see what we're doing. Ah. See how the centering is. Okay. That's it. Thumbnails are easy. But the nice thing is also with these thumbnails is they'll have like just a quick overview of everything that's in each stack. So I might actually do like a quick cut version that just has all of this stuff. Right. I'm just gonna move these. I'm just gonna put them on the freezer for now because I can't access the shelves that they're gonna go on. That's a pretty good mix of stuff, though, eh? Definitely some good uns. Some of the ones we were talking about earlier, actually. Coinky dinkily. How are we doing? Let's change ambience. Welcome. Hello, good sir. I like the yellow cover. Oh, the Mexican ones? Yeah, it was pretty cool. Willem Dafoe technically fits into this kind of story, but a very exaggerated one. Dafoe is the raving madman character people assume Frankenstein is. Okay. Awesome. Was that sarcasm? I don't know. Maybe. Haven't seen the new Frankenstein movie yet. Neither have I. Watch it. Yeah, first of its kind. Love that cover. What's with Frankenstein and flesh? Why does he stick flesh pieces together? I don't like instead of just using a fully intact body. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's all part of wanting the best pieces to make the ultimate thing. Dracula being a dirty old man is technically a faithful description. Well, yeah, like if you take it literally, yes. He is probably dirty because he's very old. He's literally a walking corpse. I hope you have a Merry Christmas. You too, Warcation. It's only Christmas Eve for me. The older you get, the more you empathize with many characters you didn't empathize with before. Well, that's true, yeah. How big is your movie collection currently? I don't know. Precisely 1 unit of ridiculous, I think, is the size. I haven't done a count in a long time, and it's too disorganized right now for me to even entertain the notion of counting them at the moment, so perhaps one day. Frankenstein did make an 8-foot creature. That's impressive. Let me just scroll back and see. I'm sure I missed some chat there. Heading back. Okay, not too much. Excuse me. Not the race I'd have my alien belong to, just an alien race I'm using their show sort of thing. Oh, okay. Yeah. Mackie Joe Draws. Hello, Merry Xmas. Happy New Year. Just want to say a few words. By the way, see, you kind of look like a cool Ozzy Osbourne there with the glasses. Very nice. See ya. Okay, bye. That's a comparison I've been getting a lot. It is not the vibe I was going for, but I guess it's meant as a compliment, so I'll take it. Fun fact, Renfield started as a comic treatment from Robert Kirkman. Oh, the movie. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. I might mention that in the extras. Extraterrestrial Gal says, personally I prefer it when they have Dracula based off of the original source material of Vlad Dracul Tepes. I have some things to say about that. You know, Dracula actually is not Vlad Tepes, and is not actually based on Vlad Tepes, other than perhaps the name. It's a common misconception. I know in the Marvel comics they say that he's Vlad, but he is actually not. If you go into the original book, Vlad is never mentioned. Not even once. In fact, you can just go to Project Gutenberg, call up the text version of the book, and do a quick search. Look for Vlad. It's not in there anywhere. But, common misconception. The only time when Klaus Kinski was mute. Oh yeah, no kidding, eh? Well, and with Werner Herzog of all people, I mean, their sort of antagonistic friendship and working relationship is the stuff of legend. I think there's like a documentary about it. $1922, the original Nosferatu. Thank you. I knew somebody out there would know. I also have not seen the new Frankenstein movie yet. There we go. Okay, I think we're caught up now. Is Renfield not treated like a joke outside of the BBC adaptation of 1977? I don't think so. Not really. I mean, it depends which version you're watching. I mean, just like Dracula, there's many versions. There's many versions of Renfield. Like, I wouldn't say that the version in the Coppola film is particularly treated as a joke. He's just crazy, you know. The Kinski version in Count Dracula is definitely not treated as a joke. It's quite serious. I mean, even in the 1931 film, the Dwight Fry's version, I would say is not a joke. He's very, you know, kind of like wild-eyed and crazy and almost feral, but it's not played for laughs. It's actually meant to be quite chilling, seeing how much he's been broken by Dracula, you know, so... Hey, Jedi Goddess, how's it going? Greetings, salutations, welcome, and hello. Dracula needs an adaptation that does the novel justice. Even Count Dracula 1977 still had some deviations, such as no journals, no old Dracula, no de-aging. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. And while Quincy and Arthur were combined, the events both characters had are still there. Yes. It's necessarily truncated, obviously. I mean, on the plus side, well, the plus side as far as adapting it, not so much a plus when you're reading it. There's a lot of long stretches in the book where not much happens. So you can, there's what feels like a forever number of pages where it's just Van Helsing giving Lucy blood transfusions over and over and over and over again because she keeps getting drained every night and they can't figure out what's going on. So they condense that down quite a bit in the adaptation because we don't need to see every single blood transfusion. You know, we can just get the gist of it. It's like, okay, they did a bunch. Like, okay, cool, and then move on. But yeah, what's up? Oh, talking about horror movies, doing some updates. About to dive into another stack. Just about to do the first batch of graphic novels, actually. Got quite a few good ones. Some are Dracula related, actually, funny enough. So, yeah. How are you? How are you doing? Haven't seen you around much. Mind you, I haven't been around much, so that's probably entirely my fault. And I accept that. To be fair, it took a while to get motivated to rearrange the whole frickin' living room to be able to do this. As you know, I've had the brick wall set up for a while, but I had to get everything in front of it set up as well. So I'm still not entirely happy with it, but yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Nobody's gonna care. I'm my own worst critic. People will just be watching for the updates. They don't care how elaborate the set is. Church, come on. Licking himself madly over there. Wouldn't mind so much, but he's just so loud. He's so slobbery. He drools so much. Anyway. Yeah. Just been working, plus dealing with exhaustion from lack of sleep. Oh, God, you and me both. Like, my sleep schedule is so fucked right now. Last night was probably like the first decent night's sleep I've had in ages, like in probably at least a month. And it still wasn't enough. Like I got up and I was going to do another earlier stream like I did yesterday. Got up, had some coffee, had some food. And after, 4 hours of putzing about, I was exhausted again. I'm like, oh, God, like I can't function. Like, am I dying? Like, what's going on? So I went and had a nap. Napped for like another 5 hours. And woke up feeling refreshed and just full of piss and vinegar. So, here we are. Whoa. Frankenstein 2004 had more deviations, but less noticeable deviations. Well, yes. I mean, to be fair, everything is going to have deviations. You're never going to have an adaptation of a book that is 100% the book. That's why it's called an adaptation. You have to make concessions for whatever the strengths and weaknesses of the respective medium is. So, in the case of Frankenstein, I mean, it's a complex book with a lot of nuance and a lot of layers to it. You just can't do that all in a screen adaptation because certain things, and this just is in general for books, certain things play better in text when you're reading them than they necessarily do on screen. Take Lord of the Rings, for example. That's one of the reasons they made so many rearrangements of the sequence of events in that, so they could cut back and forth between different characters and such, because to play it out like the books would have been so dull on screen. But breaking it up and like focusing on the important stuff makes it more interesting. You got to keep things moving when it's a screen adaptation. It's moving pictures, right? And you can't just have talking heads. So there's certain stuff, it gets deep into philosophy and whatnot in the Frankenstein novel that just wouldn't play as well on the screen. So you just, in a good adaptation, you just try to capture the essence of what makes that thing work and what that aspect of the story is. It doesn't have to be identical, and it will never be identical. So don't get too hung up on that, because you'll just be disappointed by every adaptation. What you want is something that captures the essence of the story and the essence of the characters, and does justice to that. The philosophy was certainly there, yeah, but it didn't get as deep into it as the in the book, where you get right into the characters' thoughts and into their heads and stuff like that. But it touched on the broad strokes of it and gave you the important bits. They also had a lot of stuff that no other adaptation has had. Like the importance of Victor seeing the lightning hitting the tree at the beginning. That's right out of the book. In fact, that's out of the original 1818 version. And that was one of the things that a lot of the critics at the time took exception to, because they felt that a man being in awe of the wonder and power of nature was too feminine. Which seems ridiculous now, but that was the very chauvinistic views of the time. Gotta understand, that was a long time before, suffrage and feminism and stuff like that, where those views were, changed. But, So is this, so Frankenstein had more deviations, but less noticeable, such as the creature saving a little girl from drowning, the creature unintentionally killing William. Both Frankenstein and the creature's perspectives aren't there. Combining Frankenstein professors, not having Frankenstein's journey through Europe, not having the creature mention Adam and Eve, and the first confrontation with Frankenstein and the creature not being in the Alps. Yes, but again, they had the essence of most of that. Getting from point A to point B, they may have taken a slightly different route, but they ended up in the same place. You know what I mean? Like I said, just try not to get too hung up on the fine details when it comes to an adaptation, because you're just going to be disappointed every time. So just take it for what it is. And I mean, to be fair, the 2004 one is one of the more faithful adaptations. I'd say Count Dracula, 1977 for Dracula, 2004 for Frankenstein. I would also say 1994 for Frankenstein, the Kenneth Branagh version. It hits a lot of beats that a lot of other adaptations don't. In particular, having the creature being intelligent and such. That was really the first time we'd sort of seen that. Well, no, actually, there had been some adaptations that touched on that, but it was the first big screen adaptation. I know some of the television ones that touched on that, like the 1973 one had the intelligent creature who again accidentally kills William, and I just had it. The other one, Frankenstein: The True Story, which is wildly different from the book, but captures the essence of the philosophical sides and the characters and such. So it's good. Nosferatu, well, to some extent, but even Nosferatu changes things. Like the whole thing about that's actually where vampires being vulnerable to sunlight comes from. It's Nosferatu. That wasn't in the book. The only thing I think that's mentioned in the book about sunlight is that vampires' powers are weaker during the day, but they're not destroyed by it. So they gain their strength from the night. You said least faithful. Yes, no, that's true. Yeah, Nosferatu and all the 1931 ones, they were based on stage versions of those stories, so they were already had already deviated. So yeah, because it's very much not the true story at all. Well, and even the intro, if you watch the intro with James Mason, he's talking about, yes, we're finally doing the real story, blah, blah, blah. And like the city he's in isn't even where Mary Shelley's buried. Where he supposedly goes to Mary Shelley's grave. Like everything is a lie in that intro. But yeah, we were talking about that one earlier. Frankenstein: The True Story really is kind of an anomaly because it's wildly unfaithful to the book, but it remains true to the core concepts of it. Like it still ends up in the same place essentially. It just takes a different path to get there, and it's a wildly different interpretation, and it provides a deeper exploration of some of the ideas that are only touched on in the book, such as the bride and whatnot. Like the whole thing with Prima and whatnot is really interesting. So, yeah. Say Curse of Frankenstein. Yeah, I don't know if Aiden's still here, but he was talking about that as well. He's a big fan of that one for that reason. So it's very faithful. Yeah, I still have to watch all the Hammer ones. I have them all. I haven't sat down and watched them yet. I did watch all the Hammer Draculas though. That was a slightly longer series, 9 movies versus Frankenstein 7. But good stuff. Good stuff. Was it? Yeah, I have not seen a lot of his earlier films. I need to dive in. I did see Pan's Labyrinth, which I found deeply disturbing, but also darkly beautiful. And the first Hellboy. I don't know that I've really seen much of his films, to be honest. It's definitely a glaring omission on my part that I need to correct. But at the very least, I will definitely check out his Frankenstein film, because I know he has a genuine passion for the classic monsters. Okay. Now, I don't think I can bring all of these over at once, because they'll be too heavy for my little table. But, bring some over. Even just these feel really heavy. Okay. Yeah. Frankenstein. Well, I don't know that it's necessarily harder. It's just, as I say, like there's parts of the book that I just don't know would play particularly well if adapted completely faithfully, because they read better than they would look. You know what I mean? So. Yeah. This, I think. Ah! So I'm just gonna start knocking stuff over. There. Okay. Well, that's about half of them. I'll bring the other half over after. Knocking over here. Excuse me. Yeah, 1973 was great. Yeah, Aiden was mentioning Terror of Frankenstein earlier. I'll have to check. I don't know if I actually have that one. I'll have to check it out. I'll dig into that one a little bit. 1984, 94, yeah, 2004. Yeah, added certain things from other. Well, I mean, 1977 is already a pretty faithful adaptation, given that it's longer. I mean, it's what, like 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours long. So they just have a little bit more time to, just to cover more. But yeah, I loved Frank Finlay as Van Helsing in that, and also. I forget his name now. The character who played the actor who played Renfield in that, just a wonderful, nuanced portrayal. But and Louis Jordan, of course, who was just fabulous, fabulous. Oh, see, there you go. Oh, it's you. Oh my God. I had no idea. I didn't know. All right, cool. Well, there you go. You're doubly covered now on both sides. Asking Aiden if Aiden's still here. Yes, Dracula 1977. Well, that would explain why we're talking about the same subjects. I was like, oh, I got to cover all this again. He wasn't here for the earlier part of it. Well, I'll just summarize. Dracula 1977 is pretty much the adaptation that is way above all the others. Oh, I love it. I watch it almost every year. I haven't watched it this year because I've just been too busy, but yeah, I love that. I'm planning, that's one I want to upgrade to the PAL DVD just to have the slight boost in quality, because I just have the NTSC one currently. The plot points were absolutely wasted on Bram Stoker's Dracula. Well, yeah, but again, like, bear in mind what Bram Stoker's Dracula is meant to be, and I think it makes a little bit more sense why certain things are the way they are. Like I said, it was never meant to be a totally faithful adaptation of the book. It was meant to be, Coppola's personal experience with the character. All right, I'm going to take a short break. 1973? Is that the Jack Palance one? Which I love, by the way. The thing, love story aside, I thought Jack Palance's portrayal of the Count was spot on. Like, he really is the evil Count in a lot of ways, just out for himself and so forth. And he had that presence, which was terrific. And actually, he was, funny enough, a few years before he actually played Dracula, he was the primary inspiration for the Dan Curtis one, was the primary inspiration for the Tomb of Dracula version, the Gene Colan's take, because he always thought Jack Palance would make a great Dracula, and that came out a couple years before, funny enough. I can only imagine how delighted he must have been when that movie came out. It's like, see, I told you. All right, I'll be back.
He hit both of us. Shit. Goddamn bats.
Trying to hit this guy. Yep.
Punch the shit out of him. Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
What?
Where?
Yeah, those are good case of Arban.
You're not getting away. You're not getting away.
Go to jail.
You got this.
The other one does the chain, by the way. Nice. Nice. One more. Nice! Fuck yeah, dude! You took out that whole squad!
Kicks ass.
You took out that whole squad by yourself. Right.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Oh,
give you anything.
oof.
You just
Ow,
take it.
oh, ow, ow. What the hell? What even was that? It's like, gang, 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 gang.
Even in death, Gabrielle,
Oh my
I will never leave you.
god. Creepy. Alright, cool. Well. Shall we check out Knight Rider before it disappears?
Knight Rider.
Oh, Jesus. Knight Rider jump scare. Holy sh. It's Johnny Silverhand.
Ah, fuck him down.
Yeah, it's a whole trio. It's a whole team. Yeah. Choke, where are you? Jail's going in alone. With no weapons. What? What? Why did you just run towards the enemies when you had no...
We're being raided. Datanoi mouse block. That's how I read that.
You can relax now. Daddy's got you. Alright, so we got our picture, and I'm gonna put it over on the other side as I'm talking.
Fucking Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis. I guess.
Sound like I said
nothing to do
fucking
with this one.
Doctor.
Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. This one was
Frickin'
actually just
Doctor.
written by Kit Doctor. Frickin' Doctor.
Frickin' Doctor, frickin' Doctor, frickin' Doctor, What color am I? Hmm. I guess I'll be... Hmm. God, it's just nothing. Like, is that it? Do I just have to do everything myself? Like, seriously. Anybody can do clips. Anybody. Just clip the little... You just click the little clapper board, and you can make a clip. Anytime. I'm sure we'll be fine. I don't believe anyone would shoot us. So far that the textures can't even draw.
Oh.
Watching the train slowly losing animation. Yep, there it goes. And now it looks like something out of Wreck-It Ralph, like how the town people would move all herky-jerky.
Yeah.
Alright, we gotta go back this way. Oh, hold on. Is there an item over here? Thought I saw green, clearly just hallucinating. So we'll get as far as chapter 2, and then I think we'll call it there. But definitely, I can see having some fun with this, just wrecking house, especially through these early levels, eh? Oh Jesus! I just walked right into him. Do 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 do. Tiny usable marker replica, yeah. I do like how I can aim independently of kind of where you're. Yeah, no, that's good. Oh, yeah, we got an X-Wing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Nice. You did it.
That was incredible.
There you go. He did not know what hit him. Holy shit. That was incredible. Yoda's just like giggling his head off over there. Speaking of which, I'm hoping to make that the date that I release my Halloween special. And we're going to be doing Halloween all year this year because I've got so much catching up to do in the horror section. It seems like the best year to do it. So, yeah, good times. I'll be considered a world authority on all things horror by this time next year. Save that clip, just in case I do in fact become considered an authority, a world authority.
I have returnethed. Eczema sucks. Yeah, what do we got here? Let's put this one on. I got the, got all the pro stuff going with the soundboard and the Stream Deck here. I got all the bits and bobs of the title sequence all here. Got some random sound effects, a whole bunch of music. Just trigger everything right through the Stream Deck. It's really handy. Excuse me. Ah, see, that's a good one. The whole Vlad the Impaler thing we were talking about earlier. Yeah, people don't realize just how much of the Dracula zeitgeist comes from those movies. The 1974 one especially. Having the whole Dracula as a romantic, tragic figure, but also I didn't realize that was actually the first time that the whole Vlad connection was appeared. Hey Andy, how's it going, dude? I saw you got really excited by Lady Frankenstein. I guessed that might be the one you sent me. I haven't opened the package yet. But if it is, well, we'll see. I'll keep whichever one is the better edition. And I'll probably... And if they're different, like if they have different extras, I might just keep both of them. But otherwise, I might just re-gift one if that's the case. But... yeah, cool. So we've done one stack so far. We're about to do stack number 4, the first of the graphic novels. Well, it's actually the main graphic novel one. There are some others, I think, but I think the others are mostly novels. But yeah, good stuff. I don't know what time it is. 3:45 in the morning my time. Just heard the Playmate toys will no longer be making TMNT toys at the end of 2026. I know, right? Like, how long... They were the original toy company, I think, weren't they? That got the license way back in the 80s. That's crazy. I remember watching the documentary Turtle Power, which is great, by the way. Highly recommended. And Kevin Eastman and Peter Laird were very keen to have a video record of everything. So they actually have on video their first meeting with a representative from Playmates. And he tells them, says, so just so you guys know, just so you have realistic expectations going in, typical action figure lines generally do not have a lifespan longer than about 3 years. So if you get 3 years out of this, consider that a success. I think they got more than 3 years. I think they beat that by just a little bit. Yeah. That's crazy. So, I mean, either way, they won. You know, they have won at life and having a mega franchise. that they can be proud of. So. Good stuff. Oh, Dracula in Istanbul. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one. I do not believe I have it. But, yeah, interesting. I'll have to look into that one. I'm always keen for more. I just realized I am freaking hungry as hell. I might actually just grab something to eat real quick. I'll be right back. Let's see what we got. I'm just going to throw together a real quick ham sandwich. Feel free to keep talking amongst yourselves. me. Excuse me. A couple of basic ass ham sandwiches. Yeah. Love some ham sandwiches. First film where Dracula K9 oh, interesting. Another first. Made some perfect wings. Mixture of regular and Korean barbecue sauce. Oh, you got your Arrow set of Ninja Turtles coming. Nice. Excellent. Yeah, it's kind of sad that, like, right as this big deluxe set comes out, they lose their toy license from the dawn of time. No cheese, sadly, so it's just ham. I'm okay with that. How it take nearly a whole century to get Adams look right? I don't know. Well, I think it's much, as we were saying before, the Jack Pierce version from the 1931 film just kind of became everybody's idealized version of what he should look like. I've got a few things on the way that I ordered ages ago, and they just came in. I've got a package from Umbrella coming with 3 different box sets in it. And got one from Hammer, actually, coming. One of their recent releases. It's not one of their horror ones, it's one of their film noirs. But my goal is basically just to get everything they put out. I want their whole filmography. Nika. I don't know if Nika's big enough to handle, like, the full thing like that, but if they just kind of continually do collect your stuff. You're not having my ham sandwich, dude. Dream on. Church is like poised to pounce over there, sniffing the air. He smells the ham, I think. This cat likes bacon. So this lovely country smoked ham is no. I could see him calculating angles. Oh yeah, Bernie's stuff was amazing. I have both of those. There's his adaptation of Frankenstein. And there's Frankenstein Alive, which reminds me I should include that in this batch because it's relevant. I don't think it was in the stack there. I'll check. A vegetarian? I assure you, there is no such thing as a vegetarian cat. He might not like the human stuff, but he would definitely like the cat food with meat in it. Also, cats tend to prefer meat not cooked. Although church makes an exception for bacon. Don't you? You sitting on the couch over there. Stressing me out. What are you doing? Stop sniffing the air. You're not getting my ham. Yeah, I've got a. Hey, excuse me. No, down. Down. And that's why, because it messes this up. I picked up some of the DC Finest collections. They put out one that's a collection of a lot of their anthology horror stuff from the 70s. And a lot of notable artists in that, but Bernie was one of them. Some of the stories featured artwork by him. Very cool. Church, what are you doing? Can you stop getting into everything, please? We're on a chair in the Halloween area. No. Thank you. What is this? My state is banning, THC products. What? Why? More fucking Republican bullshit. Oh, it's of the devil. Yeah, well, so are you, so fuck off. The children, oh my god. Yeah, that party should not be talking about having the best interests of children at heart. No further comment. That's how they've handled the whole Epstein thing, or not handled it, rather. And school shootings, hello? Yeah, you don't fucking care about kids. Bullshit. I just hate all this political theater bullshit that serves no purpose whatsoever. Rationing your oils and gummies, fuck, man. Yeah. Well, time to move to Canada. Free healthcare and awesome weed. I'm sure. That's such bullshit, man. You gotta stop messing with people's lives. Well, time to explore your gray market options, I guess. Back to getting it from the sketchy guy in the back alley. Gotta know a guy who knows a guy. Well, I'll try not to rub it in your face too much when I stock up. Which won't be until next month at the earliest for me. I'm just trying to pull together rent right now. And before anyone says, "Oh, well, why'd you buy all this stuff then?" I didn't buy it like 5 minutes ago. I bought it. Most of this stuff I bought literally a year ago, when I had a lot of money. I've actually bought very little in the past few months. Seriously? So your governors have been trying to change it, despite it being the will of the people that he is employed to serve. See, that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. I don't get why so many politicians don't actually do their job, which is to execute the will of the people. Trying to overturn the will of the people is not your job. It doesn't matter what your fucking personal opinion is on it. Or what, current politician you're trying to impress and get in bed with. Yeah. I can't wait until that administration is gone. Never to return. Although, it looks like they've completely lost control of this whole Epstein situation, thankfully. And I expect it's about to blow up in their faces in ways that they are not prepared to deal with. Here's hoping. Here's hoping. And that would be for the children. He's on his last term. So will it have to be re-legalized again? Or is there a chance to that it won't go through? Guess you'll find out. Oh, I'm sorry, Jared. I'm not trying to be mean to you. He's sulking over there now. He's like, I didn't get any ham. Dude, you are a ham. Let's get rid of this stuff here. Ugh. The follow-up to Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein, which sadly he did not complete before he passed away. So Kelly Jones was his designated protege to finish the work. And, he finished it for him. just a law, not an amendment, so it could technically change. Oh, okay. Well, here's hoping, because I know a lot of people take it essentially medicinally. And that's what I do. Take it medicinally for mood and as an aid to creativity. It helps to get you a few steps closer to the creative centers of your subconscious. I was able to do an adaptation of a monster story. It would be the Invisible Man. Well, I mean, it's in the public domain, so you can do an adaptation of the Invisible Man if you want to. What's stopping you? Go for it. It is. It's quite nice. Quite a nice addition. So that is Bernie Wrightson's own, essentially, sequel to Frankenstein. So it continues the story. Oh, I hope those ham sandwiches don't just knock me out. So, get this one done, we will have 1/6 of the updates done. So far, doing the rough edits, it's taken about 45 minutes to get through each stack. There's 24 total. And YouTube has a time limit of 12 hours for videos and stuff, so the trick is trying to keep it under that time limit. Yeah. We shall see. Yes, indeedly doodly. Suddenly, I'm like super tired again. I can't just do one though. We gotta keep going. Alright. We'll do our little intro here. We're doing intros for the episodic version as well. At least with the graphic novels, I can put them right on the shelf where they belong because that is accessible currently. Greetings, everyone. Well, the biggest horror update continues today with stack number 4 of 24. I don't know if this is going to be 24 parts, because some of the stacks aren't quite as big as the others, but it's going to be a few. Anyway, last time we took a look at a variety of takes on some of the classic monsters, in particular Dracula and Frankenstein, and a few Wolfman stories as well. So some pretty cool stuff in that. Be sure to check it out if you haven't already. Today, I thought we'd take a little break from the movies for a moment and check out some of the graphic novels that I picked up. Yes, a whole bunch of horror graphic novels and a lot of compilations of classic horror comics and such. And yeah, quite a lot to go through, so let's get to it. Graphic novels. Horror graphic novels. In the biggest horror update ever. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Okay. Ugh. As soon as I said graphic novels, everybody ran away. Alright, fine. Don't like to read? Your loss. What? You were still here. Well, I didn't literally mean everybody. I meant, you know, a significant number of people. Alright. That's okay. They come and go. And it is the middle of the night, to be fair. Just check and see. You able to... Haha, good. Yeah, in the camera, you can't actually see over here. You guys can see it a little bit, but I deliberately pushed it over so it wouldn't be visible in the main camera, but close enough that I can reach them. Alrighty, so on to stack number 4, which is graphic novels. Yes, check it out. Volume 5 of the Tomb of Dracula Complete Collection. There was almost a Volume 6. I had it pre-ordered. It mysteriously vanished without a trace. Never to be seen again. It appears that they have stopped this line and they will not be completing it. So I have taken an alternate route to complete the collection, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Meanwhile, to give you some idea how long ago this was and how far behind I am in the updates, when did this come out? I want to say 2022. Nope, 2021. I have had this for 4 years. I was holding off, waiting for Volume 6 so I could do a twofer, and Volume 6 just never reappeared. So, anyway, this particular one covers the last batch of issues of Tomb of Dracula, the main series, numbers 55 through 70, and includes Stoker's Dracula numbers 2 through 4, which I think I mentioned in previous updates with the other volumes. There was an adaptation of the Dracula novel that was being done by, who did it again? It was Dick Giordano and Roy Thomas. Yeah, that's what it was. Basically adapting the original novel, and just as a black and white. And it was originally being put in as a feature in Dracula Lives, the black and white magazine. But then Dracula Lives was canceled, leaving the Dracula adaptation unfinished. So a few years later, they reunited and finished it up in a series of just standalone comics. And this reprints all of the chapters that had not thus been reprinted in the Tomb of Dracula Complete Collection. So, nice to have those all together. There is a standalone graphic novel release of that as well, which I believe has them all in color, but this actually presents them in their original black and white, which is pretty cool. So you can really appreciate the line work there. Then it also has material from Marvel Preview number 12 and Savage Sword of Conan number 26. So there we go. So sadly, this is it. This is where it ends. You can see some of the Dracula adaptation there. Quite beautiful artwork. And the last, still Dracula. Yeah, there we go. And then the last few issues of Tomb. So it's unfortunate that we won't be getting the rest of it. But we'll get to that in a moment. Now, a few years after Tomb of Dracula ended, Marv Wolfman and Gene Colan reunited to do a special 4-issue miniseries for Marvel's Prestige format line, and for Epic Comics. Before the Epic Collection, there was Epic Comics many years ago. It was generally a creator-owned series of tales. I've collected quite a lot of them over the years, and we'll be talking about them in other videos down the road. So in this case, it just basically reprints the entire miniseries. Quite nice. Day of Blood, Night of Redemption. And yeah, I mean, just phenomenal artwork in these. Gene Colan, this was such a passion project for him, doing the Dracula comics, and this being part of the Epic Comics line meant that they could go a little more heavy with the violence and the gore and stuff. So this is definitely a more intense take on the Tomb of Dracula than we had seen previously, at least in color. There was, of course, the black and white magazines. There was Dracula Lives, and then after the color magazine or the color comic ended, they did a Tomb of Dracula black and white magazine as well, which only ran for 6 issues, unfortunately. So the thinking was, if they did a volume 6 of the complete collection, it would have included the remaining material from Tomb of Dracula, the black and white comic, and this reprint here, and yeah, and then there was one more story they did, I think it was called Dracula Lives, which was about one of his heirs, and not so much about, or not Dracula Lives, it was called The Death of Dracula, actually. So it was kind of a final nail in the coffin, as it were, for the storyline. But also featured his heirs. So I really wanted to get the remaining issues, especially those black and white issues, because I don't think they actually reprinted any of them. Yeah, they didn't actually get around to reprinting any of them because they took place continuity-wise after the main series. So, fortunately, a few years back, they put out the essential collections, which were, phone book sized tomes. They were basically the precursor to the Epic collections. The difference being these were all black and white, which on one hand is nice because it really allows you to appreciate the original artwork and such. Now, I did not technically need to get all 4 volumes of the Essential Tomb of Dracula, but the issues I needed to complete the set were in volumes 3 and 4. So I wasn't just going to get volumes 3 and 4. No, but my OCD would not allow for that. So I basically found a deal on eBay that had all 4 volumes for, a reasonable price. I don't remember what I paid for them, but it wasn't a fortune, I assure you. And there we go. So then we have volume 2. And there we go. And in this case, they're basically just putting them in publication order. Oh yeah, and by the way, take a look at the cover there. It's like, is there any doubt that Gene Colan was heavily inspired by Jack Palance? I mean, look, that's Jack Palance right there. So let's see, just take a look here. The first volume has Tomb of Dracula numbers 1 through 25, Werewolf by Night number 15, and Giant Sized Chillers number 1, which was later renamed to Giant Sized Dracula for issues 2 through 5. And this has Tomb of Dracula numbers 26 through 49, Giant Sized Dracula 2 through 5, and Doctor Strange number 14. And then, I think with Volume 3, we get into, Volume 3, we get into some of the stuff that the complete collection, the color collection, did not have. So we have the remaining issues of the Tomb of Dracula regular monthly series, numbers 50 through 70, and then Tomb of Dracula magazine, numbers 1 through 4. So all very handy, very, organized. And then for some reason, with Volume 4, they decided to put everything in chronological story order rather than publication order, which means I think I have some of the material, because it has stories from Tomb of Dracula magazine numbers 2 through 6. It has all 13 issues of Dracula Lives, the previous, which is the previous black and white magazine, but that wasn't like fully in continuity with the regular series. The regular series is more modern day. Dracula Lives is more the olden days, so you can jump back and forth. But Tomb of Dracula magazine was very much in continuity with the comic. And then it has Frankenstein Monster number 7 through 9, which technically should have been in the middle here somewhere. Anyway, they present everything like by year, like story year, which is great if you're just looking to read them in some kind of semblance of chronological order and get the life story of Dracula according to Marvel. But the thing is, they didn't do that with the previous 3 volumes. The previous 3 volumes were just in publication date, essentially. So, I don't know. Anyway, there's the back. The important thing is, with this Essential Collection, coupled with the Complete Collection, I have a pretty definitive set of the Tomb of Dracula now. I have everything that I was missing. Now, there was a few other pieces of the story that, for whatever reason, the Complete Collection and the Essential Collection did not cover. Specifically, some stories featuring Lilith, the daughter of Dracula. And you can find those in Vampire Tales, which was a black and white magazine that, kind of told stories of other vampires. It primarily featured the adventures of Morbius, the living vampire. And then if we go, Volume 2, you can see Lilith features quite prominently in this one. And, that's great. And then Volume 3 has the remainder. So there was only 11 issues. 11 issues. And to my knowledge, this 3-volume set of slightly smaller compilations is the only time that they've ever been collected together. So it was definitely important to get these. And I should say, they actually do very nice reprints of them with full color for the covers and, black and white for the black and white stuff and all kinds of stuff. And then in addition to that, they also have like these little photo gags and stuff like that. Pretty cool. And also just some stories about vampire lore in movies and literature and so forth. Really cool. So a lot of times when they do reprints of these magazines, they kind of omit the articles based on movies and so forth. Maybe it's a rights thing, I don't know. But with the Vampire Tales collection, most of the stories are intact. There are clearly a few missing because some of the volumes are conspicuously thinner than the others, but it's overall pretty thorough, and it also has an explicit content warning on the back, meaning that they're basically uncensored, which is great. Because sometimes with the other collected editions of things, they would be slightly censored. I remember when they did the Essential Collection or the Complete Collection of Howard the Duck. There was some nudity in some of the magazine issues. They did it was originally a monthly comic like this, and then it went to a black and white magazine format, which wasn't privy to the comics code and such, so they could get away with things. And boy, did they ever! So there's a scene in the first issue actually where you see Beverly topless, and boy, she got a rack, I tell you. But in the Complete Collection version, the reprint version, that's actually been blacked out. To make it, she's like laying in bed, but they make it look like the covers go over her breasts rather than being fully exposed and, greeting the chilly night air, shall we say? Wink, wink. Anyway, carrying on, we have a trio of books based on a popular video game character, and the video game itself was based on an even more popular comic book, which made an even more popular TV series and several spin-offs. Let's backtrack a little bit. Let's go to the video game again. We have the further adventures of Clementine from the Walking Dead Telltale games. Definitely a fan favorite character, and everybody seemed to really enjoy sort of experiencing her story over the course of those games. Well, there is more to Clementine's story, and you can find it out in this wonderful series by Tilly Walden. And yeah, I've read about half of the first book. I've got a little ways to go, but yeah, I really am enjoying this quite a bit. And it really shows just how much the character has matured over the course of the game story. And I would definitely suggest you play the games before you read the comics, because it does assume some knowledge, shall we say. So that's volume 1. And they're about the same, little bit bigger than the Vampire Tales ones, but not quite. And then we have volume 2. Very nice. And I think these are published as individual issues before, or they might just be standalone graphic novels. I'm not sure. I know that a lot of things are done that way these days, but I don't know. I mean, I prefer the collected book format anyway. Does it say here? Yeah, it doesn't like specifically say. I think they're individual issues first, and then they reprint them. But anyway, great stuff. And if you're a fan of the games, I highly recommend you check them out, because they're quite a good continuation. Next up, we have a pair of collected editions of an independent horror comic entitled Harrow County. This, I've only just started reading this, but I actually picked it up based on the recommendations of a longtime Facebook friend of mine who actually runs a comic book store of his own out in Plymouth. Cool comic store called The Hive Mind. Very Alien themed. He's a huge fan of Alien. But anyway, he read this a while back and was just gushing about it, and I thought it sounded really good. So essentially, it's a period piece. It takes place, I'm not sure exactly when, but back in the olden days, small village, very anti-witchcraft, and there's rumors of strange supernatural goings-on in the forest and so forth. And it follows the story of a young girl who very quickly comes to realize that she is in fact a witch and has natural powers and so forth, and is able to commune with the various strange denizens of the forest, much to the chagrin of the townsfolk and her own parents, who essentially, upon finding this out, want to burn her. But so it turns into this epic story of her versus the town, and uncovering secrets and discovering her own witchiness and all the manner of strange creatures that she encounters along the way. So it's a very sort of interesting take, like almost it almost has like a fairy tale vibe, but with like a folk horror kind of sensibility as well. Really good stuff from what I've read of it thus far, and I mean the artwork in this is just gorgeous. And this was written by Cullen Bunn, who has done quite a lot of good stuff. I read some of the stuff he did for IDW actually. He wrote a lot of the Hasbro Universe stuff a few years back when they were doing that. But yeah, it's just really gorgeous. So anyway, looking forward to diving into that. So the entire series was, I guess, 32 issues, and this is a 2-volume set that has all of it. And this is the second volume, which has issues. So 1 through 16, 17 through 32. Very nice softcover editions, glossy pages, heavy stock, very high quality. And they actually just put out a full, complete edition of this as well, so you can probably find that fairly easily. But as I didn't pay too much for this. I mean, just basically cover price, so cool. Next up, another take on Dracula, this time taking place in the swingin' 70s. We have Dracula, motherfucker. Let me just read the back to you on this one here. So, Vienna, 1889. Dracula's brides nail him to the bottom of his coffin. Los Angeles, 1974. An aging starlet decides to raise the stakes. Crime scene photographer Quincy Harker has the proof, but will anyone believe him before he gets his very own chalk outline? And are Dracula's three brides here to help Quincy, or use him as bait? A pulpy, pulse-pounding graphic novel of California psych horror from master of modern exploitation Alex DeCampi, who did Grindhouse, No Mercy, and Bad Girls, and fan favorite artist Erica Henderson, Assassination and Squirrel Girl. Let me just give you a little peek here. The thing that struck me about this was the sort of psychedelic artwork, which I thought was just beautiful. And this was one of those things that I just randomly stumbled across in my travels on social media, immediately looked it up, and threw it in my cart because I knew I would forget about it if I didn't. So it's also a very light read. You can read this in one sitting quite easily. But yeah, very cool. And actually, since my description probably did not do it justice, let me read you the back of Harrow County here. So, there's actually not much of a description. So, the first half of the highly acclaimed Eisner-nominated horror fantasy tale collected in a value-priced omnibus. Emmy always knew that the woods surrounding her home crawled with ghosts and monsters, but on the eve of her 18th birthday, she learns she is connected to these creatures, and to the land itself, in a way she never imagined. Okay, well, essentially what I told you. Anyway, good stuff. Now, I have to grab the other half of the stack because my little table, while it's quite lovely, is not quite strong enough to handle the weight of this many graphic novels. So let me move this. Hold on, I'll use my magic vampire powers. I'm just going to move this. Oh, this thumbnail's going to be fun. Move this out of the way, look right there. These. Oh, yeah. Like that. These and those and this and that. Put it here for a moment. These. Here. Yeah, is this all novels? There's some graphic novels in here too. Oh, yeah, no, I know what that is. Yeah, so we'll bring this over. Well, no, actually, hold on. I'm going to save that one for the Halloween special. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm trying to, there's certain ones, certain updates that I wanted to save for the Halloween special.
just to kind of have a few in the mix. Okay. Then we have, yes. All right. Oh, put those down there. They're really fucking heavy. I don't want to break my table. Stacked beside me is all swamp stuff, swamp creatures of various persuasions. Some you know, some you may not know. Yeah, it'd be nice to get these off the floor. Holy shit. Who's alive out there? Last we heard was Andy saying he was still there. And then he disappeared. Oh my god. Maybe we'll just take a short break here. Eczema, often the pain. Bearing the excruciating pain for your entertainment and edification. You guys probably can't see, but Church is curled up in a lump right there. He's in a lump. Can you see him? Turn a light on, maybe. There. Holy shit. Didn't expect that to be so bright. You can just see his collar. Right there. There's a little gray stripe. That's his collar, and he's just curled up in a ball there. One of Rose's shirts or jackets or something is there. Whoa. Okay. The goal tonight is to get through as much as I can until I can no longer stay conscious. So I sort of drift in and out of having second winds and whatnot, so oh wow. It's looking good. I'll show you, like, just from what we've done tonight already. We got this whole front row is almost done. There we go. So we're starting to work our way inward now, finally. Oh yeah, this is going to be one epic video, let me tell you. Oh. So maybe now you guys are getting some idea of what I've been going on about all this time. So like, yeah, like when I say this is going to be massive, I'm not kidding. Like, it just is. I do like this outfit though. Very sexy. This is actually from Spirit Halloween, I believe. Yeah, no, this is a Spirit Halloween one. So it was not cheap, but yeah, they're actually pretty well made. I gotta say,
They stand up to multiple wears quite nicely. All right. And it came with pants. It came with pants. And the pants have pockets. They actually have pockets. Who ever heard of a Halloween costume with pockets? I mean, this is like legitimate clothing. It's crazy. Anyway. I go out to have a smoke and have just random people complimenting me. I like that. I may have to get more such attire. I like it. Who doesn't like dressing a little fancy once in a while, you know? Gets me closer to my goth side. I like it. I like it a lot. Alright, I'm gonna go for a smoke. I'll be back. Don't touch that dial. We've got some good shit coming up. Alright, see you shortly. My main issue with episode 9 is how cowardly and toxic, crowd servicey, and uninspired. Like, as much as I loathe episode 2, I think episode 9 is my least fave of 9 films. Wow. You said that so dramatically, Jonkler. Bit of a suntan from it. It's 2,800 lumens, by the way. That's a lot of lumens.
It's like he was screaming from the far. Thank you. Give me. Oh, fuck you. Bubble can't. Bubble can't. Bubble can't. Oh, fuck. We're fucked. We're fucked. We're fucked. We are so fucked. Oh my god. Holy shit. What are the odds that that would... Did you call him Chody? Chody. Oh my god. That was amazing. Best typo ever. The Hulk lighting. Yeah, it's just kind of big. I guess it is. Purple and green, isn't it? So you got green skin, purple pants. There you go. Hulk lights. Ah! Back. You can relax now. Daddy's got you. Alright, so We got our picture, and I'm gonna put it over on the other side as I'm talking.
Fucking Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis. I guess.
Sound like I said fucking Doctor.
Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. This one was
Frickin'
actually just
Doctor.
written by Kit Doctor. Fucking Doctor.
Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Fuck! Where did it go now? Wait a minute, I'm in zero gravity. Just chase it. There it is.
Fuck.
Where you at?
Someone with a lightsaber, and I'm dead.
Oh my god, are you serious? Oh my god. We got a TIE fighter and an X-Wing. Oh my god, they're fighting each other in the air above us. Jesus Christ, man.
Okay, let's see if I can res you before somebody comes.
Yeah, well, they're all distracted by the freaking dogfight over our head. That, I may have some few questions about that. So cows drinking milk. Like drinking their own milk? Well, I mean, there's no rule saying you can't, I guess, but it just seems like it would be a little odd to me. Allegory and stuff. The Matrix isn't what it wants you to think it is. The Matrix is the control the media has over you. It's easier to break free than you think. They only want you to believe it's hard. Oh, yeah, I remember this one. Fuck! Nah! What is even happening? Ouch! Oh my god! I'm gonna have no time to deal with the fucking boss. How do I was playing for the Imperials in this one.
Hi there.
Not even intentionally, just ended up that way.
Whoa. Is this her?
Are you sure? Oh no. They found me?
Oh my god, I found the Red Guard woman!
Come with me.
I've been looking for her, like, since I started the game. I was just talking to her because she was hot. Hold on. I need to do something.
Chun-Li, a video game character with a video game on her back, playing a video game. There you go.
Oh my god. That's very dystopian.
It's very dystopian. Oh, just I want to clip that part. Just for future reference, you want to go back a little bit, future me, to find the clip from Tarot Destroyer about their family getting eaten by pygmies. It's a good bit. Should make a funny little clip. So go back and get that. And then delete this one. You don't need... This is just to let me know. Okay. Hi, me. How's the future? All right. I can't hear you.
Oh, hi.
Microline is still going. It's like then people.
How's that for a wipe sound effect? Good morning, Scully. Well, we've been chatting about the classic monsters, in particular Dracula and Frankenstein, quite a bit tonight. And by no small coincidence, that tied into the first stack o' stuff that we covered. Quite a few different, some unusual takes on those classic characters, some erotic takes on those classic characters. So, yeah, you missed some sexy time. Don't worry, there's lots more sexy time to come. We barely scratched the surface of the exploitation horror. We're getting there. Let's get some spookiness going, shall we? But this one. Yes, it was a fairly short one. Anyway, so we did that one. That was a pretty sizable one. That's probably gonna be about 45 minutes to nearly an hour. And we've just done half of the stack of graphic novels and collected editions of stuff. So we're just about to finish that up with the other half of the stack. We got quite a pile of things here, and I'm also just battling with my frickin' eczema, which is absolute agony. So yeah. It's slowly getting better. Did we lose Scully already? Did I just say all that to myself? Excellent. So this graphic novel one is stack 4 of 24. So we're slowly getting there. We are starting to actually recover some significant floor space, though, which is good. Yes. The cats haven't been too intrusive, although I did have a ham sandwich earlier, and Church was trying to figure out the perfect angle to leap onto the table and take it from me. But thankfully, he did not. That's not too bad. Hopefully I get to see the other stacks being shown. Yeah, you keep missing everything. So, well, that's okay. I mean, there's going to be a couple different versions of the video. There will be the first will be the supercut, the biggest horror update ever, which will just have everything. And then I'm also doing little intros to do an episodic version, so splitting it up into 20 or so parts. Salem was on his shit this morning. Yeah, fun. You guys, I assume you guys have like a Christmas tree or something, and he's trying to find any way he can destroy it that he can. Now, we don't have a Christmas tree going, but I do have this rather flimsy table covering that I had to untangle and sort out and whatnot, and it's fine as long as you don't touch it. But of course the cats see a flat surface with pretty lights on it, so they keep wanting to jump up. And every morning when I get up, I have to fix it because they've clearly been on the table and it's all shuffled around. Oh no, he was out of food. Oh no. And decided to jump up on my desk and start pawing at the monitors. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, these two, they know more or less when the food dispenser goes off, because we have an automatic food dispenser. But it doesn't stop them from bugging you about it. It's like, I'm hungry, but I'm hungry now. It's like, well, too bad. You know when the food comes, you're just going to have to wait. But I'm hungry now. Look, I'm rubbing up against your leg and being very underfoot right now. So if you feed me, I'll stop bugging you. It's like, well, it's not going to make the food come any faster. You're just being annoying. So, yeah. Anyway, cats. As Ninkyo said, cats doing cat things. Exactly. You couldn't give two shits about the tree. Funny enough. Oh, good. Well, you're lucky. You're lucky there. I've been with a few cats that get, shall we say, a little overly interested in the tree. Really, Church? Again? Lick, 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 lick. Okay, I don't want to listen to you slobbering. Go do that somewhere else, please. If you must. Well, it's fortunate we're doing stuff that doesn't have a lot of full screen fast motion, like, you know, video games and things. So I can at least get away with using the lower bitrate for for this. I can't put anything under the tree yet because he wants to climb in the bags. Ah, of course. Yes, kitties love anything they can climb into and have as a hidey hole or whatever. And bags are great because they make crinkle sounds. They like the crinkle sounds. Yeah. Church has a little teddy bear that's full of crinkles. It's like this flat thing with, like, I don't know, crinkle paper or something in it, but he liked it for a while, and then he just got bored and just ignores him. Poor neglected Teddy. Just wants some love. Speaking of video, oh yes, I know, I'm aware, and that's fucking bullshit. Yeah, Luke and I played a few just bot rounds the other day just to knock out some challenges. And I grabbed one present. It's like, yeah, great, I got a pickaxe. Yay. And if you want to get the skins, you have to unlock everything else first. So if you don't, then there has to be people complaining about that. Like, that is bullshit. Like, I really hate this whole thing where they're just doing everything they can to make you have to play it every day. And it's like, I don't want to play it every day. I want to play it on my time. Not yours. Mine. I'm already paying you every month for Fortnite Crew. What the fuck more do you want from me? You know? Like, it's bullshit, man. It's bullshit. Alright, let's carry on, shall we? Well, I'm just annoyed by all the fucking Harry Potter shit, honestly. So, I figured, much as we did with
1, 2, 3, 4, Cybertruck. Driving out some stuff and then it's stuck.
Always driven by a stupid fuck.
It is the Cybertruck. It is the Cybertruck.
the Cybertrucks, I figure anytime we see a Harry Potter skin, we just drop everything and grief the fuck out of them. So, yeah. Maximum griefing. Doubly so if it's a Harry Potter skin driving a Cybertruck. Oh, yeah. Everybody whip out your rocket launchers. This kid's going down. I just don't understand why so many people have to be so horrible and just support a horrible person. I actually don't think I've seen anyone with the Hogwarts skins yet. Yeah, they probably aren't. They just wouldn't dare, honestly. And to be fair, even if I was still a fan of the franchise, kind of disappointing. Is they're not characters. They're just the outfits on generic skins, like they did with the Ghostbusters originally, you know? Ooh, a Doc Brown skin. See, now that's more interesting. I did get a chance to drive the DeLorean around a bit. That's pretty slick. I like the DeLorean. I hope we get the DeLorean as a car skin, and that it has the same handling. So, yeah. Well, good. I'm glad that the Harry Potter fans are disappointed, because I am disappointed in the Harry Potter fans for still being Harry Potter fans after all of the awfulness of J.K. Rowling. So, just awful. Awful human being she turned out to be. Oh, they did. Excellent. Keep those donos coming, guys. I gotta make rent first before I can be spending anything on games. So, don't be shy. Link at the top of the chat. Support the content you love, and I will make more of it. Already, I'm making more of it right now. Excellent. I don't even know how many V-Bucks I have right now. I'll have to check. Not today, though. Today is filming day. And speaking of which, I thought I started it recording, but I think I may have been recording the whole time I was on my break. Whoops. Or not. I may have just not pressed it twice. There we go. Okay. Alright, here we go. Whoa, where'd they go? Magic. Alright, next up. Where do we want to go here? Now, I talked about one of these in the Halloween special, and I gotta say, I think I'm going to be collecting a few more of them.
Scully donated $5. Let's
so I'm of course talking about the
some
DC
cash of our
Finest
favorite
collection,
content
which
creator.
is essentially DC's answer to Marvel's Epic collections. Took them long enough to start doing something like the equivalent, but hey, worth the wait because these collections are great. So you saw the one that I got before with all the horror anthology comics in it. It's in the Halloween special. Go check it out if you haven't already. And well, around the same time, I picked up another one, a character that I've been wanting to explore for a long time because he just sounded really interesting. We got the Spectre. Yeah, check this out. So this is, I guess, all of the earliest appearances, of the Spectre, covering comics from 1966, 67, 68, 69, 1975, 1981, 1982, and 1983. So it doesn't get up to the later 80s series. They did the new format one, which was apparently quite good, but it has a good selection of his early adventures. Jim Corrigan, aka the Spectre. But yeah, so definitely riding the line of the horror side of things. You can see there, quite lovely indeed. So this has, let's see. Okay, so the DC Finest, The Spectre, Wrath of the Spectre, contains stories published between January 1966 and December 1983, so nearly 20 years worth of comics. But I mean, he didn't have a regular series for that whole run. It was often in guest capacity. So we've got Showcase numbers 60, 61, and 64. The Brave and the Bold numbers 72, 75, and 116. And 180, and 189. The Spectre, Volume 2. Well, what was Volume 1? Numbers 1 through 10. Maybe there were earlier adventures before that. I don't know. Like I say, I'm not that familiar with the character, and that's one of the reasons I wanted to pick this up. So The Spectre, Volume 2, numbers 1 through 10. Adventure Comics, numbers 431 through 440, Ghosts numbers 97 through 99, and All-Star Squadron numbers 27 and 28. All told, we have... This is another reason I like the DC Finest collections. 652 pages of Spectre comics. These days with Marvel's Epic collections, you're lucky if you get 400 pages. So way to stick it to the competition, DC. You're showing Marvel how it's done. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to diving into this one. I haven't had a chance to crack it open yet. But, yeah, definitely going to be my bedtime reading for a while. Next up, we have Vamps by Elaine Lee and William Simpson. Now, I picked up a previous collected edition of this a while back. This was originally a 6-issue miniseries for DC's Vertigo line about a group of vampire biker chicks, essentially. Sold, right? You had me at vampire biker chicks. You know, I need to know no more than that. Then on top of that, it's also really good. Elaine Lee is a name that might be familiar to you if you've ever heard of or read Starstruck, which was a series that she did for Epic Comics back in the 80s. Also did a stage play version of it, and yeah, it's quite good. Anyway, this is more, you know, sort of slightly tongue-in-cheek, very sassy, a lot of attitude, and it's just great. A great bunch of vampire characters. But, yeah, so I'll just read the back here. Meet Howler, Screech, Whipsnake, Skeeter, and Mink. 5 dangerously alluring female vampires thundering down America's highways on Harleys, drunk on freedom and high on octane. After killing their male master, the vamps set out on the open road in search of a new life. But Howler, their leader, is driven by a demon from her past, one that she must vanquish before she can truly enjoy the pleasure of an undead existence. So, Vamps was originally a 6-issue limited series. It did fairly well. They did a second 6-issue limited series. That did fairly well. And then they brought it back for a 3-part Halloween special. This is the first time the entire thing has been collected together. The previous collection I had only had the original 6-issue miniseries. And I knew there was more, and I was waiting for a collection, and, well, it only took 30 years. But here it is. Finally have the whole set. And I love this series so much. Go. And the artwork in it is just gorgeous. Absolutely love it. Let's see if we can get a couple of pictures here. Yeah, and like this one. See the covers there. Yeah, I don't know how in focus that is for you, but anyway, I love this series. I reread the original many times, and can't wait to dive into the rest of it. So I've never actually read the others, the other stories. So looking forward to checking it out. There's that phrase again. Next up, this is really interesting, and I hope they do more of them. As you know, of course, Disney recently bought Fox. Disney also bought Marvel a while back. Disney just frickin' owns everything, apparently. So, they've started doing Aliens comics. Yes, brand new Aliens comics. Getting, you know, yanking the license away from Dark Horse, who's had it forever, and now doing their own damn thing. This one is really interesting. It's a what-if story. Co-written by Paul Reiser, who you may remember as Carter Burke, the sleazy, you know, plant of the Weyland-Yutani Corporation sent along on the mission with them. Now, in the movie, Aliens, he supposedly dies, but we never actually see him die. This postulates, what if after the last time we saw him in the movie, he actually managed to escape? So this story is, what if Carter Burke had lived? And it's pretty interesting. I'm not going to spoil it for you. But if you love Aliens, I recommend picking this up. This is actually a really good what-if story. And it's a what-if story that, in some respects, you could almost slot in somewhere and think that, well, maybe Burke's still out there somewhere. I really like this a lot. So check it out. It's good stuff. and you get to see Burke a little older, cause he lived. But yeah, it's great stuff, and you see like there's moments from the well, like the moment from the movie where we last saw him. What happens next? Well, you'll have to get the book and find out. I'm not going to spoil it for you. But, yeah, definitely recommend that. I thought it was great, and I really hope they do more such what-if stories. They've also been doing new collected editions of the Dark Horse comics, including the original Mark Verheiden trilogy of stories that basically continued the story from the end of Aliens before Alien 3 came out. They were later like clumsily made to fit into movie continuity by changing character names and stuff to make it's not really Ripley, Newt, and Hicks. It's I forget what they renamed Ripley, but Newt and Hicks were renamed to Billy and Wilkes. It's like, they're totally not the same character. Terrible, awful, hate it. I have the original editions that they put out, and they actually put out when Marvel did the collected editions, they put out the originals as well, not the retcon versions. So, good decision. All right, next up, last time in the previous stack we talked about Frankenstein. Well, I got another little Frankenstein thing. We have Frankenstein Alive, Alive. Now, some of you may remember a while back I got the book of Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein, which was basically one of his passion projects, and he worked on it over the course of literal decades, and basically doing a full illustrated version edition of Frankenstein. Well, Frankenstein Alive, Alive is a new story that is actually a sequel to the original Frankenstein story and continues the story, like what happened to the monster after and so forth. So really interesting stuff. Sadly, he passed away before it could be finished. But he had already knew that he was not long for this world, and he had Kelly Jones pick up where he left off, essentially as his protege. And already had it arranged that he would finish it after his passing. So, yeah, I mean, the artwork in this is phenomenal. And same goes for the original. I highly recommend both of them. I mean, Bernie Wrightson, as you know, is just an absolute legend in the horror world. And, I mean, what a wonderful, wonderful send-off to see his dream passion project fully realized, so yeah, great stuff. Can't go wrong with some Bernie. Let me roll this over a little bit here. Books are big. All right, next up, y'all know what a big fan I am of a couple of swamp creatures, specifically Man-Thing on the Marvel side and Swamp Thing on the DC side. And I've talked about both of them many times in the past. Well, before either of them came about, there was another swamp creature that was the king of the heap, as it were. Specifically, the Heap. That was a terrible pun, and I apologize. No, I don't. I regret nothing. So the Heap originally was a story in Airboy, which was, I guess, an anthology comic back in the day. And this is a wonderful collected edition of the earliest Adventures of the Heap, the original Adventures of the Heap. In this beautiful hardcover edition, edited by Roy Thomas of Conan and just general Marvel fame. And yeah, these lovely. Let me just see if we can get a look here. Yeah, so hold on. Just see. Yeah, here we go. So the Heap was essentially the original swamp creature, hero, whatever, And I've been wanting to read The Adventures of the Heap forever, and I didn't realize there were so many of them, but they're fantastic. And I noticed the visual design of the Heap is very reminiscent of Man-Thing, actually. So I think one, Manny was more than a little inspired by the Heap. So very cool. So this is volume 1. And I also did volume 2. Managed to get my hands on this lovely slip box edition. And it has, I believe it has some art cards as well. So, yeah, very cool. We're not going to open this up right now, but yeah. And then finally we have volume 3, which I also got in the slip box edition. I looked everywhere for the slip box edition of volume 1. I couldn't find it anywhere, so I just, figured, that's fine, whatever. At least I got them all for a pretty good deal. Like, they weren't super expensive, so pretty nice. So yeah, and then I guess if you have all 3 of them, they line up and form a picture of the Heap themselves. Do not even think about it, Church. Buzz off. Cat's like butt wiggling over there, calculating the angles, coming to jump on the table. Please don't. I have water and comics here. Do not want to combine them, thank you. So, anyway, very cool. What? What do you want? What do you want? I'm just going to move the water because I don't trust the cats. They're just a little too uppity right now. Anyway, speaking of Swamp Thing, I finally got the Alan Moore collection back in the collection. Yes, you may recall many years ago I had, I guess, the previous edition of this. So this is Alan Moore's complete run in 6 volumes. These are actually the superior editions, contents-wise, because they actually include issue 20, I believe it is. Doesn't say here. Anyway, I'm just slide these out. So we have a nice, nice hard box. Looks very sexy on the shelf. Oh yeah, it's good stuff. So we have. You can tell this is more recently because originally these were published as part of DC's Vertigo line. Well, originally they were just, DC. Then they became DC Vertigo. These are published under DC Black Label. So that's volume 1. And volume 1 contains issue 20, which the previous set that I had did not include. And the reason given was that issue 20, I believe it was entitled Loose Ends, in fact. Appropriately enough. Yes. Loose Ends. Because that actually wraps up the dangling plot threads from Martin Pasco's run, which comprised the first 19 issues. And you can find that in the Swamp Thing Bronze Age collection, volume 3. It also includes the adaptation of the movie. So this contains basically the entire run. So this volume 1 is issues 20 through 27. And then we have volume 2, which is issues 28 through 34. You're not really missing much on the back there. No, come on. Oh, for fuck's sake, cat. I have a little end table there that's not meant for things to stand on. And volume 3, which has issues 35 through 42. Very nice. And volume 4, which has issues 43 through 50. Yeah, so this was, I mean, from an era when they would do these collected editions and they were much thinner. I was just hyping up how many pages were in the Spectre collection. This one is like, I mean, these are like barely 200-something pages a lot of the time. Each one has like about 6 issues in it. So, yeah. But they are considerably cheaper as well. Like, if you were to buy these individually, they're about half the price of the DC Finest collections. So, yeah. So there's Volume 5, which has issues 51 through 56. Very nice. I have to say, I liked the covers on the previous edition more. They had these nice painted covers, whereas these ones are, I don't know, they're fine. They're kind of like a stylized, you know, they have kind of a uniformness to them. But and then finally book 6, volume 6, whatever, which has issues 57 through 64. Now, around this time, Rick Veitch was joining the team as artist. Rick Veitch is also quite a prolific author. I have some of his other works. I first discovered his work through Epic Comics, actually, where he did a wonderful series called The One, which, much like Alan Moore's Watchmen, served as a bit of a deconstruction of superheroes, but also very political. There was a lot of like political stuff. This was during the Reagan era, so you can imagine some of the stuff they touched on. But it was basically, what if Reagan had like superheroes? So instead of nukes, it was superheroes they would unleash on other countries and stuff like that. And yeah, it's just really good. The One, highly recommended. You can find a nice hardcover edition of it now. Anyway, speaking of Rick Veitch, he, I guess, made a good impression. So after Alan Moore left, Rick Veitch picked up the torch and continued the story. And we're finally getting his complete run, for the first time ever, reprinted in nice collected editions. There were a couple volumes put out back in the day. I never ended up getting them, unfortunately. I missed out on them before they went out of print. But it's okay. I'm glad I waited, because this is vastly superior to those old editions. So this has, let's see, Swamp Thing Volume 2, numbers 65 through 73. Swamp Thing Annual number 3. I'm guessing Annual number 2 is in here somewhere. John Constantine Hellblazer numbers 4 and 5, and a story from Secret Origins number 23. So very thorough adaptation. So technically speaking, call that Volume 7, I guess. And then we have Book 2, which contains issues 74 through 79, Swamp Thing Annual number 4, and John Constantine Hellblazer numbers 6 through 12. So 6 issues. A lot of Hellblazer in this one. But yeah, it's all part of the main overall story. So there is one more volume coming, which will conclude his run. And, interesting to note, he originally left Swamp Thing because of creative differences with DC. He had a proposed storyline where Swamp Thing goes back in time and basically meets Jesus. And when Jesus is on the cross, he gives him some water. Which is, you know, a story right out of the Bible, but he was inserting Swamp Thing into it, and I guess the rather conservative higher-ups at the time thought that might be a little bit, you know, pushing it a little bit, and he was like, oh, you fucking pussies, I'm out of here. Well, fast forward about 40 years, well, maybe 30 years, guess what DC is now putting out, with the involvement of Rick Veitch? A special 4-issue miniseries where Swamp Thing meets Jesus. So it's going to be the 4 issues that might have been. So they're finally giving Rick Veitch the opportunity to conclude his story the way he wanted to. And I noticed that the original release date for the 3rd volume was pushed back a ways, which I'm assuming is so that they can include that story in the final collected edition of Rick's run, which is awesome. That is such a treat. Like, you have no idea. That is something that Swamp Thing fans have literally waited decades for. And, you know, I, as a fan of some of Rick's other work, have really been wanting to fully dive in to his run. And this is, you know, finally having the opportunity to do so. So I'm likely going to wait until that 3rd volume comes out before I dive in here. Plus, I'd kind of like to reread the Alan Moore run, because it's been a while since I read it. Plus, now I've read the entire Bronze Age run, which is all of Swamp Thing's early appearances, including his like guest appearances when he was between books. So basically, between that this and these will have a solid run of every single Swamp Thing appearance ever, from his first appearance in House of Secrets number 83, I think it was, all the way up to the end of Rick Veitch's run. Now, after Rick Veitch left, well, after all these bold new directions for Swamp Thing, it kind of lost focus again for a while and rotated through a number of different writers and artists. And, well, DC eventually thought, you know, I feel like Swamp Thing could be doing better. We had a really good run in the 80s and 90s, and we'd like to get back to that. So about 3 years had passed, and they thought, why don't we get Swamp Thing back to its horror roots a little more? Because it started off back in the day as essentially like a straight-up horror comic with a lot of nods to the old EC horror comics and classic horror monsters and characters and tropes. And they wanted to kind of get back to that, but with, you know, the heightened philosophical aspects and so forth that had become so associated with the character. So they thought, well, why don't we see if we can get a horror author on the title? So they shopped around for horror authors, and they approached a lady who may be familiar to anyone else who was in the 90s goth scene and read a lot of vampire fiction. A lady by the name of Nancy A. Collins. Not just an amazing horror author. I highly recommend her Sonya Blue books, by the way. That's her sort of main vampire character creation. Wonderful series of books. I have a big fat volume of the original trilogy. She's published a few more, some only digitally since. But not only that, but she was the first woman ever to write for Swamp Thing. And second, she actually grew up in, Louisiana, I think it was. So she was familiar firsthand with the swamps and the culture surrounding it and, you know, the people, the places, and so forth. So who better to have, like, a very deep insight and sensibility into the locale while also being one hell of a horror author. Now, there's no nice, fancy, simple, easy to read, easy to shelve soft covers, but I wasn't about to wait, because I love Nancy's work, and I absolutely am dying to read her take on Swamp Thing. So, they didn't put out a soft cover, but they put out an omnibus. Look at the size of this thing. Heavy, high quality, thick, glossy stock. Look at that. Fantastic. And the cover itself is this beautiful matte finish. Like, not even any spot gloss. It's just all matte. Very sexy. So this is... Yeah, so Rick Veitch's run ended with, I think, issue 88. And then it was kind of lost for a couple years. And then this picks up with issue number 110 through 139. So she wrote for about 2.5 years. Also includes Swamp Thing Annual number 6 and 7, Black Orchid number 5, and a story from Vertigo Jam number 1, all of which have never before been reprinted or collected, along with a brand new introduction from Collins, behind-the-scenes artwork, and the never-before-seen original proposal for Arcane Blood, an unpublished Swamp Thing miniseries by Collins. So this is like the ultimate Nancy A. Collins Swamp Thing compendium. Just amazing. Yeah, so I don't even know if I can properly show this to you, but yeah, I don't know, just here, random page. There, check that out. This is why I'm glad we got some tables now, because I've actually started buying a few omnibus editions lately, because there's just certain things that it just seems like they're never going to come out in paperback. So, yeah, there we go. So check that out. Definitely coming together with the Swamp Creatures collection. But there was one other rather significant omission. Now, you may recall when I collected the Man-Thing collection a while back, my chief complaint was that it omitted a lot of other stories. It focused primarily on the stories written by Steve Gerber, who, quite frankly, is the best writer for Man-Thing ever, without question, and the one that everyone else tries to emulate or even pastiche a little bit. So there was other other Man-Thing stories, right? So by other authors. So I really just wanted to have everything, much like with the Swamp Thing collections, where I've essentially got a pretty definitive run now. I wanted to have the same thing for Man-Thing, but I mean, they put out 2 volumes of the Steve Gerber collection, and it took forever for them to put out volume 3. They finally did, and there's just been nothing since then. Oh, they got that R.L. Stine one that's ridiculous, apparently, but I'm not in any rush to get that one. But after the 3rd Steve Gerber collection, there was just nothing. But there's like a whole other Man-Thing series, which I had, or have. If I have it, I don't know where it's disappeared to. But it was like 11 issues in the early 80s. And then there was a lot of other stories and such as well. So I just wanted everything. So much like I decided with Nancy Collins' Swamp Thing, I thought, well, I know of one option to get all the rest of it in beautiful, remastered, high-quality, archival format. You think this is big? Hold on. Oh, hold on. The Man-Thing Omnibus. This thing is huge. Let me just show you comparison-wise. Yeah, it's huge. So, this beast, well, first off, beautiful painted cover. Love. And we ran out of time. Do. Yeah, I know. Here we go. So huge, the camera couldn't take it. Anyway, beautiful painted cover. Love that. And if we flip around to the back, I love how they try to cram every single issue's cover onto the back. Look at that. It's ridiculous. These omnibuses are really ridiculous. I don't even know how many pages. This is like, I think this is something like 1,300. Oh no, here it is. It actually has page numbers. Yeah, 1,186 pages. This you have to read on a table. This is what I refer to as a lap breaker. Like, you just can't. See, normally I like to lay in bed and like hold the book up. Like you can't do that with these. It would like cave in your chest. So what do we got in here? So we got Savage Tales number 1 from 1971, Astonishing Tales numbers 12 through 13 from 1970, Fear, Adventure into Fear numbers 10 through 19. Issue 19 of that, by the way, is the first appearance of Howard the Duck. I have that one. Very proud of that one. The original Man-Thing series from 1974, numbers 1 through 22, so all 22 issues. Monsters Unleashed, numbers 5, 8, and 9. Giant Size Man-Thing, snicker snicker, numbers 1 through 5. Incredible Hulk, I'm snickering at the name. Giant Size Man-Thing, wink wink. Okay, anyway. Incredible Hulk numbers 197 through 198. Rampaging Hulk from 1977, number 7. Marvel Team Up from 1972, number 68. Marvel 2-in-1 from 1974, number 43. Man-Thing 1979, that's the one. That's the second series. And honestly, it's not great, but it was my first Man-Thing series, so it's kind of significant to me personally. It's not as good as the original, but it's still good. It's still Man-Thing, you know. So we got all 11 issues of that, and then finally, Doctor Strange, number 41. That's a lot of comics. Holy shitballs, Batman. There we go. So, last, but most certainly not least, not as big in thickness, but arguably the biggest character. I didn't think we'd ever see a reprint edition of this. So as soon as I saw, I think this was one of the ones that started me buying omnibus editions, because I didn't think we'd ever get this collected in any form. So I absolutely was going to support that release, because I can't even imagine how many strings they had to pull just to get the rights to reprint it. We have Godzilla, The Marvel Years. That's right. The complete, what is it, 24 issues? Yeah, 24 issues of Godzilla, King of the Monsters, which is primarily Godzilla versus S.H.I.E.L.D. Dum Dum Dugan of S.H.I.E.L.D. Made it his mission to track down Godzilla and stop him. And there we go. We have all 24 issues collected together at last. And, you know, and that's it. Only 24 issues. It's not very big. But, man, I actually used to have all 24 issues of this. And it is such a fun series. You got, Godzilla versus Red Ronin in there. Now, as is often the case from this era, none of the other monsters from the Godzilla movies are in it. It's all original characters that that Marvel owned or whatever, but that doesn't make it any less fun. It's still great. I think Toho has really laxed up on their licensing restrictions lately, because I noticed there's a lot more Godzilla stuff coming out in the last few years than there has been previously. Where is it here? Yeah, here we are. Ugh. Even just a small omnibus like this is so cumbersome, but there you go. So there's the first issue. And and let's take a look. What's underneath? Hold on. There we go. Nice wraparound cover. I'm not going to do that with all of them. It's just too cumbersome. But I thought we'd at least do it with this one because it's a smaller omnibus. But, yeah, great stuff. Now, we also got ROM and the Micronauts recently, around the same time that this came out. And I was just like, wow, it's just like a 70s explosion. I also got ROM and Micronauts. We'll look at those in another video at some point. Those ones are actually coming out in softcover as well. So if you don't want the omnibus editions, you can get the soft covers. Although bear in mind, each one's going to be about 6 volumes. The omnibuses are 3. So, but with Godzilla, you just get this one, you got everything. So done. But I'm sure they might do a soft cover of that at some point. I mean, that would fit in a single Epic collection, honestly. So, I mean, each Epic collection is typically around 20 or so issues. So yeah, what I was going to say is, with all this great 70s licensed stuff coming out, please, can we get Shogun Warriors somehow? Can you just make it happen, Marvel? If you made Godzilla, ROM, and Micronauts happen, I am absolutely confident you have it within your power, the power of your legal department, backed by the power of Disney's legal department, to make Shogun Warriors happen. Please. I'm begging you. Day one purchase. Well, here's hoping. Anyway. That's a lot of comics. Holy moly. Ugh. Well, let's use our spooky vampire powers to make these disappear magically onto the shelf where they belong, and then we'll continue on with stack number 5. Bam! Alright. But before we do that, we need to do our thumbnail. means I gotta bring these over again and try not to break the table. Oh, that is... yeah. Holy shit, Doodly Conduct. How's it going, dude? Early contact? I'm filming some videos for the YouTubes, as you probably saw. And thank you for the $5, Scully. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see how far we can roll that goal before the end of the month, guys. Gotta get some of my money back for all this stuff. Alright. So damn straight I'm milking the content for all it's worth. That should be good. Thumbnail picture. Gotta look like a badass for the thumbnails. Here. You guys can see me put everything on the shelf. Kind of. Fuck. Alright. Alright, omnibuses on the bottom. Because they're big. Yeah. Shit. You heard nothing. Ugh, rancid. All that ham I ate earlier. Why have Earth Girls Are Easy over here? Anyway. You heard nothing. It is nice to be able to actually start putting things where they belong. I have to say. these out of... Yeah, I don't put hardcovers in a slip thing. I want to have them out so I can read them. Why do you put it in one that's so tight? You heard nothing. And it's shrink wrapped inside it. Oh, God damn it. Whatever. That's fine. It's not like I'm going to read it in the next 5 minutes or anything. Okay. There we go. Good. And Dracula. 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 Yeah, I actually put these in order. Kinda, there we go. Put the essentials, put Vampire Tales. Oh, so good to finally have them together. Man, tell you. Alright, then what? Well, let's put, hold on. We'll put Vamps, I think, with the Dracula stuff, maybe. Actually, no, we'll put it up here with the Vertigo stuff, I think. Yeah. Put it between Preacher and Fables. There we go. Here, do we have room to put all 3 Clementines? Yes, I think we do. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine. Will we have room for everything? Well, I'm going to be taking all the Neil Gaiman stuff off the shelf, so that'll clear up some space. Frankenstein alive, alive. Alive! But, let's see, Harrow County up here. Maybe put them on the side there. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. These out. Yeah, I don't know. I can fiddle around with all this later. It's no big rush. Good. We got aliens. Ah, here we are. Yeah, I actually have my other aliens comics over here. Put that. Those. Very good. Then we just got Dracula motherfucker. Dracula motherfucker. I feel like maybe we'll put it here, I think.
You see that? Or I don't know why you can see that. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Look at that. Sweet. I love it. I love it. So what I've done is, as you can probably tell, is I got these 3 bookcases as part of the inheritance from my mom. So I decided to move all of my horror stuff into this area. So it's books, comics, mostly books, comics, coffee table books, and then DVDs, Blu-rays, 4Ks, box sets. So the whole horror collection. As you can see, it's a disaster right now, but that's part of doing the updates, is getting all that stuff organized finally. So, yeah. So, what's next? Boo. So, what are these stacks we have here? Let's see what we got. We got a big freaking Dark Shadows stack. That's something we could do. That'd be fairly short too, and it would clear up a lot of space. What's this? Got Kaiju. Got the Thing. Criterion. British stuff. Classic stuff. Okay, and got Dark Shadows. So this is 80s. Yeah, I got a big stack of 80s. Big stack of... The fuck is this? What is the theme here? 70s? It's not all 70s though. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I think it's 70s. Mostly 70s. Hold off on 70s, I think. Oh. Okay. Well, I got a few stacks here of smaller stuff. Maybe if we just do a few little mini segments in between. Not that I will be lacking in any way for things to say about said things. You know? Things here that... Alright. It's mad. Mad, I tell you. So we just did the graphic novels. We did... it feels really good to finally get those done, honestly. They've been disorganized for so long, waiting for me to do the update. Now I have them all where they belong. Numbers. Alright, so next up I think we'll do a few mini stacks. This one I want to set aside because there's other stuff. Rose. Okay, we got a bunch of stuff of The Thing. Oh my God, Rose. Okay. Yeah, this is all older stuff, classic stuff. Yeah, 60s. Okay. Thing.
kaiju. They actually have a nice little stack of kaiju stuff here. Which I forgot about because it was so long ago I bought them. Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah, some good shit. Vinegar Syndrome has been putting out some cool kaiju stuff. British. Do I have anything else British? Okay, so we can do like 4 mini updates here.
God, why do you have the window open? In that case.
Because it gets too hot otherwise when I'm filming. Because of my costume and the heat generated by the equipment.
Freezing.
Oh, we have blankets. Oh my god. Alright. I'm going to take a short break, everybody. Hang tight. We will be back shortly. We're going to do some smaller ones just to kind of get them done and can intersperse them in between the longer ones maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Probably just do them all in one. Anyway, see you shortly.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't really
Oh,
give you.
oof.
You just
Ow,
take it.
oh, ow, ow. What the hell? What even was that? It's like, gang, 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 gang. It's 44.1. CHFI, Toronto's best rock. For easy listening, and women specifically. Yeah. And now, Barry White, followed by Barry Manilow, and then Barry Gibb.
Even in death, Gabrielle,
Oh
I will never leave you.
my god. Creepy. Alright, cool. Well. Shall we check out Knight Rider before it disappears?
Knight Rider.
Oh, Jesus. Knight Rider jump scare. Holy fuck. You can relax now. Daddy's got you. Alright, so we got our picture, and I'm gonna put it over on the other side as I'm talking.
Fucking Doctor. This one was actually just written by Kit Pedler, Jerry Davis.
Sound like I said fucking Doctor.
Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. Fucking Doctor. This one was
Frickin'
actually just
Doctor.
written by Kit Doctor. Frickin' Doctor.
Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Frickin' Doctor. Oh, you got company over there. Okay, never mind. Let's stomp this guy. You don't count? You're not an actual... Oh, wow. Really? Come on. Because you were part of the cinematic, I can't... You don't actually exist as a stompable corpse? Lame. That should have been a gimme. Speaking of which, I'm hoping to make that the date that I release my Halloween special. And we're going to be doing Halloween all year this year because I've got so much catching up to do in the horror section. It seems like the best year to do it. So, yeah, good times. I'll be considered a world authority on all things horror by this time next year. Save that clip, just in case I do in fact become considered an authority, a world authority on horror by this time next year. Just in case.
Well, that's how Brinsley got into you.
Yes, just leave it on the train tracks. Perfect. Scully?
What?
Oh, I'm so glad that actually had an impact. That was amazing.
I have to circle before.
Oh,
Easy.
okay.
Oh, is that a play out?
No.
Oh, it's also, oh, it's you.
I'll show you.
Yeah.
It's this button.
Yeah, no, I know which one. He told me. Thank you.
Whoa, what?
What? What did you do?
Fuck.
I saw you rush into the X-Wing and then immediately fly into a tree. See? Carlatin can't even type it without crooning. Croon loquaciously. There you go. It's anniversary this year for the movie, so you know. I don't know if you know this. This might blow your mind, folks, but technically, for anything that has ever existed, from the time of its inception until the end of time, every single year is an anniversary. I feel like IG88 would be an amazing sushi chef. Because, I mean, he's a very programmable and customizable droid, right? So, I mean, I'm thinking they could just have all the best recipes in his databank and be programmed to do fancy moves like that to give the people a show while he makes their sushi. And it would be like the most incredible sushi you've ever tasted.
We're being raided. Datanoi mouse block. That's how I read that.
I am zoning. La 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 la. 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 La la la. It wouldn't let me turn you around. I had to land you on your eyeballs. There we go. Okay. We would like to leave now, please. Uh-huh. What?
Hello. Anybody alive out there? Anybody alive out there? Cool. Well, we're making some good progress. We're slowly getting through things. Woo! Oh yeah. It's taking. Oh no, that's 90s. That's a 90s stack. Yeah, all you 90s kids will be well taken care of when we get to the 90s stack. Oh yeah. Well, we got still got the 70s stack to get through, which is not everything from the 70s. It's just the things that don't fit into other categories. And we have an 80s stack. Again, not all the 80s stuff, because there's some that are like box sets and collections, which are in another section. We got a big 90s stack, lots of good stuff in there. Again, some box sets and such that'll kind of cross over with that. We got 3 stacks of Euro trash and exploitation horror. Can't wait till we get to those. Yeah, so I don't know how much farther we're going to get today. I'm starting to run out of gas, but we shall see. We shall see. Maybe if we get some donos happening, I'll be inclined to go longer. Hint, hint. What are we going to do next? So, I got a bunch of stuff here that was technically in one stack, but it's like 4 different things. So I think we'll just do 4 smaller ones. And, yeah. Nice and quick and easy. In theory. They're never truly quick and easy, are they? Because I like to ramble. Yeah. Is anybody alive out there? Or am I talking to myself? I guess I'm talking to myself. Okay, cool. Hi, me. How am I today? Oh. I'm not losing my mind. You are. Absolutely. It feels like no matter how much we do, there's still so much left to do. And this is just the update. This is just the update. We still got closer looks and stuff after this. Yeah. A whole bunch of closer looks. Cool. Well, you guys will be eating well with the content. intro here. No. No. There. Alright. What do we want to do next? Greetings, everyone. Well, we are on to stack 5 of the horror collection updates. So, we've done some pretty massive ones so far. So, I thought, let's just kick back a little bit and we'll do a few smaller ones. There are some smaller stacks. Technically, you know, these were all in one big stack, but they're technically 4 different sections. So, we're just going to do 4 little ones, alright? And then we'll get back to the big ones, okay? Because, you know, I need a bit of a break. So the first of the little ones, there's going to be 4 little ones. And this is the first of those 4. So this is a selection of sort of classic era films. So the classic era I define as anything from the dawn of film up to 1968. Because 1969 and forward is when we sort of get into the exploitation era. And I have so much stuff for that. Like, I'm not even going to, like, drop any hints about it. I'm just going to let you discover it when we get there. But that's going to be probably a huge section. No, probably, but it's going to be a huge... Well, I'm just looking over here. 3 stacks. 3 full stacks of the 24 are exploitation horror and, like, Euro sleaze and Euro trash and gothic stuff. And, yeah. We'll get to that when we get to it. For now, we're going to start off with some of the smaller things. Just kind of a few smaller sections within the horror section. Beginning with classic horror. Now, this is not necessarily all of the classic horror I got, because I did pick up a lot of box sets and collections of things as well, which we'll get to in another section. These are just kind of a bunch of individual movies and individual releases that, yeah, just quick and easy. Something short, something sweet. Not too much time for me to make, not too much time for you to watch, as long as I stop rambling with this intro. So let's get right to it, shall we? Classic horror, today on the Multimedia Chronicles. The biggest horror update ever continues. Whoa, what happened there? What was that? Saw a bunch of messages. Oh, it's just Streamlabs saying, hey kids, donate. It's good for you. Alright, cool. Yeah, please do. Christmas is expensive. This update was expensive. The Halloween special was expensive. Everything was expensive. Alright. Okay, so starting with the first of 4 mini stacks, we have classic horror, which is anything from the dawn of cinema up to about 1968, because 1969 forward is when the sort of exploitation genre took over. And yeah, so let's start off here with Chamber of Horrors. This is what I like to call a gimmick horror movie. Something that William Castle was famous for, where he would have all kinds of different gimmicks if you went to see his movies in the theater. The idea being television was coming along, and it was trying to get more. They were trying to get more people to come back to the theaters because they thought TV was just going to kill the movie theater industry, which of course it didn't. But at the time they thought it would, so they were trying anything they could think of to get people into theaters. This isn't a William Castle one, I don't think. No, this is not a William Castle one, but it's very much of that ilk. So, Chamber of Horror, Chamber of Horrors. We have. I'll just read the front here for you. It says, "The year's most startling entertainment innovation, a film with many scenes so terrifying, a built-in audio-visual warning system has been devised. First, we have the Fear Flasher. At the start of certain scenes that many may consider too shocking, a red light will begin its signal on the screen to alert you to the terror ahead. And then we have the Horror Horn. At the same time the Fear Flasher starts blinking its warning, the Horror Horn will sound the alarm. Precisely at this instant, shut your eyes and hold your ears." So it would say shut your ears and hold your eyes. Well, you can do that too, I guess. So, Chamber of Horrors, the unspeakable vengeance of the crazed Baltimore Strangler. Sold. So, so this has that as, it's just in the movie, basically. So, I can't remember if this has, like, the version with the Fear Flasher and the Horror Horn and a version without, or if it just has it with. I don't know. Anyway, this is a Scream Factory release. It wouldn't surprise me if it has both, and they just didn't bother to mention it on the back, because Scream Factory is notorious for not listing all their extras on the back, and I freaking hate it. I wish they would stop doing that. It just says on the back here, you got an audio commentary by film historian and author Dr. Steve Haberman, theatrical trailer, radio spot, and TV spot, which I'm sure hypes up those gimmicks as well. So, yeah, as to how terrifying it actually is, I'm sure this is incredibly tame by today's standards, and probably even incredibly tame by the standards of the day. This originally came out in 1966, and just sounded like a fun one, so I threw it into the mix. Next up, speaking of William Castle, we have The Tingler. This is one of the all-timers for William Castle gimmick films, because The Tingler was this, alien creature or something that would crawl up people's legs and bite them or something. So, in certain movie theaters that showed the film, they would have random seats rigged with, a vibrating mechanism. So the Tingler would appear on screen, and then one of the seats would start vibrating right by the person's leg, so they'd think they were being attacked by the Tingler. And I love it. It says, "Can you take it when the Tingler breaks loose?" Yeah, unfortunately, something like that is impossible to replicate on home media, other than sticking a vibrator under your chair. So reading the front here, it says, "Percepto, newest and most startling gimmick on the screen. Guaranteed, the Tingler will break loose in the theater while you are in the audience. As you enter the theater, you will receive instructions how to guard yourself against attack by the Tingler." Yeah, so this is a lovely special edition from Indicator Films. They do great stuff. Just seeing if they have... Okay, alternate feature audio with stereo scream sequence. Alternate feature audio with drive-in headlights sequence. Fully restored bathroom scene, scanned in 4K from a rare 35mm print. Audio commentaries. Got an appreciation by Kim Newman, who just seems to be on everything these days. Yeah, great stuff. You got a featurette about Percepto, a featurette about William Castle, and yeah, all kinds of great stuff. Theater lobby spots, a promotional recording featuring Vincent Price. Yeah, great stuff. Oh, Vincent Price is in this. I didn't realize Vincent Price was in this. That's awesome. Yeah, Vincent Price, Judith Evelyn, Daryl Hickman, and Patricia Cutts. Produced and directed by William Castle. Yeah, classic stuff. I love these gimmick movies. Then we have Corruption from 1968. When was The Tingler? The Tingler was 1959. So 1968, another Indicator Films release. A super shock film. And again, I don't know what it's about because Indicator never puts the description of the movie on the back. The one thing I don't like about it, the Indicator. Anyway, it's got Peter Cushing and Sue Lloyd in it. Cool. It has 3 feature presentations. It's got the original, the censored UK theatrical cut, which is 92 minutes, the US theatrical cut, which is 92 minutes, and the graphic continental version, which oddly runs a minute less at 91 minutes. Includes the original mono audio, and yeah, just piles and piles of extras. And no idea what the movie's about, but it looks cool, and it's got Peter Cushing in it. So how can you go wrong? Yeah. You can tell a lot of these I just kind of picked up as like add-ins with other stuff because they sounded cool. Reading the copy on the website, which they don't put on the discs. Anyway, next up we have Secret Ceremony with Robert Mitchum. Good old Robert Mitchum. Again from 1968. It just says on the back, it's time to speak of unspoken things. Rated 15 for moderate sex references, incest theme, and suicide. Wow. Crazy. Original mono audio again, audio commentary. Oh, it's Alexandra Heller-Nicholas is on the audio commentary. I follow her on socials. She's great. Interviews. A TV version with some additional scenes, 18 minutes of additional scenes. A unique prologue and epilogue produced for U.S. television screenings with Robert Douglas and Michael Strong. Got trailers and promotional material, all kinds of stuff. So sounds like a nice addition there. Next up, going a little earlier, we have Dante's Inferno from 1911. Very cool. Who put this one out? This was. Is this TerrorVision? Yeah, TerrorVision. TerrorVision is a fairly new boutique label, and it's run by a couple of people who used to work for Vinegar Syndrome, and very much with the same care and passion that you come to expect from Vinegar Syndrome releases, they have brought to TerrorVision. The interesting thing about TerrorVision, though, is they really focus on like super obscure stuff. Like things that you likely would never have heard of, but are definitely of interest to genre fans. So stuff like this, like very rare, rarely seen silent film, all about Dante's Inferno. So this one actually does have a description. Let's read it, shall we? Inferno, directed by Italian filmmakers Francesco Bertolini, Adolfo Padovan, and Giuseppe Del Liguoras, contemporaries of pioneer filmmakers Méliès and Georges Méliès and Segundo de Chamon, was one of the first feature-length films ever created. So historically significant, not just for horror fans, but film fans in general. This is especially significant to us because it was one of the first horror films ever shown on the big screen. How freaking cool is that? Like, a piece of film history and a piece of horror film history. This only further strengthens my ongoing argument that if you study the history of horror, you are studying the history of film. And what I mean by that is, I'm not the first to come up with that. It was my good friend Stoudman originally purported the theory to me, or proposed the theory to me, and I wholeheartedly agree. And he's talked about this a number of times over the years, is that you study the history of horror, you study the history of film, and the reason is horror is one of the few genres, like subgenres of film, that is constant. It never goes away. Horror is always around. Horror is eternal. But you take something like Westerns, they come and go with the fad. Murder mysteries come and go with the fad. Medical dramas come and go with it. Whatever. Cop movies come and go with the fad. Like there's always going to be some, but I'm talking about like popular in like the you know, the overall zeitgeist, where it's always present in some way. There's always something new coming out. Horror never goes away, ever. It never wanes. Now, subgenres within horror come and go. Like there's like the slasher era, the alien invasion era, the, you know, the whatever torture porn era, the 2010s. You know what I mean? Like, but horror itself as an overall genre is constant and it never goes away. So this is just proof of that. I mean, not only do we have like the first, you know, one of the first feature-length films, period. It's also one of the first horror films shown on the big screen, which is really cool. Made over the course of 3 years, from 1908 to 1911, what they were able to do in those early years of special effects and very few rules is remarkable. Dante's Inferno, aka L'Inferno, aka Inferno, is loosely based on Alighieri's poem of the same name. Our lead, Dante, played by Salvatore Papa, is guided through the 9 circles of hell, an allegory for the sins committed by humanity on Earth. TerrorVision is presenting a new 4K restoration from surviving elements of an over 100-year-old film that was one of the first of its kind and inspired countless filmmakers throughout the ages, giving us what we know and love today. This release includes a new commentary and 3 new scores created specifically for this release. The film is presented in black and white, but we also have a red tint version giving it a more hellish look. Red tints were used at the beginning of the 20th century as an anti-copy system. Red colors were more difficult to shoot and couldn't be printed on film. This never-before-seen version was a copy of the international English version used across the world after the release of the movie in 1911. Therefore, the intertitles are in English. Special features, you have the tinted version of Inferno, TerrorVision's 2024 restoration. The red tint version of Inferno, which is a Redwood Creek 2022 restoration. The black and white version of Inferno, Redwood Creek 2022 restoration modified by TerrorVision. The black and white version of Inferno, which is an alternate restoration and cut. New score by Graveface recording artist Haley. New score by Mike Keeker. And new score by Laurent Pigiolet. And finally, a new commentary by film historian James L. Nebar. That sounds awesome. Like, as one who loves both horror and just film in general, I mean, this is a package deal. And that's why I say it's so important. I keep saying this. I'm going to keep saying it. It's so important to support the boutique labels because they come get your food. Come get your film food, folks. Because they not only restore but find stuff like this that you might otherwise never have heard of and may very well have been lost to the mists of time. But thanks to the efforts of boutique labels like this and truly passionate boutique labels like TerrorVision, Vinegar Syndrome, Severin, etc., we have these wonderful treasures to enjoy for all time. Dante's Inferno, TerrorVision. Check it out. Next up, we have La Llorona, which is, of course, the classic folklore legend. This is not the version that was put out recently as part of the Conjuring verse. This is a much older version from 1933 and originates in Mexico. Yeah, so there you go. Again, being indicator, there's no description on the back, but I mean, it's the story of La Llorona. You know that story, or at least have a passing familiarity with it, I'm sure. So there's a new 2K restoration from the only surviving film element. Again, would have been lost if not for the boutique labels, by the Cinema Preservation Alliance and groups like that just make it their mission to preserve films, and then boutique labels can contact them and release them on formats that the rest of us mere mortals can enjoy. Original mono audio, audio commentary, a bunch of featurettes, and yeah, a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see. Lunas y Estrellas, 20-22 minutes. Oh, short compilation of the source print's distinctive cue marks, which were removed during the restoration. Oh, that's interesting. So they cleaned out or removed the cue marks to have a cleaner version that you could watch, but include those trims as an extra if you want, just for completion's sake. Like, it's unnecessary, but it's really nice that they do stuff like that, you know? Yeah, no, that's great. So, anyway, good stuff. I love seeing different adaptations of the classic folklore stories. Like, one of the ones I got in earlier was, in one of the previous sections, was Don't Knock Twice, based on the story of the Baba Yaga. So, you know. Oh, this one was a bit of a holy grail. I mean, and I'm not sure, and I'm sure not just for me. Been waiting so long for a Blu-ray release of this. It's one of those, you guys remember a video I did many Halloweens ago where I talked about books that were really influential to me in part of my personal horror journey as a kid, talking about all different movie monsters and stuff like that. Well, this one was featured in there, you know, fairly extensively, showing specifically the transformation effect of the main character. And I've been wanting to see this movie forever, but for whatever reason, it was just, like, not available. Like, there was a DVD ages ago, but it was long out of print, and I was like, I really want to get a Blu-ray, because I'm getting Blu-rays of all these other classic monsters and stuff, and this is, like, very conspicuously absent from the collection. Well, absent no longer, we have Academy Award-winning performance by Frederick March as Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Yeah. Shows how much the world has changed. You could win an Academy Award for an outstanding performance in a horror movie in 1932? Yeah, 1932. Not so much today. Hey, Academy. You want to stop fucking snubbing Toni Collette, please and thank you? Anyway, this is great. I popped this in as soon as I got it. It was so damn good. Absolutely lives up to its reputation. Apparently there was some footage that was actually, and this is, I think this is pre-code as well. So they, you know, they really don't pull any punches in this. The only thing that they cut out, apparently, and this was back in the day, the footage is lost, is there is a scene where Mr. Hyde just, like, basically curb stomps a street urchin. Well, it doesn't really curb stomp, but, like, kicks him down a flight of stairs or something. And it was considered to be, you know, one step too far, even for the, you know, pre-code era. What is 1932 pre-code? It must have been, like, I think it was pre-code. It was, like, right on the cusp of it. I can't remember when the Hays Code started off the top of my head. It was, like, 1935, I think. But, yeah, anyway, this was great. I really enjoyed this a lot. So, so Warner Archive to the rescue. They finally put this out, and it's fantastic. It was every bit as good as I had imagined for my entire life. Literally waited my entire life to see this, and finally got to see it in a beautiful Blu-ray edition from Indicator. So there we go. Next up, we got some classic Lionel Barrymore and Bela Lugosi, Lionel Atwill. What a cast. Elizabeth Allen, Jean Hersholt, Mark of the Vampire. Yeah. This one is from 1935, so there we go. So we're kind of like right in the middle of when things were starting to change a little bit. But yeah, Mark of the Vampire, which is yeah, another one from Todd Browning. Yeah, so this is one I definitely wanted to get because, you know, it kind of it factors into the. It's not a Universal one, obviously. It's another Warner Archive one, but it is from that era and features a lot of the heavy hitters from that era as well. So I've been wanting to see this one as well. Just, you know, as a part of the classic 30s horror stuff. So very nice. Any extras on there? There's a little bit. Yeah. Oh, Kim Newman again. Surprise, surprise. And yeah, there's like a short film and a cartoon. The movie itself is only 60 minutes, so I gather they wanted to give it a little bit of added value by giving you kind of the old night at the movies experience by having a couple of additional features to throw in there. And next up, some more Bela with Edgar Allan Poe's Murders in the Rue Morgue. Yeah, I can't go wrong with some classic Poe. I recently had a bit of a personal marathon of a bunch of the Roger Corman, Vincent Price Poe adaptations, and man, those are good. Holy moly! So it'd be great to see one with Bella here. Yeah, atmospheric thriller, heavily influenced by the German expressionist classic The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, an old favorite for sure, and features Bela Lugosi in one of his most sinister roles. Sold. Yeah, so definitely looking forward to that one. In beautiful black and white, of course. Yeah. By the way, speaking of The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, Kino Lorber recently put out a 4K of that. You guys might recall I was absolutely raving about the Blu-ray they put out a few years back. Fantastic. That's when I might actually upgrade. And finally, last but not least, for today's slightly smaller update, we have another Bela Lugosi classic, White Zombie. There you go. The also the name of a terrific techno metal horror band. So this is a Kino Lorber, Kino Lorber release. Speaking of Kino, very nice. Lots of extras. Let's see here. We got so mastered in HD from a 35mm fine grain master, so very good. Dual edition. This is nice. I wish more labels would do this, especially with all of the digital tinkering and AI upscaling and DNR out the ass. Check this out. Dual edition includes both a digitally restored version and the raw, unenhanced film transfer. I've seen that on a handful of releases. Not nearly enough. I wish we would get more. The only other one I can think of off the top of my head was, I think it was Synapse Films put out Manos, The Hands of Fate, the classic, awful movie that everybody knows because it was on every public domain collection ever. I have that Blu-ray, and it's amazing. I mean, the film was in pretty rough shape to begin with, but they did do a cleaned up version, but also included what they called the Grindhouse version, which was just the unretouched raw film scan. So very cool. I wish more labels would do that. Give us the warts and all cut. Just so we can have the as close as possible to the natural film experience. That's very cool. Oh, intimate interview. Oh, a 1932 interview with Bela Lugosi, 6 minutes. Mastered in HD from 35mm elements. That is super rare. Holy shit. To have, like, an old film interview with freaking Bela Lugosi. Like, how awesome is that? Yeah, very cool. So there you go. Just a short one this time around, but, a good one. Stick around for more. We got 3 more mini stacks coming your way with some good stuff. You don't want to miss it. Do our quick thumbnail here. Hey, greetings, Tony and Andy. Merry Christmas, Tony. Thank you very much. Just a thumbnail. But I do it as a clip because I want... Oh. Where'd our lights go? All our lights turned off. Oh, it might be on a timer. Hold on. We'll just do that again. We lost our lights. I didn't even notice. Brr. What's that one? Yes. Why is this so low? It should be full blast. Somebody coughing up a lung outside. I'm gonna hide this tape when I'm finished. I picked up a few things for the collection. Let's check them out. Try that again. I'm gonna hide this tape when I'm done. Oh my god. Just wait for the noise. This is why I tend to film in the middle of the night. Far fewer distractions. close the window then if you're bothered that much. Alright. As I mentioned earlier, I keep the window open when I'm filming because the heat, combined heat of the equipment and my outfit, it just saps all my energy. And I really need to get as many of these done as we can, so. I'm starting to lose my voice though. I fucking hate that. Anyway, we'll get as far as we can. I'm gonna hide this tape when I'm done. I picked up a bunch of new things for the collection. I want to show them to you before it's too late. Nobody trusts anyone anymore. And I'm very tired. Alright. We'll just wait. Let's just go on. So. Alright, that's fine. Cats. Is it raining? Is it raining?
I don't know.
Okay.
I've got a sweater on, a hoodie on, and a fleece lined jacket on.
You're ready for anything.
I look like a fat fucking marshmallow.
Well, at least you're warm.
Yes.
Yes. Are you working today? Oh yeah, you're working, right? You were saying.
Why the fuck else would I be awake at 6 in the morning?
I don't know. Early magic session. How do I know?
Fuck no. You think nerds are morning people?
No. I think nerds are spontaneous. They're whenever it suits them people. Now all the cats are here. Hi cats. How's it going? Everybody just pile into the room. I'm not doing anything important.
Eclipse was sleeping right next to Mummy all night.
Aww.
Purring in my ears and trying to go to bed.
Aww. She loves her mummy. Excuse me. Plop.
I'm off at 12.
Cool. I may or may not be awake. We'll see.
Oh, it was Chris that said he'd be up by 12, not you.
Huh? Did you think I'd be going to bed now and being up by 12? Not a chance.
No.
You're lucky if I'm up by 5 p.m. I just have to be up in time for dinner tomorrow. Or, well,
afternoon anyway. I think Cass is coming around 2-ish, maybe? He wanted to have time for movies. We're gonna watch The Naked Gun.
The new one?
No, the original.
The originals.
He's never seen it. Yeah.
Cass hasn't seen Naked Gun.
I
Oh my
know.
god, okay.
He's seen the original Police Squad show, but
Yeah.
he's never seen Naked Gun, so it's like,
Oh, shit.
So he's been waiting because he knows I want to watch it with him and see his reactions.
Well, yeah, of course.
So
My bus is in
the joy
12
of sharing
minutes.
movies with people.
My bus is in 12 minutes.
12 minutes. I see.
Yeah, originally this would have been like a 6:15 shift or like 6:45 or something.
God,
But they had to move it up because I literally can't get there in time.
because of the bus.
The quickest bus is at like 6 something, like 6.
No, like after.
It's like closer to 7 than 6. So
Why so early? Oh, I guess it's like a stocking shift or whatever.
yeah.
All the graphic novels are done.
Nice.
They're all where they should be now. Finally. A year and a half later for most of them. There was a few that I got more recently, but most of them are like a year and a half ago. Last Halloween. So it's good to finally have those done. And some of that Tomb of Dracula stuff is like, what did I say? Volume 5, which I never did an update for. Came out in 2021. I originally pre-ordered it. But that was really the only really old one there. Most of the rest were new-ish.
Friend of mine, his family's been watching all the Hobbit movies and all the Lord of the Rings movies because technically they're Christmas movies. Because they travel in December in Lord of the Rings or something.
But they don't go by our calendar.
Yeah,
How
I
do
know.
you know?
But anyways, so they've been watching all of them, and he's like just been suckering through it because he's very like antisocial and introverted. So he's like,
Oh,
okay,
God.
this is your allotted 18 hours of social time for the year.
Basically.
But he didn't realize
For the year.
he didn't realize until yesterday that they watched like the super extended cuts. So they spent like 3 hours watching Fellowship of the Ring, and there's still 40 minutes left for them to finish dinner tonight.
Oh, I know. Just Lord of the Rings alone, the extended cuts run about 12 and a half hours total. And then The Hobbit isn't as extended. There's maybe about an hour of extra stuff between the three of them. But yeah, you're still looking at like 9-10 hours there.
Yep.
So 22 and a half hours.
We watch one a night.
Yeah.
Well, they watch like most of one, and then watch the last like half hour with the next one or whatever. Yeah.
Because the next one isn't already long enough.
Yeah.
That's something I'd like to do at some point, though, is sit down and watch the whole saga. It'd be fun. It'd be a hell of a marathon.
Yeah.
I'd want to do it in 2 days. Do The Hobbit one day, Lord of the Rings the next.
I know, because you're fucking nuts.
It'd be awesome. It'd be epic. What? No, come on. Cats being too curious about things. Eclipse already tried going on the little table and knocked it over. Thankfully, there wasn't much on it, but I know all of this is incredibly fascinating. Just please find it less fascinating. Thank you. You don't have to lick yourself 2 feet away from me. You're both licking yourself. I got like cat licking in stereo here. Eclipse there, at church there.
And then Rose there.
You got those like ASMR ear mics or whatever.
God no. So disgusting. Anybody who loves that is like broken.
You freak. Well, I'm off.
Toodle pipski.
Little pipski.
Have fun, make lots of money. Hope the customers aren't too cranky being the day before Christmas.
I'm sure they will be. Everybody's last minute Christmas shopping.
Oh, package? When the hell did that arrive?
Got a package.
Is it from you or is it one of mine?
No, it's one of yours. It's a book.
Oh. Gimme.
And it has pretty Christmas writing.
Let me see. Oh. Ooh. Hey, impromptu package opening. What's this? I'm just trying to think. Did I order a book? I don't know. Shall we see what it is? Maybe I did. Maybe it's something I forgot about. Impromptu package opening, guys. You ready? You ready? You excited? Here we are updating all the things I got, and something else arrives as we're doing the updates. Like, how perfect is that, eh? That didn't really do much. Oh, come on. Here. God damn it. Something outer spacey. Oh my god. I know what this is. Fuck. I'm sorry, Cass. It's a gift from Cass. Oh my god. I feel like such an idiot. And I noticed there's an alert on. Hold on. Oh my god. No, it's not a message from Cass. I know exactly. But hold on, I'll explain it to you, and then I'll clip this for Cass, 'cause he's actually coming to spend Christmas with us tomorrow. And of course, I order a billion things on Amazon and whatnot. So let me explain what this is. We've been talking about, going through Mom's stuff. The inheritance and the estate, and figuring out what stuff we want, what stuff we're going to sell. Honestly, selling most of it because the things that I would want I already have, or what have you. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So one of the things we were talking about was my mom had a huge collection of National Geographic magazines. And that's something we're still planning to go through together to kind of, pick and choose certain issues that are significant to us or that are interesting or whatever. But she had quite a sizable collection of them. And one of the things that she would do, and my dad would as well, is get, some of the big coffee table books that National Geographic would put out. And there was one in particular that I remember when I was a kid about, well, our universe. And when my parents got divorced, my dad took some stuff, and one of the things he took was this book. And I was hoping it would be among Mum's stuff, but I knew it wasn't because he took it back in the day. But anyway, I loved this book as a kid, and I used to read it all the time. And and this is like pretty pristine, I gotta say. Like this is very nice. So check it out. We have this huge, I think it's a wraparound. Yeah, big wraparound. This is also kind of my introduction to like this style of like sci-fi art and stuff like that. Like, look at that, it's amazing. And then this cool, Superman style logo and whatnot, and just loaded with artwork about our universe and our solar system and everything, as far as we knew at the time. So very, very cool. And there was one section in particular I remember. It was about alien life. Let me see. Why all full of beans? Mummy's gone to work. She'll be home way later. You might as well just go to sleep. There was where is it? There's a section here about like speculations about alien life. I can't remember where. It doesn't like specify it here. Let me see. Let's take a little flip through it. But yeah, this is freaking gorgeous. You got like a timeline of events, stuff about the moon landing. Oh yeah, and there was this section. Oh wow, they even mentioned the Hubble Space Telescope here. I don't know if if the Hubble Space Telescope had actually been sent up yet. It may not have been. Yeah, and then there was stuff like this about like space stations, like wheel style space stations and things like that. Really cool. I don't remember where the section. There was a section on like alien life that I was talking about. Sounds like they found one of their toys. I'll recognize it when I see it here. Hello, scamper, scamper, scamper. Oh, hold on. I swear, it must be like closer to the end, because it basically goes through the solar system, and it goes through like where the name came from, and like, everything we know about the planets at the time. And I'm sure like a ton of this is outdated by now, but it was just such an interesting book that I would go through endlessly. And my dad and I used to go on trips to the local planetarium and stuff. And Cat's found one of his toys. Where is that section? I mean, I'm positive it was in this book. Positive. Unless it was... I don't know if it was on... like in the section about each planet, but I was sure it was... Oh, no, here it is. I found it. Yeah, what if? And it's like... What is there? It's these fanciful illustrations about, you know, what kinds of alien life might exist on other planets, but it's very, you know, almost kind of tongue-in-cheek, right? So you got, like, these guys bouncing around and breathing fire. You got these guys with, like, huge ears because the atmosphere is really thin, so they need to be able to hear. You got these ice skating aliens on Pluto, and it's great. I love this stuff. But let's see. What else was there? Is that the only? I thought there was another one. Yeah, here. You got these like blimp ones, and I thought this was like just vicious. These spiky aliens plunging through one of the blimps and blowing them up. And you got these guys who munch on metal and they jump up and down and make a sound that sounds like ouch when they jump. And then these crystalline aliens. It's just so creative. Everybody's so creative. And yeah, that was it. For some reason, I remember that section being bigger, but it's literally like 2 pages or 4 pages. But very fun. Yeah, no, that's great. Well, thank you, Cass. I'm sorry for spoiling the surprise. But I will be sure to clip this to show Cass when he comes for Christmas tomorrow. Yes. And you guys, if you were here the other day, already know what I got Cass, which is a similar thing. It's funny, he must have like just gone and searched for that immediately, because we only talked on the phone like maybe a couple weeks ago. And, you know, I invited him up for Christmas, and then he let me know that he could make it. And, you know, I guess he's like me. You just know how to do the hunts, the quick hunts when you want something. So, I mean, that's how I got a lot of the stuff that we're seeing in the updates here. We haven't quite got into the like older stuff yet, but you know, most of the stuff is newer. But I did get quite a lot of old out of print stuff as well, which we'll get to when we get to it. But man, that is so cool. Well, I mean, I guess that, you know, you pay attention to the ones you love, right? When you have those conversations, and you know, especially when it's someone like me with like everything that I collect. Like, what do you get? What do you buy for someone like me? And there's been countless times when people have sent me packages and it's been something I already bought, so I end up with a duplicate or whatever. I mean, it happens, you know, when you're buying for a collector, you sort of run that risk sometimes. But you know, most of you guys who send me stuff are pretty regular viewers and pay pretty close attention to stuff. But I can understand why there would be duplicates now, because, well, look how long it's taken me to get around to doing the updates. But we're going to get through them all, I swear. I just get on with our lives. But yeah, with Cass, we were talking about the National Geographic books and stuff, and you know, it was great. And I told him all about this book that I remember. It's like, oh, I wish I still had that. I would have loved to get that one. Like, I was not at all fishing for, like, you know, dropping gift hints or anything like that. But you know, I guess he was already in that mode of like, oh, what the hell am I going to get him? He just bought like a million things. So, what are you doing? Okay, I don't mind you playing with your toy around there, but just not near the wires, okay? There you go. Yeah, take it over there. He has this little, you can probably hear it, he has this little jingly octopus thing, and it's got like pipe cleaner legs and a little bell, and he loves, hey, no. We don't play with that stuff. We just play with your toy. Okay? Yes, don't attack the wires, please. Wow. I feel like a dunce for opening it up because I was thinking, wow, I didn't order a book. Oh, I better open it up and see what it is. I'm sure he won't mind. It's only a day. I mean, technically it's the 24th anyway, and, you know, certain parts of our family like to open their gifts on the 24th anyway, so. It actually arrived right on time. I wonder when it arrived, though. I mean, it must have been sitting there all night. Jeez Louise, man. Anyway, Scully, hello. Welcome back again. You're just in time. We're about to do the Thing update, which is why all the lighting is blue now. But, yeah. 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 I may be going a little mad. We've been going for almost 7 hours. I think yours has been the only dono today. We had a $5 from Scully, and we had a resub from Tau00100. 72 months, might I add. Not an insignificant resub. Holy shit balls. It's fantastic. 6 years. That's a full 6 years. Wow. I appreciate that. I appreciate all you guys. All you long timers, keeping the dream alive. Yeah. Well, there's going to be a little bit of something for everybody once we get this update done. So once we get the update done, then I can get the special done. And then we can get them both sent up. And it's going to be amazing. Amazing. So much stuff that everybody likes and wants to see more of. Oh, I'm fading fast. Fading fast. Well, we're not going to take this stream past 12 hours because YouTube can't handle it. So we'll see how long my gas tank remains functional. The goal is to try to get through as many of these things as we can today. So many. The ones that take the longest are the ones that are all individual Blu-rays, just a big stack of individual Blu-rays. When we get to like the box sets and stuff, it won't take as long. And funny enough, those will be like the last ones. Like those will be the ones at the tail end. So it'll be kind of like the reward for toughing it out through all the little stacks of singles. We get to the box sets and it's like, oh, thank God, here's 3 box sets. Done. I'm gonna be so done by the end of this. Holy shit. God, now the sun's coming up. We just passed winter solstice, which means that the nights are getting shorter again. I'm gonna miss the long nights. Although being in the middle of winter, it doesn't feel like winter. Like, we haven't had any snow. It hasn't even, like, dropped below freezing very much. It's been, like, you know, somewhat cool, but not unpleasantly so, you know. Well, it's perfect that I'm really tired right now because we're doing the Thing section. And everybody was very tired. Doesn't trust anybody anymore. And does feel good to have the graphic novels done. Yeah. They're all in their forever homes now. Finally organized. See, I had everything like not where they were going to go because I needed to have them separate so I wouldn't like miss anything. But now they're all where they belong for the first time ever. And it looks amazing. I'm so happy. once I clear out and box up all the Neil Gaiman stuff, I'll have some extra shelf space too. So, can our heroes just stop turning out to be complete pieces of shit? Thank you. At least he wasn't in the Epstein files. He didn't need to be. He was evil on his own. And I was going to post the uncut video of when I met him at that book signing, too. That would have been ill-timed. Did we like get slightly crooked? I think we did. I don't care. It's fine. Which one are we listening to? Actually, that one's almost done. Here. I literally looked when there's like 10 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we'll switch over to that one. Yeah, I got the Stream Deck going something fierce here. I even found out I can mute my mic. Neat, eh? Pretty cool. And yeah, I just added a whole bunch of my favorite Halloween horror things. I know which ones are copyright safe, so yeah. Did the kiddies already wear themselves out? I think they did. Oh. Well, you know what I could do? We got some ham, which I sliced up already because I was hungry. I could dice a slice or two of that and then make hash browns. And I have an onion. Well, I have more than one onion. I have a one-onion. The only problem is I don't really feel like cutting onions with my eczema acting up. It's annoying. I made when I made that burrito filling, it was 2 onions and 3 jalapenos, and then of course, you know, if you have eczema, you know, it's like your skin cracks and has little cuts and stuff on it, so it gets dry. And boy, I tell ya, having all that onion and jalapeno juice going, just soaking into those cuts. Excruciating, burning pain. You know, thoroughly washed my hands, put polysporin on. It's still excruciating, burning pain. I mean, it helped a little bit, but man. But I had delicious burrito filling, red hot beef burrito filling, for like a week. And basically just lived on burritos. But the thing is, they're homemade. It's homemade. It's all natural stuff, right? So it was good. It was actual healthy red hot beef burritos. You know, much better than what you get at the convenience store, you know. Good stuff. Well, despite the lack of donos, it's been a pretty good stream today. Had a lot of good conversation. Lots of folks stopped by. Wish some of them had stuck around a little longer, but hey, people are busy, especially this time of year. I get it. No, fuck it. I just kind of want to keep pushing through. I almost feel like making another coffee. Because I do get, like, I'll get my second wind. Well, be like my fifth or sixth wind by this point. But I kind of want to keep pushing through because we're making really good progress. And I feel really good about everything we've been accomplishing tonight. I need to check something, though. To check what's on the card. Can I do that without... Well, that angle's fucked. Alright, let's see here. Because I forgot to delete the footage from the other day off the card, so it's just taking up space. And if we're going to keep pushing through, that means we're going to have no. How do I... Fuck. I'm still learning this camera. Like, how ridiculous is that? But to be fair, I mean, it's a pretty advanced device. Oh, hold on. What if we go here? Oh, here maybe? Hold on. There's a play button. God, I can't tell what all these things are. Oh, I don't like this. They're not just... I don't know if there's sound. Well, hold on. Let's go back. I want to see how much space the is being used up on the card. The only way I know of to check that is to go into the format card menu. And in my tired state of mind, I do not want to accidentally format the damn card. Here, what I'll do is...
pop the card out and just check on the computer. So I know yesterday we used up about 150 gigs, so we've gone a little over that. The card is a 1 terabyte card, so I'm not too concerned. I mean, I highly doubt we're going to use a terabyte's worth of space today, but turn. There we go. Okay, I can at least see how much space is being taken up. Okay, we're about half. So we got 497 gigs free. And if we run out, I have another card, so. Yeah. Such a lack of feedback these days. Talk to me, people. Talk to me. Oh, yeah, I heard back from Streamlabs. Excellent. I may have helped not just myself, but other people having issues on the West Coast. One of whom I was speaking with on Discord the other day, who've been having trouble streaming, doing the multi-streaming through Streamlabs. I just heard back from the tech person who's been helping me, and she said they made some adjustments to the server that serves, I guess, this area. So, cool. Hopefully that helps resolve the issue. Alright, I'm going to take a short break. I will be back. Don't touch that dial. I'll know if you did.
Come on, come on, come on. That's all
Alright,
he
let's
knows
get in
I
the car.
want.
Let's get in the car.
If I don't
Oh,
make it,
fuck.
just keep going.
Oh my god. You know what? I think it's like a 10 tick.
Yeah.
That should be equipped. That needs to be equipped.
Oh my god. There we go. Okay, hold on. Oh, for fuck's sake. And maybe I should turn the camera off and let my character do the talking. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what I'll do. I'll turn... No! Why do you need to see me? I'm not anywhere near as entertaining as that character is. There we go. Now I can at least pretend to be funny. Ha ha! Look at me! I'm so funny! Okay.
Anyways.
Yes, hello. It's 44.1. CHFI, Toronto's best rock. For easy listening and women specifically. Yeah. And now, Barry White, followed by Barry Manilow, and then Barry Gibb. I got to thinking about Spawn, but not right away. No, I took a drag and a stray ember flew off the cigarette and landed on my spacesuit, but it like, went out instantly. But then, of course, my brain immediately went to, oh my god, what if this one is one of those like cheaply made, highly instantly flammable materials? And so then I just, of course, picture myself suddenly being engulfed in flames, not able to touch the zipper because it's red hot, and just basically having it melting to me until I'm a, burned husk of a man and get obviously sent to hell. So naturally I would make a deal with Malbolgia and become a hell spawn. Ergo, I was thinking about Spawn. So anyway, I pre-ordered that special 4K edition of Spawn, the movie that Arrow's putting out. Yeah, didn't want to miss out on that. There's literally no point with these because they were all taken from streams. And that was because I was running out of disk space doing all the local recordings, so it was purely a space concern. Sadly, we had to sacrifice quality. Yes, you would know. Oh, gee. Fuck. Jump scared me now and then. You've encountered a horde of monsters. What do you do? Examine them closely. And in particular, are any of them fuckable? Yes. All your illicit half-orc babies you've littered the countryside with. Can't help it, those orc muscle mommies are just something else. You crack walnuts with their thighs, I swear. You just gotta keep the lights on real low.
Bit of a suntan from it. It's 2,800 lumens, by the way. That's a lot of lumens.
It's like he was screaming from the far.
You're floating away.
Yeah, it really is a legendary rant. Yeah. Oh my God! Holy fucking shit!
Oh, Molly.
Oh my God! It just nuked me. It sent me flying off the cliff.
Oh, that happened to me. He's still alive.
No, I'm knocked.
Make your browser
I didn't even mean to play anything like that, man. Fuck off. Fuck off. Everything fuck off. Oh my God. Well, how do I make it stop? It just keeps playing. Alright, we gotta go back this way. Oh, hold on. Is there an item over here? Thought I saw green, clearly just hallucinating. So we'll get as far as chapter 2, and then I think we'll call it there. But definitely, I can see having some fun with this, just wrecking house, especially through these early levels, eh? Oh Jesus! I just walked right into him. Do. Tiny usable marker replica, yeah.
Church, knock it off, please. You're just like in a loop. Stop. Just stop. Lick your chops, that's fine. That's legit. Licking the cone is stupid. It doesn't do anything!
Fuck.
Where you at?
Someone with a lightsaber, and I'm dead.
Oh my God, are you serious? Oh my God. We got a TIE fighter and an X-Wing. Oh my God, they're fighting each other in the air above us. Jesus Christ, man.
Okay, let's see if I can res you before somebody comes.
Yeah, well, they're all distracted by the freaking dogfight over our head. It sounds like I just overemphasized to the point of farce. Originally. Everything else is said normal. You know, I watched that when it originally aired.
I'm gonna die. Stop.
Hey, folks, I think we have another Luke loses it clip.
It's just the fact that, like, whenever you talk about Twin Peaks, you just very simply say, I watched it when it originally aired, that's it.
It's just become this thing. Originally.
Location. What draws your attention, and towards what heading you intend to lead us?
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna go back with the
Slightly
TIE
out
fighter.
of sync. Let me just fix that as well. Off and on. And there we go.
Chewbacca's shot was precise.
Ah,
Such accuracy
Jesus,
is
Vader!
valuable.
I just got back up! You asshole!
Chewbacca continues his assault.
I was playing for the Imperials in this one.
Hi there.
Not even intentionally, just ended up that way.
Whoa. Is this her?
Are you sure? Oh no. They found me?
Oh my god, I found the Red Guard woman! I've been looking for her, like, since I started the game. I was just talking to her because she was hot. Hold on. I need to do something.
Chun-Li, a video game character with a video game on her back, playing a video game. There you go.
Oh my god. That's very dystopian.
It's very dystopian.
Sure, stop. Stop. It's enough. It's enough. You've been doing that all day. Just stop, okay? Please. I'm begging you.
As soon as I turn my back.
I can still hear you.
The Hulk lighting. Yeah, it's just kind of I guess it is purple and green, isn't it? So you got green skin, purple pants. There you go. Hulk lights. Ah!
Oh my god. Alright, sit down, Salem.
Okay.
Salem, you are
What the
15
hell is
pounds.
going on here?
What happened? The fuck?
Weird. Did you see that? Fuck. Where did it go now? Wait a minute, I'm in zero gravity. Just chase it. There it is. They hit each other. And they're fighting. He's even looking like, do you believe this shit? It's like, dude, the guy's right here. What are you crinkling?
My mouth is full. Give me a second.
is full of whatever came from whence the crinkling. Sounds like a fart. It's someone just fart. Oh, it was the trumpet. So it has the sprinting and mantling and stuff, so, you know.
Like, there was a point where, like, how you drink a half pot where it pops the lid, and, like, that was, like, oh my god, brand new.
Yeah, I know. Well, any kind of little new animation that becomes part of your regular thing. You're not the boss of me. Might take 1,000 to clear them. I guess, yeah, I mean, I suppose that makes sense, eh? I mean, to clear the jar, there's a lot of emotes in there, you know? I guess you literally have to outweigh them, right? Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, dude. Whoa! Holy shit.
Padme Amidala, a skilled diplomat, yes, but ultimately undone by sentiment. What good is diplomacy when faced with a lightsaber, Obi-Wan?
Vader, I farted.
Mandalorian, such displays of biological function are best kept to yourself. Or are you attempting to create a diversion?
Yeah, come here, come here.
Display. God, it's just nothing. Like, is that it? Do I just have to do everything myself? Like, seriously. Anybody can do clips. Anybody. Just clip the little... You just click the little clapper board, and you can make a clip anytime. I'm sure we'll be fine. I don't believe anyone would shoot us. I feel like IG-88 would be an amazing sushi chef. Because, I mean, he's a very programmable and customizable droid, right? So, I mean, I'm thinking they could just have all the best recipes in his data bank and be programmed to do fancy moves like that to give the people a show while he makes their sushi. And it would be like the most incredible sushi you've ever tasted.
My main issue with episode 9 is how cowardly and toxic, crowd servicey, and uninspired. Like, as much as I loathe episode 2, I think episode 9 is my least fave of 9 films. Wow. You said that so dramatically, Jonkler.
And then the infamous mulch is the most expensive sound on the soundboard at 10,000 bits. That's a full... Oh, you got the Oblivion remastered. Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to get that because I never actually finished Oblivion. I really enjoyed it, though. I played it quite a bit on the PS3. I was just playing the Oblivion remaster, and I just picked up my birth sign when the Emperor and his guards just would not move. I tried talking to them, and they were like, "There's no time. We have to move." But they wouldn't move. Get out of the way, Emperor! Get out of the way, Emperor! Emperor, get out of the way! Oh, what I wouldn't give for a Fuz Roda right now. That's hilarious. Do 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 do. Good old Ben's. So yeah, unfortunately, cosplayers can't use a big box of Uncle Ben's to do the joke at comic book cosplay events at comic book conventions in front of Spider-Man by showing them Uncle Ben and then filming them crying anymore. Yeah, they can't do that anymore. Old. What did he die of, or from, or as a result of? On the plus side, hot deals on Pope mobiles. That's an odd place to go. Just how high are you right now? 88. Oh, wait a minute. That's the Pope's age, not the... I thought you answered that very quickly. I'm like, how high are you right now? 88. Did you call him Chody? Chody. Oh my God. That was amazing. Best typo ever. Oh, you got company over there. Okay, never mind. Let's stomp this guy. You don't count? You're not an actual... Oh, wow. Really? Come on. Because you were part of the cinematic, I can't... You don't actually exist as a stompable corpse? Lame. That should have been a gimme. Oh well. Are you fucking serious?
Come on, we're leaving now.
Oh my God, what a cunt of an ad. As all the tears are beginning to well up, we're all like, oh wow, so powerful, so beautiful.
Hello. Welcome back. Just treated a couple of my fingies that were being particularly owie. Yeah. For any of my fellow eczema sufferers, polysporin and Band-Aids. The biggest problem with eczema is it dries out your skin, so it like splits and cracks, and it's just like really sore. So with the polysporin, it disinfects, so it prevents the cuts from getting infected. It also moisturizes, and as such, it really helps to soothe the pain. So yes. So yes, I am enduring incredible pain to do this update, but it's got to be done. It's not going to do itself. So we're making some good headway, that's for sure. Getting a lot done today, and we're going to keep going. So here we go. Go. All right. Good. that's not right. What the hell happened here? Lost my angle slightly. Did I? I think I bumped the camera when I was doing stuff. That's annoying. Okay. That should be good, hopefully. There we go. That's a little better. Well, as most of you will know who have been viewers of my channel for a while, or even recently, you will no doubt be aware that I am a huge fan of John Carpenter's The Thing. Yeah, well, in fact, around the same time you're seeing this, you're probably seeing the last few episodes of my playthrough of The Thing Remastered, the remastered version of the 2002 game. Very cool stuff. Well, actually, that kind of leads us right into our first item here. I picked up, even though I have it on PC, I wanted to have a physical copy, and these days it seems like the only way you can get a physical copy of games is to buy the console version. Well, since I have a PS5, I got the PS5 version of The Thing Remastered, purely to have a physical version, and you know, something that I can put on my shelf and display with pride. So there we go, The Thing Remastered. We're not going to open this up right now because I'm going to do like a proper unboxing and stuff, but just to give you a little preview here. So what do we have? What is in this here? Yeah, so we have, so this has the Thing Remastered game for the PS5 in a steelbook case. Has a poster, has a Blake ID card. Blake is the main character of the game that you play, and so on patches. So there you go, very cool. So just a nice little collector's set, and you know, as a huge fan of The Thing, and I actually really love this game. I've played it through several times. I did a playthrough a while back, actually, of the original version on an actual PS2, and you'll find that in, I have a playlist called All Things About The Thing. Maybe I'll link it in the description for you so you can check it out. Yeah, and that includes my original playthrough, all videos that I've ever done about the movie, including the remake, and or not the remake, the prequel or pre-make, whatever you want to call it. The one that wasn't very good. And should have been. There was no reason for it not to be good. I don't know how they screwed that up so bad. Anyway, that's, go watch that video if you want to hear all my thoughts on that. And you'll see my full playthrough of this as well. I've also been posting some clips of just, you know, highlights and funny moments and whatnot from the game. And enjoy. Good stuff. So that's The Thing Remastered. Glad to have that one. And then, of course, the movie came out in 4K recently. I have several editions of The Thing on Blu-ray, and even the old DVD edition with the original uncensored, unaltered commentary. But of course, we want to have it in 4K. This one, this edition here, I believe, was sent to me by Vermin Art, who is a longtime viewer and wonderful, wonderful chap. All of him. And he sent me this one. It was the UK edition. Very nice slipcover. And just spin that around. And there you go. So this includes the 4K and the Blu-ray. And if we just slide that out, looks like it's the same artwork on the inside. If we spin that around, same artwork on the back. So very cool, having some alternate art there. If we take a look inside, I don't know that there's anything, nothing really super special there. Just the discs. And there you go. I have not actually watched the 4K edition. I got the Arrow edition a while back, and it was actually sent to me by another viewer. See, my viewers know I'm all about the thing. So, and one of the old Blu-ray editions, emphasis on the wrong syllable, was sent to me by yet another viewer. So yeah, everybody knows I love the thing. And then for me, myself, and I also bought just the domestic release of the 4K because, well, I'm just kind of obsessive about this movie. What can I say? An all-time favorite. Which, again, if you saw the Halloween special, I do talk about this a little bit in there, because this was certainly a big, important gateway horror movie for me. Just set that aside, digital copy code. So, yeah, here we go. Come on. There. So this is just the standard universal release. So we got boring Blu-ray. Nice looking 4K. The only thing I don't understand is why they changed the font. It's actually a slightly different font for the title. I don't know why they did that. And I just screwed up the insert, apparently. So we'll just slide that back in there. There we go. But because I mean, it's the original Drew Struzan poster art, which is on most of the editions. But the font is different for the titles. It's weird. Anyway, very cool. It's definitely one of the all-time greats. Absolute triumph for practical effects. Also just a wonderful, all-time great sci-fi horror movie. Can't go wrong with The Thing. So, as most of you may also know, a while back I picked up Frozen Hell, which is the full-length novella version of the original Joseph W. Campbell story, Who Goes There? It was originally just published as a short story, but recently, as some people were going through some of his estate, I guess, they discovered a longer novella manuscript of Who Goes There under the title Frozen Hell. So they published the full-length version for the first time ever. So it's pretty cool. It's a pretty fast read. I blew through it in a couple of sittings, and it was great just to be able to read the full original story, for the first time. So after that came out, there were a few additional books that came out, such as, well, this one actually I think predates it. This was a sequel that someone wrote called The Things, and it's self-published, not terribly spectacular, very large print inside, and no page numbers, oddly. Yeah, I've heard kind of mixed reviews of this one, but I wanted it just because it's, it's another take on The Thing. So, let's see. So, in the early 1950s, the North Pole is visited by aliens whose craft is accidentally destroyed. That's from the book. The explosion threw a creature into the ice where it is instantly frozen. The men sent to investigate bring the creature back to their base. The creature is eventually destroyed, but not before it has made preparations for the survival of its species. This book tells the story of how the alien things manage to increase their numbers and get to the mainland of Europe. They land in a secluded part of Norway. So this is kind of a a what-if sequel, picking up where the original story left off. Now, I guess for copyright reasons, it's a sequel to the original story and not the John Carpenter film, because that is, of course, owned by Universal, and Universal can be very sticky about copyright type things, you know, so, yeah. And then, from the same folks who brought us Frozen Hell, we have The Things from Another World, which is this short stories by John Gregory Betancourt, who was the editor on the original. And it features illustrations by the same guy who did illustrations for Frozen Hell. And the illustrations are based on Joseph Campbell's descriptions of the thing. So that's actually what it's supposed to look like, technically. In the John Carpenter version, of course, it doesn't really have a form because it just imitates forms. Well, in the original story, it also imitates forms, but it does have fluff, apparently. It does have a base form. I think this one is, yeah, this one is another novella. This one's written by John Gregory Betancourt and is a sequel, once again, to Frozen Hell. So, and I think this differs from this, because this, I believe, is a sequel to Who Goes There, the original short story. This is based on, well, it's also based on Who Goes There, but I'm pretty sure it's based more on the Frozen Hell version, which is the lengthier version. So, there you go. So, another sequel. And then, finally, this one's really cool. We have Short Things. Yes, and this is a series of short stories, some of which are actually told from the perspective of the thing, which is pretty cool. There is another one that is told from the perspective of the thing that is not in this book. It's you can find it online as just a free download, essentially. But yeah, some lovely lovely artwork in this one too. They have a variety of writers and a variety of artists. Just listen to these writers. We have G.D. Falkson, Paul DeFilippo, Alan Dean Foster, yes, who novelization fans will know. That's he's written a lot of novelizations and original fiction over the years. I don't know, he's so dusty. Probably because I left them sitting over there for so long with doing the updates. Chelsea Quinn Yarbo, John Gregory Betancourt again, Christine Catherine Rush, Nina Kiriki Hoffman, Daryl Schweitzer, Kevin J. Anderson, who you'd know from the Dune books that he does along with Brian Herbert and a lot of his own stuff. He's done a lot of Star Wars books as well. Mark McLaughlin, Pamela Sargent, Alan M. Steele, and Alan Cole. So, yeah, a whole bunch of stories. So let's take a look at the descriptions here. Oh, is there a description at all for this one? I don't know that there is. Yeah, and these are all published through Amazon, through CreateSpace. Yeah, it doesn't say. It just says that it's a sequel, basically. And there's apparently a third book that he's working on. No, 2 more books. The Things trilogy. So we have Things from Another World, which is this one, which is the first of the new trilogy. And then he's also doing another one called Mars is Hell, which apparently is also based on or includes another story by John W. Campbell, which I guess he's adapted to be part of the Thing universe. And finally, Earth Strikes Back. So this one just came out last year. This is a 2024 release, so I'm guessing the other books have not come out yet. I did look for them. I didn't see them yet, but I will definitely be picking those up, because it is clear to me from what little I have skimmed that this is someone who really understands the Thing and has genuine passion for the material, so good on you. And then Short Things. Short Things is a collection of never-before-published stories based on John W. Campbell's classic short novel Who Goes There, filmed as The Thing. Commissioned one by one as stretch goals for the Frozen Hell Kickstarter project, which broke records as... Oh, I didn't realize it was a Kickstarter. That's pretty cool. But you can just go to Amazon and get it. It's part of their MOD program, so it's like constantly available. Commissioned one by one as stretch goals for the Frozen Hell Kickstarter project, which broke records as one of the most successful science fiction publishing projects in Kickstarter history, this series of stories grew to book size thanks to contributions by many top writers. Enjoy these sometimes very different takes on the classic monster, The Thing. In fact, we have a wraparound cover here as well. See if we can kind of see it there. It's hard to. Yeah. Anyway, you get the idea. So there you go, and that is basically it. But some very cool additions, because you know me, I'm the multimedia guy, right? So give me news stories set in those worlds. And the thing is, you know, one of my all-time, well, it's probably my all-time favorite sci-fi horror story. So it's great to have some news stories, especially after the prequel left a, you know, foul taste in all our mouths. It's nice to have some proper prequels, and sequels rather, that well, and I guess the short stories happen all over the place, before, middle, after, other planets, and all kinds of stuff. But it's great to have some new material by people who are truly passionate about the thing and the you know, the potential for additional lore surrounding it. Yeah, so I'm curious to read this one. I heard it's by Dan F. Brereton. And I heard that just reading some of the reviews, it's apparently very gory and very intense and stuff, but people found it a little lacking in the plot department. So I don't know. I have not read it yet, so I don't know. But it looks like it'd be a pretty fast read, just judging from how large the print is. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sure it'll be an entertaining romp nonetheless. Alrighty. Well, that covers all the new things. So what is this, stack 5B? Yeah, because previously it was this was all in one stack. That was the chair, it wasn't me. See, it makes that noise. Anyway, yeah, so it's stack 5 of 24, and this is the second piece of it, which I felt deserved its own little section. Because carry on with stack 5C, which is another fairly small section, but you know, we're almost through with the small updates, and we're going to get back to some monster ones very shortly. Well, I don't mean to imply that they will have monsters in them, but I'm sure there will be a few. But I mean monstrous in terms of size. Yeah, so let's carry on, shall we? Stay tuned. Right, and we'll just do our little thumbnail. Hold on. That's the shortest one yet, holy shit. There's one more that's going to be even shorter. Well, I'm going to put these books on the bookshelf. And I'll put the other stuff away later. We're not quite doing all the Blu-rays yet. Just going to set them aside as we go. Phoenix. Oh no, this isn't 3-ply, is it? Oh, fuck. Why did she get 3-ply? I need 3-ply. This feels like I'm shoving a blanket up my nose. That's alright. I can take off 1-ply, fold it in half, and then it's like a half 2-ply, and the other is 2-ply. Yes, I'm that anal, okay? Don't judge me. Alright. Ah, that color really comes through, eh? That's pretty cool. There. Let's go green. I'm not dying, you're dying. The intro for the solo version. Well, last time we took a look at The Thing, an eldritch, cosmic horror creature that sometimes reaches fairly impressive proportions if it's absorbed enough life forms that day. But there's another kind of monster that gets even bigger. The Kaiju. Oh yes. Time for a Kaiju update. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. As the biggest horror update ever continues. Today on the Multimedia Chronicles. So, The Thing reached rather sizable proportions by the end of the John... Fuck's sake. So The Thing reached some pretty sizable proportions by the end of the John Carpenter movie. Can you imagine if it got like a healthy dose of, say, radiation and became even bigger? Maybe the size of Godzilla? Yes, that's right, folks. Godzilla -1. Now, this is not the big fancy schmancy special edition that came out recently. This one came out, this is one of the first releases. But very, very nice edition, I have to say. It's actually a steelbook edition. Does this have any... Yeah, this does not have the black and white version. It's just the straight up version, but it has behind the scenes feature, trailers, TV spots, some 6-second bumpers, and a poster. And it's in this lovely slipcover. Check that out. So it's a nice plastic slipcover with some see-through portions, and there it is. And I think it's a wraparound steelbook as well. Yes, it is. Look at that. Now, you guys are gonna chastise me endlessly for this, but I have not actually watched this yet. I know. Having grown up with Godzilla and loving Godzilla and being a huge Godzilla fan, I still haven't watched what many say is one of the greatest Godzilla movies ever made. But hey, at least I have it. At least I have the option to watch it. So I'll get around to it soon. Don't worry. So we got our poster here. Let's see. How big is this? How do we unfold this? Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, it's kind of like it's a mini poster. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's pretty nice. Yeah, check that out. You see that okay? You can kind of see that. We're sort of doing a mini closer look. There's not a lot of things in this update section, so I figured we'll, yeah, here we go. So we have, so we got the 4K and the Blu-ray. Just one second here. Yeah. So we got the 4K, right? And we got the Blu-ray. And you can see we have our bonus disc as well. Kind of nice, so it gives maximum space for the movie, which is good. Oh, is this, I don't know which company put this out. And then we got this lovely picture of Godzilla about to just annihilate a boat. I've seen that shot from the trailer. It looked pretty spectacular. So, yeah, cool. Put all that back in. There we go. And there we go. That's upside down. Not that it matters. The blood isn't going to rush to the disc's head. And there we go. I think this is just put out by Toho, actually. Let me see here. What does it say? Looks like it. It just says Toho. Yeah, I think this is just the Toho one, and that's it. But I mean, it's got all English. And this is what I was talking about a couple of segments ago when we were looking at the Godzilla omnibus, of the Marvel comics. Is that Toho seems to be getting a little less stingy about licensing their stuff out. Yeah, it just says Toho, and specifically for North America. Well, dang, that's something I never thought I'd see. Toho doing actual international releases of their own. That's pretty cool. And it's a really nice edition, too. Like, I was actually quite pleased by that. So next up, coming over to our shores, picked up the 4K of, which one is this? Godzilla X Kong, The New Empire. Yeah, I'm behind on this, too. I need to watch the previous one and this one. Maybe I'll just have a Godzilla day and we'll watch all three back to back. That's kind of what I did when the last time when the first Godzilla vs. Kong came out. We watched all of the Godzillas back to back. It was pretty cool. Well, at the time there was only two of them, but we watched Kong Skull Island in the middle. So yeah, I have seen Monarch, the series. That was really good. Apparently, a second season's coming out soon. Very cool. And that's that. I think it's just the same artwork inside. Yeah, that's it. And this is the first of the Legendary verse, I believe, that I got in 4K. Because I was picking up the 3D versions of the others. I don't know that this one got a 3D edition. I'll have to look into that. I'm sure someone will tell me in the comments, yeah, it has a 3D edition. Dumbass. Next up, we got a trio of releases from Vinegar Syndrome. They've actually been stepping up their kaiju game a little bit. I was late to the party, though, and missed the big special edition of the first one they put out, which was Gorgo. Yeah, good old Gorgo. I used to have this on VHS a million years ago. I got it as like a birthday or a Christmas present. I can't remember. But anyway, my parents gifted it to me for some occasion. And I'd never heard of it before. Before that, really the only kaiju I knew was, the big two, Godzilla and Gamera. But, well, and I guess King Kong as well, obviously. But, so this is pretty cool to me to find another one that I had never heard of before. So this was one that I always enjoyed. I don't know if I still have the VHS tape, the old VHS tape. Might have it somewhere. I don't think I do, though. I think I sold it a while back with the intent to upgrade and such. But, yeah, this is a really, really nice edition. Yeah, restored from the original 35mm negative. It's got the original English mono. It's got this is cool. It got a commentary track with film historian and cartoonist Stephen R. Bissett, who, I know his work from Swamp Thing, when he worked with Alan Moore and John Totalben to basically, collaboratively revamp Swamp Thing. Alan Moore gets all the credit for that, but, it's one of those situations where it was a collaboration, really. It was a pool of talent. Yeah, I remember actually someone sent him my video that I did like a million years ago talking about Swamp Thing, and he was quite keen to do an interview for the Multimedia Chronicles. And I was like, yeah, we should totally do that. That'd be awesome. I'd love to, pick your brain about it and hear your stories and stuff. And we just never did it. So hey, Steven, if you're still out there somewhere and you're still game, would love to sit down and do that at some point. I think it'd be easier to do now anyway with like Zoom and stuff like that. Because we were talking about that like back when I did those videos originally, which was like 2010, I think, 2009. It would have been a lot harder to put together then, but nowadays it would be quite easy. So, yeah, cool. Would love to do that. Next up, trying to keep on top of the releases now, we have Reptilicus. Now you can see why I want the special edition versions, right? Because, I mean, look at this thing. Hard box, right? Very nice. Beautiful artwork. Doesn't stop there, though, because you slide it out. And you got, well, it's kind of, I don't know which is the front. Anyway, you got this cool slipcover, wraparound artwork, which I cannot unwrap and show you. And then, inside, you got the 4K. Yes, more 4K kaiju stuff. I love it. It's great. So who's on this one? So, yeah, once again, a 35mm negative. I don't know if I've actually seen Reptilicus. I'm looking forward to checking it out. There's that saying again. Anybody keeping track of how many times I've said that? You're going to hear it a lot more, I guarantee you. Original mono track, brand new commentary track with Nicholas Barbano and Kim Newman. Good old Kim Newman. I swear, Kim Newman is on every other disc I got. You just do nothing but commentaries. It seems to be on everything. And I love it because Kim's always a delight and has like a million stories. Like he's just a walking encyclopedia. And then the Blu-ray has that and everything on the 4K and a bunch of stuff. Oh, it also contains the alternate 95-minute Danish language version of Reptilicus with newly translated English subtitles. That's interesting. I'm guessing there's... Oh no, there's definitely some differences because the other one is 82 minutes and the Danish one is 95. That's like 13 minutes of additional material. Wow, well that's cool. Yeah, definitely going to enjoy that. Just have a day of Reptilicus. It bugs me that I can't tell where the front is. Oh no, there it is. There's like a ratings thing on the back. You see that? Really tiny right there? I don't know if I can even zoom in on that enough for you to be able to see it, but anyway. There we go. So Reptilicus. Very cool. And we got one more. Just came out fairly recently, at least the time of this recording. We have Yongari. Monster from the Deep. Yeah. So I love we have like all of the best Godzilla knockoffs here. It's great. And keeping an eye on their site to see any further ones that they put out. And they're doing all of them in these deluxe hardbox editions. I've not actually opened this one up yet. But, you know what the hell, let's do it right now. Since we're on a roll. Why not? Why not? Just gotta... Where can we get a start on it here? Hold on. Come on. Maybe we're not going to open it right now. Come on. Oh my god, why is this so impossible? Hold on. Ow! I literally just sliced open my finger with my thumbnail. Ow. Well, we'll put a band-aid on that in a moment. But now I'm even more determined to open this because it injured me, and now I'm mad. Okay, there we go. Very cool. It's bleeding to death. Here's the fucking slipcover. Here's the other side of the fucking slipcover. There we go. Who's on this one? 80-minute version, 35mm intrapositive, no negative, I guess. Commentary track with Sam Dagan, and archival commentary track with Steve Rifle and writer-critic Kim Sang-ho. And, yeah. Cool. I can't believe I did that. I'm my own worst enemy, I swear. Ugh. To be fair, the skin is kind of fragile right now because I'm having a really bad eczema flare-up because of, I don't know, the weather, I guess, this time of year. Alright, cool. Well, let's just do this. And there we go. Very nice. Alright, I'm going to go treat my injuries, and then we'll continue, shall we? Wow, it is dead out there. Like, no reaction at all to that, eh? Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. Just quickly do the thumbnail. Wow. Like, took a literal chunk out of my finger. That's crazy, man. I'm just gonna go treat that. I'll be right back. Oh, I don't need my shades for that.
Still recording? Yes. Just going to see the accumulation of more and more band-aids over the course of this as I either injure myself or my eczema goes crazy. I'm going to redo that. Just going to see the accumulation of more and more band-aids as my... oh, fuck's sake. I'm just going to see the accumulation of more and more band-aids over the course of this as I either injure myself or my eczema flares up and just goes crazy. Never let it be said that I don't suffer for my art. Recording? Yes. Good. Whew. Well, good morning, JL. We're doing Talkville Season 8, eh? Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of odd they would stop at Season 7, considering there's, what, 3 more seasons? It's like, come on, you've gone this far. Bring it home. It's not that far to go. Oh, right. Okay. What color do we want? Back to red, maybe? Excellent. Because Lex was not in the other ones. Oh, is it? What you say? Is one of the actors or something is doing it with them? I see. Well, surely there should be. I don't know, other characters or I don't know. I don't know, man. Oh, intro for the next section. I'll live. Sorry to disappoint you all. I'll live. Sorry to disappoint my haters. Anyway, carrying on today with more from Stack 5. This is actually the end of Stack 5, the last of the stack. And we have a quartet of Criterions. Yes, Criterion has put out some pretty interesting horror stuff. Tends to be, and it wasn't even recording apparently, the camera just shut off. Great. Blah, blah, blah. What
What is going on? There, record. Oh. I'll live. Sorry to disappoint my haters. Well, today we finally get to the end of Stack 5 of the Stacks and Stacks and Stacks horror updates with a quartet of Criterions. Today, on the Multimedia Chronicles, as the biggest horror update ever continues. Hey, Ryan Shadoway in the house. How's it going, dude? I can't remember if I told you, I finished editing your segment for the Halloween special. Which honestly didn't require much editing. But I did add some titles and music, actually. Gave it a full score. And man, I tell you, like, you had like a nice dramatic presentation. And I gotta say, I basically raided the YouTube audio library and found like the most perfect music. I think you're gonna be blown away when you see it and see how much like the music just helps bring it to life in a whole new way, and it's awesome. Man, it's awesomer. So it was already awesome, but it gave it that little bit of extra oomph, really helped to give some extra punch to some of the key moments. So I think you're really gonna like it. I think you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. And this is what it's all about, man. Like the creative collaboration and stuff. Oh, I actually have that Halloween DVD you were talking about, by the way. So I scanned the chapter
Ryan
list
Chataway donated $30.
for the reference.
Merry
you were
Christmas,
referencing.
buddy.
So, yeah. Nobody else in the room knows what I'm talking about. You guys will know when you see the special. You'll know what I'm talking about. But I'm really excited with how it's all coming together now. So it won't be long now. It won't be long now. That's one of the reasons I want to get the updates done, is because the updates are supposed to go up right after the special. So this way we can just go bam, bam, right into the updates right after it drops. So, we're coming into the home stretch. So, actually not really. We've still got quite a lot to do, but whatever. Let me enjoy my moment. Alright. Holy guacamole, Batman! I thought that was just somebody chatting. I didn't have my glasses on. It wasn't chatting, it was chatawaying with a big fat juicy dono. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. I'm already looking ahead to next year's special. There's certain aspects of it I want to get working on ASAP, so they're ready well in advance. And needless to say, would love to have your involvement again. So I'll give you all the deets when we get a little closer. I'm very, very early stages of pre-production on that, just kind of on the side as I'm working on finishing up this one. But yeah, I really like how basically everything has been turning out. So, man, I want to just show people bits and pieces of it. Like, look at this, look at this, look at this. But I'm like, no, I gotta wait. I gotta hold off and just let it all drop at once, and everyone just be blown away. So it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm recording. Hi. My camera is behind you guys. You're the camera that you're seeing. But yeah. I picked a bunch of my favorite Halloween horror tapes for the ambiance for the stream. I thought it would help to add to the mood a little bit. I had to have them super quiet though, otherwise they drowned me out. I think I found a good balance though. They sounded pretty good when I was checking out the stream yesterday. Anyway, on we go. Damn. Really did a number on myself. Anyway, welcome back. Let's see. So this time around, we're going to be getting into slightly classier territory. We got a quartet of horror selections from one of the original boutique labels, Criterion. Yes. So starting off, this one you guys will know is a bit of, well, one of many in my Gateway horror saga. We have The Blob. Yeah, I put off getting this for so long. I don't know why, because it's such a personally significant movie for me. And I love this. And I've always thought of this as like an early body horror kind of thing. Like the whole thing about how if it touches you, it will absorb you and like digest you. And like that's horrifying. But yeah, I always loved this one, and I absolutely had to get the Criterion edition. Very nice. So this is... When did this come out anyway? How long have I been putting this off? This was released... Oh my god. This was released in 2013. So I only put it off for 12 years. Anyway. In the original 1.66 to 1 aspect ratio. New 4K digital restoration. Let me guess. They're about to release a 4K of this now, aren't they? If they haven't already. Of course. Always the way. Uncompressed mono soundtrack, 2 audio commentaries with Jack Harris, producer Jack Harris and film historian Bruce Eder, and the other by director Irvin S. Yeworth Jr. and actor Robert Fields. Blobabilia, a gallery of collector Wes Shank's trove of rare stills, posters, props, including the Blob itself. That's cool. Oh.
Ryan Chataway just resubscribed for 30 months.
Hold on a second. Hard to acknowledge while filming, so my glasses on. Oh, it was Ryan again. Ryan's just doing all the things. Excellent. 30 months resubscription. Thank you so much. Almost 3 years. Almost 3 years. Oh, you switched over to Twitch. Got you. YouTube chat going too slow. Yes. I don't know why. They are both the same bit rate, but YouTube is always slower for some reason. I don't know why. Some kind of bottleneck on their end. Yeah. Also, I've been talking to Streamlabs. Hopefully we can get the 4K going over on the YouTube side again. Anyway, let me just get back to this here. Including the Blob itself. How cool is that? Is that, like, I always thought the Blob was just made out of, like, gelatin or something. Like, would that even, like, still have survived? Wouldn't it all have evaporated by now? I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I never really saw anything about the making of it, so that'd be pretty cool. Other ephemera trailer. Oh, and look, an essay by critic Kim Newman. Good old Kim Newman again. Want extras for your Blu-ray? Just get Kim. There you go. So, Oh, it's one of these. It's not a booklet. It's like a fold-out pamphlet. Yeah. Anyway. Very cool. Oh, and there's the essay. It's right here. Very nice. Well, hey, I mean, you find your niche. Like, hey, I know a lot of shit about horror. Okay, be on our Blu-ray. Contrary to popular belief, Kim Newman's expertise is not just all about Dracula. No, he knows about all things horror. And I'm sure he would concur with what I was saying earlier, by the way, that the history of horror is the history of film. Right? Sound off in the comments, Kim. Want to hear your thoughts on that. Next up, what do we got here? We have a pair of Asian horror. We have Kwaidan, which sounds absolutely amazing. Let me read this to you. After more than... Sorry, it's got some polysporin on my fingertip that I want to smear it. Well, it doesn't matter. It's got the shrink wrap anyway. After more than a decade of sober political dramas and socially minded period pieces, the great Japanese director Masaki Kobayashi shifted gears dramatically for this rapturously stylized quartet of ghost stories. So we got some anthology horror and ghost stories, two of my favorite things. Featuring colorfully surreal sets and luminous cinematography, these haunting tales of demonic comeuppance and spiritual trials, adapted from writer Lafcadio Hearn's collection of Japanese folklore, are existentially frightening and meticulously crafted. This version of Kwaidan is the original 3-hour cut, fucking A, never before released in the United States. Actually, 3 hours and 3 minutes, according to the running time. That's awesome. New 2K digital restoration of director Masaki Kobayashi's original cut with uncompressed monaural soundtrack. New audio commentary by film historian Stephen Prince. Interview with Kobayashi from 1993, conducted by filmmaker Masahiro Shinoda. New interview with assistant director Kiyoshi Ogasawara. New piece about author Lafcadio Hearn, on whose versions of Japanese folktales Kwaidan is based. What a proper English sentence. On whose versions of Japanese folktales Kwaidan is based. You went to school, sir, or ma'am. Trailers, new English subtitle translation, plus an essay by critic Jeffrey O'Brien. Jeffrey O'Brien. I'm very tired right now, so forgive me. Anyway, been wanting to check this one out for ages. Sounds like a blast. Love some Japanese folklore. And I swear everybody and their dog who has ever been in the Criterion Closet picks this one. So I figured it was high time I checked it out. House. Not the one with William Catt and Richard Mole. I have that one too, but that's a whole other thing. House is just batshit crazy, apparently. Let me read the back here to you. It says, how to describe Nobuhiko Obayashi's indescribable 1977 movie House. As a psychedelic ghost tale, a stream of consciousness bedtime story, an episode of Scooby-Doo as directed by Mario Bava? Any of the above will do for this hallucinatory head trip about a schoolgirl who travels with 6 classmates to her ailing aunt's creaky country home and comes face to face with evil spirits, a demonic house cat, a bloodthirsty piano, and other ghoulish visions, all realized by Obayashi via mats, animation, and collage effects. Equally absurd and nightmarish, House might have been beamed to Earth from some other planet. It's one of the most exciting cult discoveries in years. Yeah, and I swear, like every other Criterion Closet video I see, everybody picks House. It's like, oh, you gotta see this. This movie's just crazy, man. So yeah, I figured House and Kwaidan, that's a double bill that I'm gonna do one night, and that's gonna be a lot of fun, I think. So Blu-ray, we got, let's see, so it's original 1.33 to 1 aspect ratio. We got restored high definition digital transfer with uncompressed monaural soundtrack. Constructing a House, a new video piece featuring interviews with director Nobuhiko Obayashi, story scenarist and daughter of the filmmaker Chigumi Obayashi, and screenwriter Chiho Katsura. Emotion, a 1966 experimental film by Obayashi. Was House not experimental enough? How much more experimental can it get? A new video appreciation by director Ty West, who I just picked up the Maxine trilogy. Yeah, fucking awesome. Love Ty West. Who did, of course, House of the Devil, which is one I need to pick up. Theatrical trailer, new and improved English subtitle translation, plus an essay by critic Chuck Stevens. No Kim Newman this time. And this one I apparently put off quite a while. Originally came out in 2010. This is the second printing from 2023. I don't often see multiple printings on Criterion titles. That just shows how popular this one is. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to checking that one out. And finally, last but most certainly not least, I remember when Ryan Chataway got this, I was so jealous because I was just like wanting it so bad. I just wish that the stupid, idiot, drooling studio fuckheads back in the 30s didn't junk all of the footage that they cut from it because it was considered too much. It's like, yeah, well, we could take it now. We'd love to see that full-length version now. But anyway, I'm just happy with what we got, and that is Todd Browning's Freaks, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I fucking love Freaks. It's such a good movie, and that's why I'm so pissed off that we will never, ever see Todd Browning's director's cut of it because they junked all the footage. Unless it's like in somebody's attic somewhere yet to be discovered. That does happen. Look what happened with Metropolis. We thought we'd never see the full cut, and they found that one single janky-ass 16mm print that had all the missing footage in it. So, you never know. We'll probably see that around the same time we see London After Midnight. Anyway, I love what Criterion did with this set because they not only gave us Freaks in high definition for the first time, but they also gave us two more Todd Browning films, all within this sort of sideshow circus kind of vibe. We have The Unknown and The Mystic, both of which I've never seen and didn't even know existed until this set came out. So this is amazing, and yeah, when you know I finally came into some money, I had to get this. I don't buy a lot of Criterions because they tend to be prohibitively expensive here. But then again, it seems like a lot of the other boutique labels are about as expensive now too. So I might be picking up more Criterions in the near future. So, might as well read the back of this one too since we're on a roll. So we have The World is a Carnival of Criminality, Corruption, and Psychosexual Strangeness in the twisted pre-code shockers of Todd Browning. Early Hollywood's edgiest auteur. Browning drew on his experiences as a circus performer to create subversive pulp entertainments set amid the world of traveling sideshows, which, with their air of the exotic and the disreputable, provided a pungent backdrop for his sordid tales of outcasts, cons, villains, and vagabonds. Bringing together two of his defining works, The Unknown and Freaks, and a long unavailable rarity, The Mystic, this cabinet of curiosities reveals a master of the morbid, whose ability to unsettle is matched only by his daring compassion for society's most downtrodden. Yeah, that's the thing, is, if I remember the story correctly, what the studio was uncomfortable with was the Freaks themselves, and that, you know, people were going to be too disturbed by them or what have you. But the thing is like, if you've seen the movie, the Freaks, so-called, are the heroes of the story. It's about their mistreatment by the beautiful people, the normal humans, and it's got a lot of heart to it, you know, and it's a very touching story, and you know it's horrifying, but not in the ways that you expect it to be going in, you know. And I think a lot of people are surprised by it when they see it because it has this killer reputation, but it really is just such a beautiful film, and I love it. It's one of my favorite like pre-code horror movies, and I can't wait to see this in high def for the first time. So let's see, we got new 2K digital restoration of Freaks with the uncompressed monaural soundtrack, new 2K digital reconstruction and restoration of The Unknown by the George Eastman Museum with a new score by composer Philip Carley, and a new K digital restoration of The Mystic with a new score by composer Dean Hurley. Audio commentaries on Freaks and The Unknown, and an introduction to The Mystic by film scholar David J. Scull. He's in a lot of extras as well. He's always interesting. New interview with author Megan Abbott about director Todd Browning and pre-code horror. Archival documentary on Freaks. An episode from 2019 of critic Kristen Lopez's podcast Ticklish Business about disability representation in Freaks. There you go. A reading by David Scull of Spurs, the short story by Todd Robbins on which Freaks is based. I didn't actually know it was based on a short story. Well, that will be interesting. Prologue to Freaks, which was added to the film in 1947. That I don't think I've seen. I think I've just seen the movie on its own. Program on the alternate endings to Freaks. Video gallery of portraits from Freaks. And English subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, plus an essay by film critic Farron Smith Name. Okay, cool. No Kim Newman on this one. Anyway, there you go. A quartet of Criterion. Very nice. I'm actually really stoked about all four of these. Because, Criterion does... Well, actually, they do a fair amount of horror, honestly. But it's always, really interesting stuff like this. Stuff that kind of pushed the envelope or did something really unique and interesting. And, yeah, these are going to be fun ones to dive into. All right. Let's do the thumbnail. Never seen House of Glory. Yeah, totally. Oh, what was this?
With Adam the Woo.
I wanted to say this morning on the way to work, I loaded up the stream to listen to. Next up is Dracula Sucks. I came in a perfect time. You came in a perfect time. Don't you mean you came in a perfect time? Or maybe you don't. I came at the perfect time. You knew as soon as I said that, and I love it. See, if you weren't here, I probably still would have name dropped you there, because I always remembered when you got that. I was like, oh, he got the Freak set. I want that so bad. So, yeah. Finally have it. The other films are incredible as well. Yeah, I'm sure. There's apparently some people that think disabilities are a superstar. Obviously, disabilities aren't. No. But I do consider our kind of neurospiciness a kind of superpower, to be perfectly honest. Because it's like we see patterns and things that neurotypicals don't. And unfortunately, it kind of means we see the world as it is, when other people just seem to have a bag over their heads a lot of the time. At least that's how it feels. Anyway. I was looking at the wrong camera. Hi. Hey, Bits. Yes, R.I.P. Adam the Woo. I never really watched his stuff, but I know a lot of people did, and that one really hit them hard, so. I've actually never seen the Asian House movie, just the 80s American one. Oh yeah, I've seen the American one a million times. Zero relation, by the way. Similarity in name only. Thumbnail, right. I actually recorded me talking to the wrong camera, so there you go. It's immortalized in 8K. I ain't putting on my facade. Casuals are stupid. Well, yeah, a lot of them are, unfortunately. Ugh. So I decided on a whim to open up Reptilicus, and I Reptilicus' my fingertip. Literally, my thumb slipped, and just like went and just literally took a chunk there was a chunk of skin under my thumb ripped from the tip of my finger. Ugh, brutal. Anyway, Polysporin. It surprisingly didn't hurt that much, but it's incredibly off character. Well, I mean, that just means you're being true to yourself, you know, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know, there comes a point, when we were talking about masking earlier, it's like there comes a point like, well, why am I putting in all the effort? You know? It just doesn't make sense.
Also, Rep Lamar will
alright, we
hit
gotta
home
pick the
big
next
time.
one. What's it gonna be? We got a big stack of Dan Curtis stuff. It's not too many items individually, but it's some big items. What we got over here? I don't want to dig into the back ones yet. So the front ones, we have... Is this 70s? Ugh. No. Oh no, it's more modern stuff. Is this all modern stuff? No. Oh, I think I see what it is. Hold on. Ugh. Is this all 70s? I think this is 70s. Hold on. Now that's 70s, but then, okay, I actually have two eras in one stack here. That's why I was getting confused. Okay, so we got a stack of 70s stuff. We've got a huge fucking stack of 80s stuff. Is this 80s or 90s? This one's 90s. What the hell's the 90s stuff? I'm not sure. These are modern. Yeah, this is modern. This is modern, I think. Something, I can't. The printing is so damn small. 2007. Okay, yeah, that's modern. Wait a sec. Oh no, this is Ghost Stories, I think. Yeah. I got some documentaries. So let's grab this. Yeah, that one's good too. I like that one a lot. Is this all 2000s? No, that's 90s. That's 2000s. What's this one? This coming up. This is 80s, isn't it? That's 90s. That's 90s. So we're redoing these as 90s. Just pairing that up because it's peripherally related, I think. 99, 2001. Okay, this is 90s. So, alright, here, I'll turn you guys a bit so you can kind of see what I'm doing. There, okay. Just sorting through the stacks here a little bit. Things got a little confused. This stack is all 70s, so I'm sort of dividing into eras here. So you got a handful of 90s. Actually, you know what? Fuck, I'm not going to put the other one out. I'll put this one here. Or is this Ghost Stories? I think this is Ghost Stories. Yeah. I decided to do a Ghost Stories section. Alright, we'll do Ghost Stories. That works. Okay. Yeah, I see what I was doing. I was trying to get inside my own head. Like, what the fuck was I doing again? So, I'm pretty sure this is 70s. This is modern. Yeah. We're going to do something special for that one, though. No, this is like anthology horror. When did this come out? 86. Is this 80s? We'll put it in at the 80s stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is all 80s. Okay. Ghost Stories. Yeah, we'll do Ghost Stories next. That's a good one. So 24 stacks. I didn't necessarily say it was going to be 24 parts now, did I? Ha ha. I did get the new Candyman. I couldn't remember if I got it or not. Okay, good. I'm glad that's in there. I'm glad I didn't buy it again. Yeah, so this goes with franchises. Yeah. And then, oh, I should have put that in for the werewolf stuff. Oh well. That's fine. Franchises. Got a bunch. Oh, I did get The Conjuring 3. I couldn't remember if I got that one or not. Alright, cool. So this is a trio of documentaries. So I got some other ones, or no, a quartet of documentaries. I got some other ones, but I don't know, yeah. Where was this one from? 90s. I don't see any 90s stuff here. Is that elsewhere? Is that in the back there? Is that 90s? No, that's Hammer. Where the hell is my 90s stuff? I don't fucking know. Okay, so we do Ghost Stories, and then we can do just a big stack of 70s. Ugh. Ugh. Lamar Wilson? Oh, right. Yeah, that's one of your Nickelodeon guys, eh? Yeah, that sucks. There's too many goddamn people dying the past couple weeks. What's going on? Half expected to turn out to be a big conspiracy where everyone was being silenced for speaking out against El Generalissimo. Kinda. Anyway. Scully. Jesus Christ. For it being Christmas Eve, great pairing up of sentences there. There sure are a lot of people calling in and emailing for bullshit. That's great. What was this? Aiden says, I feel like I'm quite a fan of philosophy, believe it or not. Things like Five Nights at Freddy's, while modern, still have Frankenstein aspects. Yeah, absolutely. Including the philosophy. Same with even Mortal Kombat. Yes, I've made comparisons between that seem completely different, but are similar. Stupid casuals just want surface level BS. I know. It's calm down. It's okay. Says, yes, I make comparisons between things that seem to be different, whereas casuals just think things are always surface level. Well, and they want everything explained as well. You know, like, I like... See, that's one of the things I like about The Thing, for example. The Thing is... I mean, it's not just that it's a great film, great cast, great cinematography, great direction, amazing practical effects, wonderful score, all those elements, but just the story itself is just a wonderful exercise in ambiguity. There are no easy answers. There's a lot left open to interpretation, and I love that shit. You know, I don't need to have a concrete answer at the end of the story. I mean, give me room to think. You know, I like that, and that's one that gives you room to think. You know. And stories like Frankenstein, where they, you know, they bring forth a lot of philosophical questions, like what is the nature of existence? What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to, you know, well, and also as neurotypicals, the whole thing where he's trying to fit in. And again, it's like, well, why does he have to do all the work? Why can't people just not be assholes to him? You know? So, but that's the story, right? Is the fact that, you know, people tend to prejudge based on appearances. Yeah, I was saying before, like we were talking about making comparisons there, like how I connected it to the Hulk, you know, which I'm sure you can easily see the connection there. It's like a mix of Jekyll and Hyde and Frankenstein in a lot of ways. But, yeah, and I don't know. And it seems like people are getting lazier with that, you know? Like I can't remember if you were here earlier, but I saw something on social media yesterday about someone saying that, I think you were here, we were talking about it, was that movies are too slow in the cinema. They're used to watching everything at double speed, you know? I'm like, why would you watch a movie at double speed? Like, that makes no sense to me. I want to experience it as the director intended. I want the story to unfold at the pace it is intended to unfold, you know? Because I want to have time to think about it. I want to have time to, you know, absorb all the details and all the information and, you know, experience the movie, experience the story. So they're too normal, yeah. Normal, lazy, conditioned. And with the attention span of gnats lately, it's just, it's awful. And I think about, you know, how neurodivergents love deep lore for things. For example, Five Nights at Freddy's is a good example. I know it has a massive autistic fan base. For that reason, is because it has really deep lore to it. And really interesting lore to it, so you know it's something that you can really dig into. I know a lot of neurodivergent people who love Power Rangers, for example. I shouldn't have said that, but I get why, because there's always more of it, you know. And then when you finish watching all the American ones, you can go watch the Japanese ones. You can experience that. And I've done that as well with shows, you know, like Voltron, for example. I'd watch the American version, which is very watered down, and then watch the original Japanese version, which is very violent and dark and intense and, you know, a lot better, I think. But that's fascinating to me, is like not just re-experiencing a familiar story, but experiencing it from different perspectives, and also revisiting old favorites as I experience more life. You get different perspectives. As you experience more things and have more experience and knowledge about things, you see things differently, and you see things in the things that you watched when you were younger differently when you revisit them when you're older. And I like that kind of thing. I mean, that to me, that's what the really good entertainment is, and the really good't are the kind that you can revisit at different stages of your life, and you always get something different at every stage, you know. Five Nights at Freddy's is like toddlers. Well, I don't know. I have some footage of Rose who insisted on wanting to play it when she was, not a toddler, but quite young. And it scared the shit out of her. Like, I would not put, you gotta have some perspective to play those games. And they're not for toddlers. I mean, try to fucking play them. They're hard. They're really hard. I managed to play through the first one in its entirety, and then I tried the second one, and I just got destroyed. Like, I just could not do it. Like, I'm sure there's something I'm missing there as far as, I'll get back to it at some point, but I mean, one thing I liked about it was, as you say, it was the lore. It's just got a really interesting backstory to it, so, I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean, another example, like, just as an aside, but peripherally related, is, I like, as you've seen in the clips, I like to play Fortnite, for example, and a lot of people give me shit about that, saying, like, oh, that's for kids. It's like, okay, try playing it, see how well you do, You will get your ass kicked. You will get your ass handed to you repeatedly. But I keep coming back for more. Why? Because, well, believe it or not, even Battle Royale actually has some pretty deep lore behind it when you dig into it. A lot of story is revealed just through the environment as you play. Like, if you don't happen to go to that location, you're going to miss a part of the stories. There's incentive to explore. And there's the humor of it. It's all very meme-based humor, and it's very funny and goofy and tongue-in-cheek, and it does all the crossovers, so it's got a very Ready Player One kind of vibe to it with all the different licenses and stuff. Where else can you see Optimus Prime team up with Wolverine and fight fight alongside Wednesday Addams or like there's literally nothing like it. So I enjoy it for all of those reasons. Also because I'm a pop culture junkie. So I mean, and it's just loaded with pop culture. So yeah, of course I'm gonna like that. It's fun. Sorry that you can't handle the concept of someone having fun with something. God forbid. But yeah, I mean, there's no question that the younger players are better at it because they've got faster reflexes. And I mean, it is what it is, right? I'm old, I'm slow, I hold my own fairly well, I think, But sometimes, I get trounced. But it doesn't dissuade me from it. I still have fun. But I just don't get, like, people's just absolute hate for that. Like, so don't watch when I'm playing the game. Like, it's not like I don't do a variety of other content, Like, it's not the only thing I do. So, I don't know. People are weird. Which, of Five Nights at Freddy's? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, right from the first game, too. I mean, the first game, they kind of gave you the story in a very sly fashion, where you had to look at the newspaper clippings up on the board, and the newspaper, like, each night would be a new newspaper clipping, and it would give you another piece of the story, and that's where all the lore started. And then with each subsequent entry, they just kept building on it and adding to it and expanding on it, and it's great. It's great stuff. I haven't seen the second movie yet. I need to. I'll probably rewatch the first one when the second one comes out on 4K, and I'll pick that up. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there, and there's a lot of things, you get into even just internet culture. There's a lot of stuff for neuro spicy folks to dive into. Take a look at things like creepypastas if you like your scary stuff, or one that I really like actually is the SCP Foundation, and also more recently the Backrooms, where people have put together these huge elaborate wikis, just building the lore and writing these little stories that tell the story of all the different creatures and all the inhabitants and all the levels in the case of the Backrooms and stuff like that. And it's just really fascinating. It's so creative. And there's just so much to dive into. I love that stuff. But yeah, and for me, like I said, I mean, I've always been a multimedia guy. So for me, the main thing is stories. You know, stories, lore, complexity. You know, I like layers, and yeah, the films are incredibly dumbed down, so casuals won't whine, and yet the reviewers hated them for that exact reason. Yeah, what can you do? You can't please everybody, right? But I mean, for me, the only issue I had, like from what I saw of the first one, wasn't so much that it was dumbed down, but that it just seemed very lore dump heavy. Like they just seemed to want to like get as much lore into the first one as they could, and it seemed to go, you know, almost information overload. Like, it was fine for, like, to me. Like, I didn't have any problem following it. I mean, I already knew most of the story anyway, because my daughter is very into it and has been for most of her life. So she would tell me all the lore, like, as she uncovered it and stuff. And she would watch the game theories videos and whatnot. And Markiplier's videos, of course. But, yeah, so I was already kind of familiar with it going in, but, you know, I mean, for me, I just, like we were talking about before, like with adaptations, like, I just want them to get the vibe right. And I feel like they did pretty good on that. I liked Matthew Lillard as William Afton / Springtrap. I thought he was great. Love seeing him sink his teeth into a villain role. You know, he's a terrific, I really enjoy him as an actor. Also seems like just like the nicest guy ever if you've seen him with you know, fan interactions and stuff. But and of course the animatronics for the you know, the actual characters, which were amazing, just fantastic. But you know, I don't know. I mean, I don't think any adaptation is going to be like exactly like, you know, like we were saying before. They just can't, you know. And especially something with the game, where, I mean, you're sitting playing a game for like how many hours? You know, hours upon hours. You have a lot more room for story in that case than you would in like a 90-minute, 2-hour movie. So you gotta pare it down to its bare essentials, but you also, you know, want to be true to your own lore. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, they got Scott Cawthon actually involved in the process of developing the movies. So I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if it's got the creator's blessing, then hey, okay. But for Five Nights at Freddy's like stuff in terms of movies, I loved the Banana Splits movie. I thought it was just a blast. I wish they did more. But I really enjoyed that one, and Willy's Wonderland with Nicolas Cage. Both just such fun movies. And, you know, Banana Splits definitely leaning harder to the horror, but also, you know, both of them being very tongue-in-cheek. So, you know. Afton felt way too much like a stereotypical mad scientist rather than being inspired by Peter Cushing's Frankenstein. Ah, okay. Which is basically exactly his character in all the other media. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know that the mad scientist trope is necessarily that bad, but, you know, I can see your point, how it does perhaps overly simplify it. And, you know, maybe you don't have to go quite so hard in that direction, but I can forgive it because it was Matthew Lillard. But yeah, I haven't seen the, as I say, I haven't seen the second one yet, so I don't know how that kind of, you know, develops. But I'm hoping they lean a little harder into the horror in the second one, because the first one definitely seemed light on that. Give us the horror. I mean, in Banana Splits, we had like full-on disembowelments and stuff. Like, they did not pull any punches with the horror side of it on that one. created a FNAF adaptation myself, trying to be as faithful as possible. Yeah, that's cool. Like as a movie script kind of thing, or I just hate him being a raving madman rather than a calm and chilling man whose ambitions are destroying him both physically and mentally. That's true. Yeah, more quiet. It's interesting. I saw a video along those lines recently talking about acting choices. Now, I'm not saying in this case it was Matthew Lillard's acting choice. It was clearly the writing, but just as an aside that's, you know, again, kind of peripherally related. When you see certain interactions in a script, the first instinct isn't necessarily always the right one to go with. So the example that they gave was a scene from Raging Bull, where Robert De Niro's character is confronting Joe Pesci's character about, you know, suspecting that he slept with his wife. And the way the dialogue is written on the page, you would think most actors would approach it very, you know, kind of aggressively and antagonistically. But like that, his accusations, like, "Did you fuck my wife?" He'd be like, you know, very confrontational about it. But the way he plays it in that scene is really interesting, because he plays it very quiet, and you can see like the wheels turning in the character's mind when he hears what Joe Pesci's saying. Like, he's not outright saying, "Yeah, I fucked your wife," but no, he's like, he lets a couple things slip that get his wheels turning, and you can see, like, he's just sort of, he doesn't respond right away. He just sort of stops and thinks, and you know, his eyes are shifting, and he's just like, he just very quietly says, "Did you fuck my wife?" And he just like looks at him, and there's just like long pause, and then, you know, and then Joe Pesci's reaction to that is very confrontational. Like, "How fucking dare you accuse me of that? That it, you know, he did fuck his wife." That's the thing. And everybody knows it. But this is when Robert De Niro's character finds out about it. He puts the pieces together, and he has this calm anger that you can sense without him projecting it. You know, it's all internal, and all through like very subtle facial expressions and reactions, and it's just amazing. And that's why he's, you know, that's why he's Robert De Niro, because he knows how to make those decisions. But it really got me thinking about that, like how it's so true. And that scene, I would argue, was made more powerful by his performance being so understated in what most people would look at as a confrontation. And it is a confrontation scene, but the way he played it was, you know, much quieter than you might expect, and as a result, I think, stronger. You know, like, you really feel the emotion and like just the discomfort of that character as he comes to this realization. It's amazing, an amazing scene. So, what were you saying? But it would be an early to late 70s film, since I want to get Cushing and Lee at the right ages. Oh, you actually want like, in theory, have them in it. Yeah, Cushing will be Afton, and this may sound ridiculous, but Christopher Lee. Christopher Lee as Freddy. All right. I don't quite see that, but, you know, you clearly have something specific in mind there. But, interesting. And I was recording that whole time, and I realized the recording just ended with Christopher Lee as Freddy. Cut. Just right there. A book. Well, that's the point. You know, you're going to play a book-accurate creature. This is basically that, except less morally gray and leaning towards a hero, I suppose. But the thing is, like, what dialogue would there be? It's Freddy. That's the thing. I mean, I feel like if you're going to have Christopher Lee, you want him to have some dialogue. All right, I'm going to step out for a moment. Don't touch that dial, everybody. We're going to do some ghost stories next. All right. See you shortly.
So far that the textures can't even draw.
Oh.
Watching the train slowly losing animation. Yep, there it goes. And now it looks like something out of Wreck-It Ralph, like how the town people would move all herky-jerky. Speaking of which, I'm hoping to make that the date that I release my Halloween special. And we're going to be doing Halloween all year this year because I've got so much catching up to do in the horror section. It seems like the best year to do it. So, yeah, good times. I'll be considered a world authority on all things horror by this time next year. Save that clip, just in case I do in fact become considered an authority, a world authority on horror by this time next year. Just in case.
Well, that's how Brinsley got into you.
It wouldn't let me turn you around. I had to land you on your eyeballs. There we go. Okay. We would like to leave now, please. Uh-huh. Well, what? Allegory and stuff. The Matrix isn't what it wants you to think it is. The Matrix is the control the media has over you. It's easier to break free than you think. They only want you to believe it's hard. It's 44.1. CHFI, Toronto's best rock. For easy listening. And women specifically. Yeah. Now, Barry White, followed by Barry Manilow, and then Barry Gibb. Another one of these accounts that was created like 2 days ago. Really wish these trolls would stop quacking at me. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a short break. I'll be back. Enjoy some clips, that is. I was playing for the Imperials in this one. Not even intentionally, just ended up that way.
Whoa. Is this her? Oh my god, I found the Red Guard woman! I've been looking for her, like, since I started the game. I was just talking to her because she was hot. Hold on. I need to do something.
Always different shit happening in life. Yes. Such is life. You finish dealing with one type of shit and then another type of shit comes along that you have to deal with. Sometimes the various types of shit overlap and you just have to juggle two types of shit at once, trying to deal with all of this shit. It's just a bunch of bullshit. go here. Oh, okay. Greetings everyone, and welcome to another blue. Greetings everyone. Greetings everyone. Greetings everyone. And we're passing greetings everyone. We're passing greetings everyone. We're passing greetings everyone. We're passing greetings everyone. We're passing everyone. We're passing everyone. We're passing greetings everyone. We're passing greetings. Greetings everyone. We're passing greetings everyone. We're passing greetings greetings. They hit each other. And they're fighting each other. He's even looking like, do you believe this shit? It's like, dude, the guy's right here. Thankful. Okay, I've done that part.
Yes.
And what was the story that I so rudely interrupted?
Twice, yes. It's not a big deal. I was simply making a remark.
Oh.
It wasn't the whole story.
Oh. What was the remark? Not trying to edit you or anything, or on the fly.
But anyway, I'm very excited. And honestly,
I can tell.
A lot of the stuff in there I will probably get for when I move out.
Yeah.
Because, like, cutesy home appliance stuff.
Sure. You fart.
Gotta add another one to the roster.
Oh my god. Cutesy kawaii. Stop. You're spitting poop water at me. Oh my god.
I'm gonna get 2 of these.
Why am I small? I don't know why I became small. Oh,
you
is
just face planted out of the door.
I don't know what. It's the.
I like the third one the best.
Cool. Is that the one where the killer rips the guy's nutsack off and then beats him to death with his own balls?
Yes.
I agree. That's the best one.
You hit it right on the nose.
Or right in the balls.
As it were, yes.
Okay, cool. Anyway, I should go. So I'm gonna go. I'm going now. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Oh, you got company over there. Okay, never mind. Let's stomp this guy. You don't count? You're not an actual... Oh, wow. Really? Come on. Because you were part of the cinematic, I can't... You don't actually exist as a stompable corpse? Lame. That should have been a gimme. Oh, well. Oh, that's... Oh, yeah, I remember this one. Ah! Fuck! Nah! What is even happening? This ghost stories. There. Should grab another stack too. What do we got here?
do we have? Ugh, I don't know if I want to tackle the 80s one just yet. It's huge. I know I have a bigger 90s stack somewhere, but I'm not sure where it is. Somewhere in this pile. So this one's 70s? Yeah, we can do 70s. Ugh. This is 70s, right? Yeah, this is all 70s. Okay. Good. Alright. Who all is still alive out there? I don't think there's only 4 people watching. Where is everybody? Maybe everybody's opening their presents right now. Oh, rumbly tummy. Well, I haven't eaten anything since those ham sandwiches I had earlier. I could always make another one, but I don't want to eat all the ham before tomorrow. I'm supposed to save some for dinner. Hey, Scully! Excellent. Yeah, I redressed my wound and put a fresh band-aid, some fresh polysporin on it. Nice thing about the polysporin is, you know, you obviously clean the wound first, but which stings like a motherfucker, especially when it's your fingertip. But the nice thing about the polysporin is it actually takes the stinging out. It's like the opposite of what you would expect disinfectant to be. Like, doesn't disinfectant make it sting more? Yes, some do, like Bactine or hydrogen peroxide. But no, polysporin actually doesn't. It soothes it. It disinfects and moisturizes and helps aid the healing process. So, yeah. Alright, so we're moving on to stack 6. But it's getting to the point now where I don't even know if there's a point in keeping track of the stacks. Because the stacks we're into now are often multiple things, not just one singular thing. So, yeah, good times. Good times. We're at 9.5 hours, which means we gotta get cracking on some filming here before we hit the 12-hour mark. And when we hit the 12-hour mark, I'm probably going to crash. That's okay. Greetings, everyone. Well, the biggest horror update ever continues. Now, looking at the stacks that remain, I realize there's not much point in dividing this up into stacks anymore because the stacks we've been getting into, the stacks of stuff that is, are kind of multiple things. So I now have no idea how many parts this is going to be, but I hope you're enjoying the ride. It's going to be a lot. I'm thinking probably around 30 parts. But, yeah, and we'll see how that fares with the supercut as well, which, well, will have already gone up by the time you're seeing this. Everything is being filmed very out of sequence, so enjoy the madness. Don't worry. I'll keep everything organized on my end. You guys just enjoy the videos as they come out. Anyway, today we'll be diving into Stack 6 with a selection of ghost stories. Yeah, I love a good haunted house movie, good ghost story, and well, I got a bunch of them, so let's check them out. The biggest horror update ever continues with ghost stories today on the Multimedia Chronicles. Well, I thought I had a pretty good idea of sort of how many sections there would be by just kind of going stack by stack, but well, as we just saw with Stack 5, which was like 4 different things, that seems to be pretty much par for the course for a bunch of them. So yeah, we're jumping into Stack 6, but Stack 6 is like another 3 or 4 things, so I don't think we're going to bother counting the stacks anymore. Suffice it to say, there's a lot of them. Anyway, ghost stories, haunted house stories, stuff like that. I love a good ghost story, love a good haunted house story. So let's see what new ones I picked up. So first off, this one is a remake. Did I get the original of this? Yes. Let's go with the original first. We got the original, another William Castle actually, 13 Ghosts. Yeah, this is an interesting one. The gimmick with this one was, what do they call it? The Illusiono, that's what it is. Yeah, so the idea was, we went to see this in the theater, you would get special glasses where if you looked through the glasses, you could either see the ghosts, or, if you were too scared, not see the ghosts. And what the glasses were the old Anaglyph 3D glasses. So they would have the scenes with the ghosts in like a mix of red and blue. So if you look through one lens, the ghosts would appear more or less invisible. It would filter them out because they would be one of the 2 colors, and if you look through the other lens, you would see them much more clearly because it would be more high contrast with the mix of colors, and you'd see them. So a neat idea. So basically, with this lovely addition from Indicator, you have several different ways you can watch the movie. You can watch it with the full Illusiono experience. You just need a pair of Anaglyph 3D glasses. I think does it come with a pair? No. I think there might have been a limited edition at some point that actually included that, but if you have a pair of 3D glasses with the red and blue lenses, you've got what you need. So you can watch it with the full Illusiono, or you can watch it just straight up black and white and just see it all normal. You can watch it where the ghosts are always visible, or watch it where the ghosts are always invisible. So there's like 4 different ways you can watch this thing. It's a pretty cool way to do like a home version of it. So anyway, this basically gives you the William Castle experience in your home. One of the few that they can actually duplicate at home. So there you go. You can take a look at the extras there. So yeah, 13 ghosts, 13 times the thrills, 13 times the screams, 13 times the fun. 13 ghosts in Illusiono. See the ghosts in ectoplasmic color. There you go. So, what do we got here? Alternative, feature presentations. The Illusiono version, which is 85 minutes, and the original black and white version, which is 83 minutes. So there's 2 extra minutes of Illusiono. On-disc ghost viewer options. Oh, maybe they do it with, like, the angle button or something. I don't know. But that's pretty neat. Original mono audio, a documentary about William Castle, featuring interviews with John Landis, Joe Dante, Roger Corman, Stuart Gordon, Leonard Maltin, Bert Bodicher, Bob Burns, and John Waters, among others. That's awesome. That's a feature-length, 82-minute-long documentary, by the way. Very cool. Spine-tingler audio commentary with Jeffrey Schwartz and Terry Castle, and just tons and tons and tons of stuff. So, yeah, awesome. Very cool. So, as most of you will probably know, there was a remake of this a few years later. I kind of spoiled the surprise in the beginning there, which Scream Factory put out a nice collector's edition of. I know a lot of people really like this one, apparently. I have never seen it, but as far as remakes go, apparently this one's pretty fun. Hey, and I see it has good old Matthew Lillard in it, and Tony Shalhoub, and F. Murray Abraham. Wow, holy moly. Very cool. Anyway, this one was not in Illusiono. It's just a regular straight-up movie. But I remember people being quite taken by the designs for the ghosts. And I keep seeing this post show up on social media. Like, why doesn't one of the streaming services do like a 13-part story, like a 13-part series, and each episode could focus on one of the 13 ghosts and tell you their story? You know, you actually get to see their backstory and stuff. I would be so down for something like that. I think that's a great idea. I don't know why nobody's done it, but anyway. Yeah, very cool. So this one, you've got interviews with cast and audio commentary with the director and the production designer and special makeup effects artist. 13 Ghosts Revealed featurettes, Ghost Files, the theatrical trailer, and as is probably the case, probably a few more extras on there as well that Shout Factory didn't bother to list on the back because, we want it to be a surprise. Well, how about you just list them? Because that's a selling point that you are not taking advantage of. Anyway, probably going to do the 13 Ghosts double bill, get the full Illusiono experience with the original, and then check out the remake, which is apparently a lot of fun. Next up, we have a nice little indie film, actually, that I thought was like something from the 70s, just going by the cover. It is not. It was actually, when did it come out? It actually came out in... was it 2020? Yeah. So it is A Ghost Waits, which was from Vinegar Syndrome, I believe. Released? No, it's Arrow, actually. Arrow. So this is actually a really fun little indie film, black and white, I believe. Yeah, going down beautiful black and white. Where, well, let me just read the back here. I watched this last Halloween, like Halloween 2024, and absolutely loved it. I thought it was great. An ingeniously unique and unpredictable combo of horror, humor, and heart. A Ghost Waits is a DIY labor of love, years in the making, from first-time writer-director Adam Stovall and producer and star McLeod Andrews. Tasked with renovating a neglected rental home, handyman Jack, played by McLeod Andrews from They Look Like People and Dr. Sleep, quickly finds out why the tenants keep leaving in droves. This house is haunted. The ghost in question is Muriel, played by Natalie Walker, herself employed from beyond the veil to keep the home vacant. Against the odds, Jack and Muriel find they have a lot in common, pulse notwithstanding. Having found a kindred spirit in an otherwise lonely existence, they must fight for their newfound affection as pressure mounts for them to each fulfill their cross purposes. From its opening spectral assault to its achingly poignant conclusion, as well as a witty depiction of afterlife bureaucracy in the vein of Beetlejuice and A Matter of Life and Death, A Ghost Waits has shocked and surprised audiences around the world, and now makes its home video debut stocked with insightful bonus features that take you inside the process of creating this phantasmagorical monochrome marvel. Yeah, this was like an unexpected treat. It was one I picked up because I thought the concept sounded really fun, and you know, part of a larger order of titles. And boy, am I glad I did. Really enjoyed this a lot, and highly recommended. You can just take a look at the back there. I don't know if I've been showing you guys the backs consistently, and I apologize for that, but whatever. You get the gist. And alternate artwork. As always, reversible cover. And there we go. So, very nice. A Ghost Waits. Really liked this one a lot. Very sweet, very funny, and, you know, a lot of heart. Very nice. Next up, we've been waiting so long for this to get a Blu-ray release. We got all the original films from Scream Factory in a nice box set a while ago. Then Vinegar Syndrome put out a box set of all the direct-to-video sequels except for one. This one, The Amityville Curse. Until now, only available as a Spanish bootleg Blu-ray in more or less high definition. Now we have a properly done version, and I think once again from Canadian International Pictures, but released through Vinegar Syndrome, so it goes fairly nicely with your Vinegar Syndrome box set of the other ones, which they funny enough called the Cursed Collection, even though the Amityville Curse wasn't among them. Well, now we finally have it, so here we go. And alternate cover art. I do love these slip covers that they provide. So there you go. So if you were waiting, like me, for them to put out the Amityville Curse, which I think is like the 5th movie or something, it's like right in the middle of the original run of like 8 or 9. Well, now you can safely watch everything, and there you go. And I don't know if you can even read that. Well, maybe you can read it, kinda. Yeah. Anyway, yes, it's one of the most overlooked entries in any major horror franchise. Yeah, because it was impossible to get. It like existed in like the most obscure media, or like stuck in freaking VHS land forever. But yeah, so anyway, we finally have the missing chapter of the original Amityville saga. And there we go. And scanned in 2K from the original 35mm camera negative. And all kinds of featurettes on there. So yeah, very cool. So now I can finally watch all of the Amityville movies. Well, the ones that matter anyway. Of course, there's a million sequels in name only and remakes in name only. Just Amityville this, Amityville that. You know, which mostly you're just cashing in on the name. They don't have anything to do with anything. And we have another remake. I have not been able to track down the original of this as of yet, but I will do so. We have A House on Haunted Hill. And there's actually a sequel to this as well, which I do not have. Return to the House on Haunted Hill or something like that. But yeah, the original, of course, had Vincent Price, essentially as the owner of this big mysterious house, and invited a bunch of people over for a night of ghosts and food and drink and ghosts. And well, hey, sounds good to me. So yeah, one night in the house, $1 million, no questions asked. It's that old trope. Spend a night in the house, and if you survive, if you make it through, you get $1 million or whatever. Murder is a Way of Life at the House on Haunted Hill, a jolting, effects-ramped remake of the 1959 cult classic that starred Vincent Price and was directed by screen horror legend William Castle. The gimmick in the original House on Haunted Hill, by the way, was, I think, did they call it Percepto again? I can't remember, but it was, there's a scene in the movie where a skeleton flies towards the camera. So the theaters, certain theaters, would have an actual skeleton, like a skeleton model mock-up, rigged up to come flying down from the top of the screen over the audience at that moment. So it created the effect of the skeleton flying towards the camera and then leaving the screen and flying over the audience. So pretty neat. Yeah, so in this case we have Jeffrey Rush in the Vincent Price role. He says Jeffrey Rush plays twisted theme park big shot Stephen Price, who's hosting a scary/jokey birthday bash for his wife, played by Famke Janssen. Always wonderful. At an abandoned institute. She was Jean Grey in the X-Men movies, and also what's her face? I want to say Ivana Hump a lot, but that's that's Austin Powers, isn't it? Anyway, the assassin woman who would have an orgasm every time she killed somebody, from GoldenEye, at an abandoned institute for the criminally insane. Taye Diggs, Ali Carter, Bridget Wilson, Peter Gallagher, and Chris Kattan portray strangers mysteriously assembled for the event that could make them all rich, or all very rich, or profoundly dead. And you? We wouldn't start the party without you. And there you go. So new 2K scan from the original film elements. Interviews with director William Malone and composer Don Davis. Oh, that's cool. He's a legend in horror composition circles. Tale of Two Houses, vintage featurette, behind the visual effects, vintage featurette, deleted scenes, theatrical trailer, and TV spots. So, there's some okay extras. But anyway, very cool. I look forward to that. I'm likely going to wait on watching the remake before until I can track down the original. So, next up we have Burnt Offerings, which I've heard is a fantastic haunted house story. Never seen it. Has Karen Black. It's a Dan Curtis film. That I actually did not know. Very cool. Produced and directed by Dan Curtis. Well, you know you're in for a treat then. Not the first time he worked with Karen Black either, because she was also in Trilogy of Terror, the original Trilogy of Terror, which Kino put out a while ago, and sadly I missed it. So it's out of print now. Here's hoping for a re-release. Yeah, Karen Black, Oliver Reed, and Betty Davis. I love how Betty Davis was like this big superstar, and then in the twilight of her career, she just did a whole bunch of horror movies. She's great. Let's see. Evil Has a New Home. Step inside a vacation house of horror in this terrifying thriller that does for summer homes what Jaws did for a dip in the surf. Karen Black, Oliver Reed, and Betty Davis star in this riveting haunted house chiller that delivers hidden terrors mounting creepily as the film builds to a climax of pulverizing fright. Marion, Karen Black, and Ben, Oliver Reed, find it hard to believe that for only $900 they've rented a sprawling country mansion for the entire summer. But as they settle into their isolated estate with their son, Lee Montgomery, who was in Ben, and Ben's aunt, Betty Davis, they find themselves surrounded by an evil, hypnotic, living presence that feeds on torture, fear, and murder. The stellar cast includes Burgess Meredith, very cool, Eileen Heckert, Dub Taylor, and Anthony James, co-written, produced, and directed by horror legend Dan Curtis. Very cool. Yeah, Kino's been putting out a lot of Dan Curtis's stuff lately, and we'll talk more about that a little later on. But, yeah, great stuff. Gotta love Dan. Next up, I got this one, I think it was a bootleg DVD that a fan sent me that was basically transferred from the VHS release. Because for the longest time, that's the only way you could see this, was either by watching the original VHS tape or, you know, a recording of it. We have The Haunting of Julia. Just a few steps up from VHS, as this is the 4K. Couldn't pass that one up. It's been so long since I watched that video, or that DVD, actually. I have little to no recollection of what happens in the movie. So it'll be effectively me seeing this all over again. I remember really liking it, though, and I think I did do a review of it at the time. It stars Mia Farrow and Keir Dullea. Also Tom Conti, and a bunch of people that I don't know. Anyway, yeah, just a good old-fashioned ghost story, haunted house movie. And there we go. She had no one to play with for 30 years. And Yeah, same cover there. Probably a reversible cover. I find a lot of these 4Ks often have reversible covers, the Scream Factory ones. So that's pretty cool. And in terms of extras, we have both the DVD or 4K and Blu-ray. It's a new 2023 4K scan from the original camera negative. Well, you can't get more original source material than that. New audio commentary with director Richard Loncrain and film historian and author Simon Fitzjohn. Same on the Blu-ray. Plus, new location tour with Simon Fitzjohn. Coming full circle to actor Tom Conti recalls his humble horror beginnings. The fear of growing up, actor Samantha Gates on her childhood chills. And a haunting retrospective, critic Kim Newman. We've got Kim Newman again, folks, on an underrated ghost story. Yeah, it's great to see some of these titles that were stuck in VHS hell for what feels like forever, getting the deluxe treatment like this. You know, like, yeah, got to preserve those gems. So definitely looking forward to checking that one out again. And last but most certainly not least, a fairly recent Kino Lorber release, we have The Classic Ghosts, which was a 1970s television series, miniseries, I guess. Yeah, 5 feature-length teleplays. Check out the cast on these. We got Pamela Peyton Wright, Susan Sarandon, Beatrice Straight, Frank Converse, David McCallum, Vincent Gardena. Yeah, like just it just goes on and on and on. Lauren Luckenbill, Robin Strasser, Perry King. Yeah, I mean, it just goes on and on. But so we have 5 ghost stories here. We have The Haunting of Rosalind, The Screaming Skull, The Deadly Visitor, The House and the Brain, and the Bones Came Together. And the Bones Came Together. Yeah, very cool. So it says, virtually unseen since their late-night airings on ABC television in 1973. The Classic Ghosts is a series of 5 feature-length teleplays shot on videotape in the style of daytime dramas and beautifully preserved by the UCLA Film and Television Archive. Not only do these vividly colorful gothic thrillers showcase an array of celebrated actors, but also are notable for having been produced by a primarily female creative team, including producer Jacqueline Babin, Sybil, and directors Leela Swift from Dark Shadows, of course, and Gloria Monty from Sorority Kill. Very cool. Interviews with Mark Quigley, who's from the John H. Mitchell Television Curator at the UCLA Film and Television Archive. Maya Montanez Smukler, head of the UCLA Film and Television Archive Research and Study Center, and Amanda Reyes from the Made for TV Mayhem podcast. And a demonstration of 2-inch video technology featuring David Crosthwaite from DC Video. I won't say which ones because they're coming up later in the update, but I've seen some of the other releases Kino has done along the same lines with material originally shot on video, fairly low budget affairs, but very cool. There was a lot of like low budget sort of gothic horror done like that in the 70s. A lot of it by Dan Curtis actually, and having done Dark Shadows for years, I mean, he was no stranger to the the money-saving techniques of shooting everything on videotape. And given that these were fairly obscure and aired late night, I guess the networks themselves weren't looking to put too much money into them. So any way they could save money was, more than welcome, just to fill up some airtime. And and then we got all these wonderful hidden gems that have been coming out of the woodwork lately. Kino's been really putting out some terrific sets. And honestly, and I don't know, there's something about these old shows that were just shot on videotape that I love. Maybe it's because I grew up watching a lot of BBC shows as a kid, a lot of British sci-fi, British comedy, and British mysteries, things like that. So for me, that is, in a way, nostalgic, but also, I don't know, there's just kind of an immediacy to it. Like, when you see something shot on videotape, it almost makes it, like, more real. That's why a lot of found footage movies are done that way. It just has that, I don't know, immediacy that film doesn't. Film, there's a distance between the viewer and film. It's like you're peering through a window into a fantasy world. Whereas with video, it's like you're watching a video, like it could be someone's home video. You're watching real life. You know what I mean? You're watching the news. You're watching a talk show, whatever. But it's like real rather than fantasy. You know what I mean? If that makes sense? Anyway, some people don't like that. They call it the soap opera effect. And, well, the reason being that soap operas were shot on videotape because it's cheap. When you're producing literally 220-plus episodes a year, you need to save money everywhere you can. So that means lots of standing sets, rotating cast, and shooting on videotape. So, anyway, they did a lot of non-soap opera stuff that way as well, which is very cool. So there you go. Nice little stack of ghost stories and haunted house stories. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking them all out. And rechecking out the ones that I've seen before. Alright, we'll do the thumbnail for that one. Arg! 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 Oog! Okay. Oh, hello, Hunter. Welcome. We've been very busy tonight. Filming, and then more filming. I've lost track of how many videos we've filmed tonight. It's been a lot. Doing 2 versions simultaneously. There's going to be like a mega super cut with everything in one massive video if I can cram it in under 12 hours. I don't know if that's going to be possible. And then there will be individual themed episodes as well. So, when I say this is the biggest horror update ever, I was not kidding. Not in the least. I would not say that were it not true. It's certainly the biggest horror update I've ever done, but I honestly think it will also be the biggest, like, single horror update possibly in the entire history of YouTube. So, yeah. There may be other updates that were bigger in some way, but I don't know. I don't know if there were. I've seen some pretty big ones out there, but I don't know any that were this big. This is insane. We've done so much already, and there's like, we're not even halfway. Like, we're literally not even halfway. There's so much left to do. I got 2 stacks next to me, a small one and a big one. And I got even more over there. Yep. Am I talking to myself again? I think I'm talking to myself again. Oh well. Enjoy the spooky ambiance. Ambiance. Ambience. It's a ambience. Yeah. I even physically injured myself. Suffering for my art. Yes, indeedly doodly. How many people are watching right now? 6. Excellent. Well, that's a little more than the 4 we had a few minutes ago. Good times. Good times are here again. Yeah. Wow. I'm gonna have to start putting stuff on the shelves. So for the only things that are in their permanent forever homes are the graphic novels. Oh, and I gotta set some things aside for closer looks as well, because there's definitely quite a few box sets and stuff I want to do more in-depth videos about. Well, the closer looks will almost be a relief, because I'll only be talking about one thing instead of like 50. But you know me, I got the gift of gab. I never have any shortage of things to say about whatever it is I'm talking about, so yeah, good times. Time is it anyway? 10:35, Jesus. Rose is going to be home from work by the time we're wrapping up. Like, holy shit. We've been doing this through, like, the entire time Rose was sleeping. And then she got up, got ready for work, went to work. And I think she said she's working till noon. So that's in about an hour and a half. I don't know what she's doing after, if she's got plans or what. But, yeah, my plan is to basically just stream for 12 hours. We'll just kind of hit the 12-hour mark, and then we'll go from there. I don't like the angle on this. We had a better angle before. What the hell happened? I don't know what happened. Things changed somehow. There. That's a little better. I was trying to get it so... Hold on. Trying to get the Halloween countdown into the dark area. There. How's that? But then will you be able to see me is the question. Is that too low? Hold on. Perfect. No. Alright, fuck it. You know it says Halloween 2026. There. Good enough. I literally can't, I mean, I guess I could put like a black box behind it or something, but I don't know. I don't know if I have one that would be the right shape. Let me just look here real quick. Oh,
kind of looks like a sticker now, but whatever. At least you can read it properly. And there we go. Also trying to stick it out and see if we can scrape together a few more donos. It's been pretty light tonight. Had a nice one from Ryan Chataway, dropped 30 bucks. And a tier 1 sub, very, very nice, doing all the things. And Scully dropped 5. And then before that we had another tier 1 from Tau 100, 00100. 72 months. Hit the 6-year mark today. That's awesome. Ryan hit 30 months. So 2.5 years on the nose. Very nice. And then, yeah, so I'm going to crash after the stream and then sleep for a while. And then when I get up, we'll do more. And just kind of keep going. Just keep going, keep going, keep going. Because we're making good progress, slowly but surely. I think when we get to some of the bigger theme stacks, we can just kind of blow through like a whole bunch of stuff really fast. That'll be good. That will help. Is that all? That's where the other ones went. Yeah, I was looking for that. See, because I'll just tell you guys, I got the other 2 Blob movies. There's Beware the Blob and the remake, 1988 remake. And I wanted to put the Blob in with those. But I also wanted to put it in with the Criterion. So we'll touch on that one briefly, I guess, when we get to the sequels. Well, the sequel and remake. I haven't actually seen Beware the Blob. I've seen the 1988 one, though. That one was really good. Definitely an example of how to do a remake right. Yes, indeedly doodly. Is that all hammer, top to bottom? I think it is. Oh. Just look here. Yep, that's hammer top. That's not even all the hammer stuff. Holy shit! Where's the rest of it? God. You know you got a problem when you can't even remember all the stuff you bought. I generally, I remember when I see it, like, oh yeah, that, but, you know. We may have gone a little mad, ladies and gentlemen. But we're definitely stocked up for the next 20 Halloweens. I mean, literally, there's so much stuff. You see? All of that still remains. Goes all the way to the boxes there. And there's some other little stacks you can't see because they're shorter, but, yeah. Oh, yeah. Madness. But part of it also is, you know, wanting to have the stuff. A lot of this is obscure stuff you wouldn't find on any streaming service. I'd say, you know, a good probably 90% of it you wouldn't find on any streaming service. So there's that aspect of it, but also that, you know, we don't know kind of where physical media is going right now. There seems to be a big push from the big studios
to move away from it because they want to control everything, right? So I just want to have the things. Oh, there's the rest of the hammer ones. Okay, so they're all kind of next to each other. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, quite a sizable pile of additions to the hammer collection since we last visited that. So, hammer fans, take note. So as far as the episodic one, we'll probably split that into a couple of parts because there's, you know, stuff from a couple different labels. And, yeah. Alright, break time. I'll be back. Enjoyeth some clips.
Oh, you got the Oblivion remastered. Nice. Yeah, I definitely want to get that because I never actually finished Oblivion. I really enjoyed it, though. I played it quite a bit on the PS3. So he says was just playing the Oblivion remaster, and I just picked up my birth sign when the Emperor and his guards just would not move. I tried talking to them, and they were like, "There's no time. We have to move." But they wouldn't move. Get out of the way, Emperor! Get out of the way, Emperor! Emperor, get out of the way! Oh, what I wouldn't give for a Fuz Roda right now. That's hilarious. Oh, okay.
Oh, is that a play out?
No.
This also repose you.
I'll show you.
Yeah.
It's this button.
Yeah, no, I know which one. He told me. Thank you.
Whoa, 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 what?
What? What did you do?
Fuck.
I saw you rush into the X-Wing and then immediately fly into a tree.
Make your browser Make your browser
You didn't even need to play anything like that, man. Fuck off. Fuck off. Everything fuck off. Oh my god. Well, how do I make it stop? It just keeps playing. It wouldn't let me turn you around. I had to land you on your eyeballs. There we go. Okay. We would like to leave now, please. Uh-huh. Well, what? I feel like IG-88 would be an amazing sushi chef. Because, I mean, he's a very programmable and customizable droid, right? So, I mean, I'm thinking they could just have all the best recipes in his data bank and be programmed to do fancy moves like that to give the people a show while he makes their sushi. And it would be like the most incredible sushi you've ever tasted. It's 44.1. CHFI, Toronto's best rock. For easy listening, and women specifically. Yeah. And now, Barry White, followed by Barry Manilow, and then Barry Gibb. Oh, I want to clip that part. Just for future reference, you want to go back a little bit, future me, to find the clip from Tarot Destroyer about their family getting eaten by pygmies. It's a good bit. Should make a funny little clip. So go back and get that. And then delete this one. You don't need... This is just to let me know. Okay? Hi, me. How's the future? All right. I can't hear you.
Fuck.
Where you at?
Someone with a lightsaber, and I'm dead.
Oh my god, are you serious? Oh my god. We got a TIE fighter and an X-Wing. Oh my god, they're fighting each other in the air above us. Jesus Christ, man.
Okay, let's see if I can res you before somebody comes.
Yeah, well, they're all distracted by the freaking dogfight over our head. So yeah, we did the first 5 episodes last week. It was really awesome. I hope more people come to more of the screenings. And that is on our Discord. Our Discord. Oh, hi, Wolf Den. How you doing? Want to come grind out some levels with me? Unless you're trying to keep your kid from spitting in your taco again. He hit both of us. Shit. Goddamn bats.
Trying to hit this guy. Yep. Yep.
Punch the shit out of him. Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
What?
Where? Huh? Yeah, those are crickets of Armand.
You're not getting away. You're not getting away.
Got jail.
You got this.
The other one does the chain, by the way. Nice. Nice. One more. Nice! Fuck yeah, dude! You took out that whole squad! You took out that whole squad by yourself. You've encountered a horde of monsters. What do you do? Examine them closely. And in particular, are any of them fuckable? Yes. All your illicit half-orc babies you've littered the countryside with. Can't help it, those orc muscle mommies are just something else. You crack walnuts with their thighs, I swear. You just gotta keep the lights on real low. Do 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 do. I'm pretty sure everyone's seen that clip a billion times by now. So, not seeing the bottom there. I mean, no. Okay. What you doing, church? What you doing? And greetings, Adrian.
Merry Christmas to you too. Hope you're having a good holiday day. Ugh. This is exhausting. Well, we made a lot of progress tonight. Like, quite a lot of progress, but there's still so much left to go. So much. We'll get there. Such an odd angle. No, sir, I don't like it. But what can you do? Eczema sucks. Also sucks when you accidentally tear a chunk out of your fingertip while you're unwrapping a Blu-ray. That happened earlier. What are you doing? Why are you cleaning yourself right here? I don't know if I'm going to make it to 12 hours. I guess we'll see. We'll see if we get a few more viewers. It's been pretty quiet all night and well through the morning so far. But we'll see if we get a few more. Maybe a couple more donos. Gotta get those donos. Gotta get them. Get those donos. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. What do we got over here? Oh, lots of good stuff. Lots of good stuff. Some of these you guys might have seen in a sort of impromptu update I did when they first came in. Or maybe not. I don't know. I don't remember what form that was. If it was it a short? Was it... I think it was a short. There's just like a handful of titles that came in one day, and I just did a little update. I don't know why, because I knew I was going to do this. Maybe just to give you a little something to whet your appetite. Maybe that's what it was. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Hey, Church. How you doing? How you doing? We have a loaf, ladies and gentlemen. A loaf. Please don't eat the wires. That's all I ask. No eating of the wires. See, there's more lights there. But you guys can't see them because I need the camera angled up here. See, that would be a little more centered, but then the chat goes over the skull and it doesn't look good, so I'm going to keep that like that, I think. And that way the chat just goes over the CRT TV. And that's alright. Little CRT. Gotta love an old CRT. Best way to watch standard def content, folks, right there. CRT. Cathode ray tube television. CRT TV. See, Blaze V is still the boss. It's only got 3,640 of 2,000 hit or 10,000 hit points left, so you guys could take him down. Could take him down. Excuse me. All right.
I also wanted to let the camera cool down a bit because it gets a little toasty, you know. There. Okay. Quick intro for the episodic version. I'm going to keep these intros shorter because I feel like I'm repeating myself when I get to the intro for the other thing, and I really want to have the majority of the info in the other thing. Greetings, everyone, and welcome to the next installment of the biggest horror update ever. Just feels like it's never going to end at this point. Well, we're almost halfway. No joke. I wasn't kidding when I told you this update was going to be massive. Anyway, today we're going to take a look at the first batch of stuff, specifically from a very special era of film and creativity and innovation, namely the 70s. Yeah, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the first batch of stuff like of 70s films and whatnot. There's a lot more to come, which we'll get to a little later. But for now, well, we've already had some actually, but this is like a 70s specific stack of movies, and yeah, let's dive in. The 70s, a wonderful era for horror. Today, on the biggest horror update ever on the Multimedia Chronicles. So fucking tired. This might be the last one for today. We'll see. This is a lengthy-ish one. And I can start transferring all the footage. Alrighty, so carrying on, we're jumping into the 70s now with a stack of movies from that specific era. I have several stacks that are from different eras. Like I've got a 70s stack, an 80s stack, a 90s stack. We looked at the modern horror stack way back at the beginning. I've got ones from like, I think I've got, do I have more modern horror stuff? No, I don't think so. I think we've covered most of it. But, you know, 70s, 80s, 90s, and yeah. So anyway, let's get started. First up, we have Asylum from, it's an Amicus film, I think, isn't it? Yeah, it's Amicus, wonderful anthology horror. This is this a 4K? I'm not sure if it's a 4K because it's still sealed, and it's a Severin release. Oh, no, it is 4K. It says on the side there. Alright, cool. Usually they have a big 4K sticker or something to indicate. But wonderful Severin release. They never disappoint. And there we go. Let's actually open this up because we want a little bit more information about it, I think. I'll try not to grievously injure myself this time. So there we go. Oh, this is nice. Very nice. So we got kind of like a glossy, textured slipcover there. Very nice. And a little bit of embossing as well. Yeah, look at that. So let's slide this out. Yeah, Amicus was terrific. Like, they did a lot of portmanteau or, you know, anthology horror films throughout the 70s, kind of one of their big things. Tygon was the other company that did a lot of those. And we're just going to keep looking at this slipcover over and over again. And there you go, all of the contents. So let's see what we got here. So
Yes, 1972, the year I was born. If you want to do the math on that and find out how old I really am. In 1972, the studio that dripped blood brought together director Roy Ward Baker, who did Dr. Jekyll and Sister Hyde and The Vampire Lovers. Vampire Lover, we looked at that one earlier, I think, didn't we? Screenwriter Robert Bloch from Psycho, and an all-star cast that includes Peter Cushing, Britt Eklund, Herbert Lom, Patrick McGee, Robert Powell, and Charlotte Rampling for the classic The Spitting Image calls the most entertaining of Amicus's portmanteaus. Now in UHD for the first time ever, here inside the gates of Dunsmore Asylum for the incurably insane, you'll discover 4 disturbing tales of voodoo vengeance, murderous mannequins, psychotic ingenues, demonic dolls, and one killer twist of an ending. Barry Morse, Barbara Parkins, and James Villiers co-star in this eclectic mix of thrills, chills, and fun from classic horror. Scanned in 4K from the original camera negative with more than 2.5 hours of special features that include an all-new interview with Robert Powell. Well, how cool is that? That sounds amazing. So I don't think I've actually seen this one before, so I'm looking forward to checking it out. There's that saying again that I just can't stop saying. I look forward to checking out all of the things that I bought to check out. Next up, we have, this one. Cannibal Girls, which is a wonderful, low-budget, largely improvised dialogue parody of sort of 70s backwoods horror movies, starring Eugene Levy and Andrea Martin before they did SCTV. I remember seeing a bit of this on television when I was far too young to appreciate what it actually is. And I just thought it was like this like cheesy low budget thing with terrible dialogue and terrible improvised acting, and didn't really think much of it. Well, I think a lot of it now, actually, because after picking this up, I was looking forward to watching it. And there we go. And this is just a lot of fun. In particular, I mean, Eugene Levy and Andrea Martin are always a delight, and I loved seeing them in this sort of as this newlywed couple. And every time Eugene Levy's character tries to have sex with her, there's always some lame excuse why they can't. So he's just constantly cock-blocked through the whole movie. And yeah, it's great. So during a winter road trip, I'll just read the back here so you get the gist of it. Young couple Cliff, Eugene Levy, and Gloria, Andrea Martin, get lost and make an unplanned stop in Farnhamville, Ontario, a snowy small town known as the Friendly City. When they hear the legend of 3 local women with a history of murdering men, they playfully investigate. But to their horror, it seems the killers are still active. Police and other locals are complicit, and they're all feasting on the victims. When the cannibals develop an appetite for Cliff and Gloria, they race to get on the road before they get on the menu. A decade before achieving blockbuster status with Ghostbusters. Oh yeah, it's directed by Ivan Reitman, too. Director Ivan Reitman put himself on the map with this more unsettling stab at horror comedy, featuring future icons and SCTV stars Levy and Martin. Drawing inspiration from the Manson family and other shocking drug-fueled horrors of the hippie era, Cannibal Girls is a gruesome Canucksploitation classic that set the stage for the provocative horror films such as Shivers, Rabid, and the Ilsa series. Reitman went on to produce at Cinepix. I didn't know he produced Ilsa, She-Wolf of the SS. That's crazy. And some of Cronenberg's early stuff. The film also made a splash in the U.S., where American International Pictures added a gimmick worthy of William Castle, a warning bell, preparing viewers for scenes of an especially erotic or gruesome nature. And they include that version on here, by the way, so if you want to have the gimmicky warning bell version, it's here. Yeah, so this was released through Vinegar Syndrome from their partner label, Canadian International Pictures. Highly recommended. This is such a fun movie. Just low-budget goofiness. 1973. You know, early careers of some absolute legends. And really, I mean, you can already tell, like, that these guys are going places. And even from this early effort. And yeah, so this one's a lot of fun. And despite what 12-year-old me thought at the time, I absolutely love this. And this is one I will be revisiting again and again. So, Cannibal Girls. Pick it up from Vinegar Syndrome from Canadian International Pictures. Next up, we have The Sentinel, which I've heard of for many years, but I'm sure I've never seen it. So, yeah, it says one of the best horror films of the 70s. An intriguing story and disturbing imagery make this one stick out in the psyche, according to Brian McKay from eFilmCritic.com. So there must forever be a guardian at the gate from hell. She was young. She was beautiful. She was the next. She was the next The Sentinel. Yeah, when a beautiful model, Allison Parker, played by Christina Rains, rents an apartment in a gloomy New York brownstone, little does she realize that an unspeakable horror awaits her behind its doors, a mysterious gateway to hell. Allison likes her eccentric new neighbors, so it comes as a shock when she's told that, except for a strange old priest, she's the only tenant. Based on Jeffrey Konvitz's best-selling novel, this contemporary gothic chiller features amazing special makeup effects by the legendary Dick Smith, and an incredible assemblage of stars including Chris Sarandon, Ava Gardner, Jose Ferrer, John Carradine, Burgess Meredith, Beverly D'Angelo, Jerry Orbach, Jeff Goldblum, Tom Berenger, and Christopher Walken. Well, shit. I clearly need to watch this. This sounds amazing. Director Michael Winner, who did Death Wish, comes up with something to terrify everyone in this spine-tingling exercise in supernatural horror. And this one's from 1977, put out by Scream Factory. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah, nothing about the transfer here. Probably just a studio transfer that was sent. They do that a lot. Ah, yes. The Astrologer with, who was this? I know the director of this. James Glickenhaus. James Glickenhaus directed one of my favorite sort of low-budget, murder, mystery, I don't know, movies called Slaughter of the Innocents, which was really good. I had that one on Laserdisc and really enjoyed it. He also did another one, like a time travel one with Pat Morita, which unfortunately does not... The Time Master, I think it was called, which doesn't seem to have a release on current media, unfortunately. I hope we get that one at some point. Yeah, this was a big deal because this was actually kind of like it was like stuck in VHS hell for a long time. So the fact that this got a Blu-ray release is a big, big deal. This was like very highly sought after for a very long time. And this was put out by Severin Films. Yeah, so before he became New York City's favorite 80s action auteur with hits like The Exterminator. I forgot he did the original Exterminator. That was the guy with the flamethrower. The Protector, and Shakedown, as well as co-executive producer of Grindhouse classics that include Maniac Cop, Frankenhooker, and Basket Case 2 and 3, all like big notable titles. Writer-director James Glickenhaus made his feature debut with this. Oh, this is actually his first film. That I did not know, but I probably did, but forgot. With this bizarre tale of government skullduggery, satanic killings, zodiacal mayhem, and messianic horror. Playboy centerfold Monica Tidwell stars in the ultra-obscure and undeniably fascinating, according to Fright.com, thriller known as Suicide Cult and a one-time UK Section 3 video nasty. Gotta love the video nasties. Based on the acclaimed novel by John Cameron, now featuring a 4K scan from the director's personal answer print and loaded with all new special features. Very cool. So that is The Astrologer. I remember, I think there was like a fan print that was in circulation for a while from like a theatrical print or something, and that was the best you could find for the longest time. So very cool to finally have that in an official edition. And this is from 1977 again, so it was a good year for experimental horror. Next up we have, from Indicator Films, another Amicus production, The Beast Must Die. And no description because it's Amicus, or not Amicus, because it's Indicator. This is from 1974 and stars Calvin Lockhart and Peter Cushing. And yeah, there you go. So 4K restoration, original mono audio, tons of extras. I forget. Yeah, I think it's a werewolf movie. Yeah, it's a werewolf movie. Anyway, very cool. And unfortunately, the case got a little smashed on the way, but yeah, as long as the disc yeah, seems to be okay inside. Anyway, good stuff. Always down for more werewolf movies. When was this one from? This was 1974, so I was 2 when that came out. This one, The Werewolf of Washington. I had to pick this up. I actually watched this on my, you know, the Tales of Terror set, the big Mill Creek box set that I did a video about many Halloweens ago. Yeah, I'm so glad people loved that video, by the way, because it took so long to find all the movie posters for it. If you've seen that video, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Werewolf of Washington was one of the movies on there, and it's just so batshit crazy. It's basically Dean Stockwell, yes, from Quantum Leap, as a politician who basically gets bitten by a werewolf, and he's trying to like control his werewolfism while helping, you know, some guy get elected. But yeah, I'll just read it to you here. So this is from 1973. Watergate-era governmental corruption inspired this cinematic howl of anger from boundary-breaking auteur Milton Moses Ginsburg. The Werewolf of Washington is a biting satire that savagely attacks Beltway politics while playing playful homage to the Wolfman pictures of the past. Dean Stockwell, you may also know him from Blue Velvet, of course, stars as a presidential aide whose rise to power is exacerbated by the bite of a wolf, transforming him into a bloodthirsty beast with the rising of every full moon. As history has shown, a monster in the White House is not strictly a 1970s phenomenon, and so, half a century later, The Werewolf of Washington is as eviscerating and relevant as ever. This edition includes a special director's cut prepared by Ginsburg shortly before his death in 2021, as well as a 2K restoration of the 1973 theatrical release version. So yeah, if you like this one, that alone is a reason to get it, because it gives you the alternate director's cut, which was, of course, not in the Mill Creek set. Yeah. So it looks like they're both the same length, but I guess edited differently. Oh no, it's actually they're not. The director's cut is shorter. Interesting. See, director's cuts aren't always longer. Sometimes it's a matter of less is more. The director's cut is 74 minutes. The 2K restoration of the original theatrical version is 89. And you got an interview with the director and a critical discussion with Simon Abrams and Sheila O'Malley, and some promotional materials. So very cool. Yeah, I really enjoyed this movie. I know a lot of people didn't, but I mean, you know me. I love a good bit of cheese, right? Next up, oh, I had to get this upgrade. I have the DVD of this. Love this movie so much. Children Shouldn't Play with Dead Things. The classic from, was it Bob Clark, yeah. Bob Clark, who of course went on to direct the Porky's movies. He also directed, I think it was A Christmas Story. And yeah, just a crazy filmography with him. But this is such a fun movie. I absolutely love this. Basically, a group of theater students decide on a whim to try resurrecting the dead, and are a little more successful than they expected. So, yeah, great stuff. So they even have the original trailer in 4K. So this is actually a 4K release. So quite an upgrade from the DVD, and it's actually the 50th anniversary edition. So there you go. So take a look at that. Very nice. And then around the back, and this is from VCI, same company that released the DVD and the Blu-ray many years later. It's a 3-disc edition. Yeah, I really enjoyed this a lot, and I found out something very odd about this. Now, do you guys remember that video I did many moons ago about the there was a couple of books about movie monsters that I got as a kid. I still have them. Well, one of them is the one with the green cover with the Frankenstein monster on the cover. Huge influential book for me. It was written by Alan Ormsby, the guy who stars in and co-wrote this movie. In fact, he would have done it. I think the book came out in like 1974. Yeah, and this came out in 1972, so it wasn't long after this. He wrote this amazing book for children as sort of a gateway horror thing. Like, how cool is that? Yeah, great stuff. I'll include, I think I already said I was going to include a link to that video in the description, so check that out. Next up, I've just heard nothing but good things about this, so I want to check it out. We have Let's Scare Jessica to Death. Yes, from 1971. So, this is a Scream Factory release. I'll just read the back here to you. It says, released from an institution after suffering a nervous breakdown, Jessica, played by Zora Lampert from Exorcist 3, seeks the tranquility of a secluded home in Connecticut to help make her recovery complete. But instead of a restful recuperation with her husband and close friend in the New England countryside, Jessica soon finds herself falling into a swirling vortex of madness and the supernatural. And an even more unsettling discovery is that the entire region seems to be under the influence of a mysterious woman who has been living in the supposedly empty house. Jessica's fear and dread only intensify when she discovers that the undead girl, Emily, tragically drowned long ago on her wedding day. Is she back to take vengeance? Oh, sounds good. Or are they just fucking with her? I don't know. Guess we'll have to watch the movie and find out. So, yeah, I've heard that's a fun one. Been wanting to check it out for ages, so picked up the Scream Factory edition. Next up, I picked up the sequel to this on the cheap, I think at like Shoppers Drug Mart of all places, for like $5, and I've been meaning for ages to get the original. The sequel, of course, was Ben. The original is Willard. Yes, the famous, little boy is friends with rats movie. So, yeah, very good. This is Willard and his friend Ben. Ben will do anything for Willard. This is the one movie you should not see alone. Yes, bring your cat with you. So, it stars Bruce Davison. You got Ernest Borgnine, Sandra Locke, and Elsa Lanchester. Oh my god, like Mary Shelley / the Bride of Frankenstein herself. Elsa Lanchester. Fantastic. Must have been quite late in her career, because this was like literally 40 years after, almost 40 years after, when the Bride of Frankenstein was 35? Yeah, this was 1971, so yeah, almost 40, I think 35 years, something like that. Anyway, that's awesome. Very cool. So now that I have this, I can finally watch Ben. I didn't want to watch the second one before the first one, obviously, so, I mean, yeah, there we go. And there was a remake of Willard, starring someone you could definitely imagine being good friends with rats, Crispin Glover. And there you go. So I had to get the remake as well, which I've heard is actually a really good remake. So, and I mean, I love Crispin Glover anyway. He's such a unique talent, unique artist, and you know, there is only one Crispin Glover. So yeah, in this case, basically a remake, and from 2003, supposed to be quite good. A new 2K scan from the original film elements. What about this one? Does it say? Yeah, it doesn't say. I don't know. Scream Factory doesn't always talk about their extras much. At least not their earlier releases. Their later ones they do, I think. So looking forward to getting my my rat on with that, and I'll put those with Ben. Next up we have The Evil. Witness Its Awakening. This one is from 1978, another Scream Factory release. What is this one about? Let's find out, shall we? By the time you learn the truth, it may be too late. A psychologist, Richard Crenna, and his wife, Joanna Petet, buy a dilapidated historical mansion with a dark past. Ooh, goody, another haunted house story. In this terrifying chiller, hoping to restore the estate and turn it into a drug rehabilitation clinic, he accepts the help of some of his students and current patients. But when a secret door in the basement of the house is opened, the malevolent presence within is unleashed. I should have put this with my haunted house movies. Oh well. It will. I will when I put them on the shelves. Trapping everyone inside. One by one, they are picked off by the unspeakable terror that has awoken, and the doctor learns that even though his name is on the deed, the house belongs solely to the evil. Yes, Victor Buono, Andrew Prine, and Cassie Yates also star. Very cool. And there you go. Excuse me. Hey. Away from there. Sniffing around the saran wrap from the ones that I unwrapped earlier. There we go. Just leave it alone, please. Okay? Thank you. Cats are like toddlers, I swear. You like constantly have to watch it. Just leave it. Leave it. You got to constantly watch them and make sure they don't kill themselves, you know. Next up, we have Faye Dunaway, who I was singing the praises of in some updates earlier this year, talking about Network and Mommy Dearest and stuff like that. Here we have The Eyes of Laura Mars in the Indicator edition, which doesn't tell us anything about what it's about. It's from 1978. That's something. Yeah, cool. Got a nice selection of extras. Cool. Well, it's a good thing I wasn't paying much attention, and also bought the Kino Lorber release, which unfortunately got crunched on the corner. I hate it when that happens. So let's see what this one's actually about, shall we? Faye Dunaway stars in this deviously original supernatural thriller from acclaimed director Irvin Kershner, who did, of course, The Empire Strikes Back. World-renowned for her sensational erotic portraits of models in settings of glorified urban violence, Laura Mars exhibits a mystifying psychic ability. In her mind's eye, she witnesses a series of bizarre murders with terrifying clarity. All of the victims are people Laura has known. Homicide detective John Neville, Tommy Lee Jones, very young, strapping young Tommy Lee Jones, I'll show you the picture in a sec, attempts to unravel the mystery and makes a blood-curdling discovery. The Chilling Eyes of Laura Mars was scripted by masters of suspense John Carpenter, hello, and David Zella Goodman, who wrote Straw Dogs, with a crackerjack cast that includes Brad Dourif, Renee Auberjonois, and Raul Julia. Wow. Okay, I didn't realize there was such an all-star cast in that. I was just like, Faye Dunaway, sold. But there you go. Very cool. So, well, if one disc is messed up, I got the other. How do they compare for extras? Well, they got basically the same stuff. We got a few other things. Yeah, the Indicator one seems to have a few more extras, so here. You can compare. Read it your own damn self. Anyway, next up we have The Initiation of Sarah. I think this is one I just read the copy and thought it sounded really good, so I threw it in with my order. So this is from Arrow Video. There we go. It says, welcome to Hell Week. Satanic secrets and telekinetic terror combine in this classic made-for-TV horror movie directed by Hammer Films alumnus Robert Day from a story co-written by Tom Holland, who wrote Fright Night, featuring cinematography by Rick Waite. Shy Misfit, and that's not the Tom Holland who plays Spider-Man, by the way. It's the other Tom Holland, who's been in the biz a little bit longer. And I say a little bit and mean a lot. When was Eyes of Laura Mars, by the way? That was 1978. We already established that, right? And what was the other one? Was The Evil? When was The Evil? The Evil was also 1978. Hey, psst, get away from there. Just leave it. What's your fascination with plastic? She keeps sniffing around trying to, like, eat the plastic. Let's see. Shy Misfit Sarah Goodwin has a secret gift, the ability to control and destroy with her mind. When Sarah goes off to college with her more outgoing and popular sister Patty, Morgan Brittany, their plans to join the most prestigious sorority on campus are scuttled by a snobby president, Jennifer Lawrence, played by Morgan Fairchild. Not Jennifer Lawrence, it's the character Jennifer Lawrence, just to clear up any confusion there. Separated from her sister, Sarah is taken in by a rival, less popular sorority, whose mysterious house mother, Mrs. Hunter, played by Shelley Winters, is harboring a secret of her own, a scheme to harness Sarah's terrifying power for revenge. Betrayed by Patty, humiliated by Jennifer, it can only be a matter of time before Sorority Hell Week erupts in flame. Arriving on Blu-ray in an all-new restoration by Arrow Films from the original camera negative, The Initiation of Sarah has never looked better and comes packed with all new bonus materials. Check it out. There you go. All right. I think I might just need to give the camera a reset. Just give me a sec. Oh my god, dude, stop asking me about Dead Space. You gotta watch the streams. I already addressed this. I said at the beginning of the last stream, right at the top of the stream, when Dead Space is coming. So, please don't ask me anymore. Alright? I'm working on it. Next up, we have Terror. Love this cover, by the way. Very striking. Yep, no idea what it's about because there's no description on the back. Come on, Indicator. You got so much space there. You could, like, cram a little description in there. Anyway, I wouldn't have bought it if it didn't sound good, so I'm sure it's lovely. Anyway, this is from 1978, and I look forward to watching it. Next up, Deja Vu? Wait a second. The Beast Must Die. Yep, it's the exact same edition. There you go. Oh, hey, wait a minute. This one had the smashed case, didn't it? Excellent. Well, this one does not have a smashed case. There we go. Maybe that's why I bought it. It isn't. Next up, we have Monster. What are you two doing? Why are you on high alert? Cats are all uppity for some reason. Hang on a second here. Are you good? Why are your tail going swish, swish, swish? That usually means you're looking for trouble. Anyway, the Halloween special is coming before anything else. I have been editing Dead Space and The Thing on the side. So both of those are coming. I had a lot of problems with the Dead Space footage. That's why it's taken so long. So, it hasn't been from me slacking. I've been, battling with that footage for literal months. So, I've got it almost done. I've got, 2 episodes left, I think, and then it's finished. So what's going to happen is the Halloween special is going up first when that's done, followed by this update video that we're working on now. Then concurrently with the posts of Dead Space and The Thing will be the episodic version of the update and clips from both Dead Space and The Thing. There's so much stuff coming. Just give me a little more time. Don't harass me about it, please. It drives me crazy when people just ask over and over and over and over and over and over and over when something is coming. It's it's coming when it's coming. I'm not, not working on it. I don't mean to be short with you, but you've been asking a lot. I appreciate the enthusiasm. I really do. And I know it's been a long wait. But don't worry. It hasn't been abandoned. It hasn't been forgotten. It is coming. So there is a grand plan at work here. I didn't want to start posting video game videos when I didn't have anything else ready to go, you see. So I don't want it to be just a video game channel. I want it to be an everything channel. So I'm getting everything ready in advance before I post anything. So, yeah. That was the original plan. It didn't work out for a variety of reasons that would take far too long to go into. Just suffice it to say that this is where we are now. So we're getting it all caught up. And don't worry. Everything is coming. Everything will be finished. Are you even there to, even hear this response? Am I just talking to myself? Fuck's sake. Incoming Carlatin asking about the Halloween movie series reviews being finished. Well, next Halloween is the 10th anniversary of my doing the first 5. So, let's just say there's a distinct possibility I might finish those for this Halloween. I know you were half joking, but I'm sure you're also half wondering, but don't want to ask because you don't want me to leap through the screen and throttle you. That's the other thing. I hate it when people ask me when something's coming or when I'm working on something and they leave before I can answer them. I've now answered this question 3 times. Please just watch the VODs of the stream. I cover everything. Anyway, carrying on. What is going on over there? Just hearing cats getting into things. Alright. You know what inspires me to work faster? Donos, and lots of them. Money makes the world go round. You want me to finish things faster? Bribe me. Otherwise, it'll come when it comes. Sorry, what was this? Hunter, also gotta go. Bye. Oh, Sean, why did you start collecting physical media? Bye. No, that's not it. So they don't even say bye. They just, they drop a question and then just disappear. And I don't see them again for, like, months. It's like, did you hear my answer? No. Or they'll ask the question. It's like, they'll ask the question, I'll give them a big detailed answer. And I'll say, did you hear the answer? Hello? Hello? Did you hear the answer? Hello? And they'll say no. And then like 5 minutes later, they'll come back. So anyway, blah, blah, blah. They'll ask the question again. It's like, dude, I answered when you asked. Oh, sorry, I had to go do something. Then why didn't you go do that thing first and then ask your question? I don't know, this all seems very logical to me. And I don't understand why people do that. Anyway. Carrying on with the fucking update. Alright. It also drives me crazy when I'm clearly working on something and people are like, that's cool, when are you going to do this other thing? Like, I don't know, when I finish this thing. Just leave me alone. The funny thing is I've actually been working on that other thing. I just haven't been talking about it because I didn't want people asking me about it. Anyway. Donate, people. I've been going for almost 12 hours. Come on. Throw me a bone here. Now the cat's playing with this jingly toy. I don't care. Anyway. Alright, so carrying on. Next we have I, Monster with, I think it's another Peter Cushing. Yeah, Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing, and Mike Raven. Oh, and Richard Herndahl. Oh my god. The actor who played the first Doctor in the 5 Doctors 20th anniversary special. Because, you know, the original actor had sadly passed away. William Hartnell. But, yeah, and George Merritt, Kenneth J. Warren, Susan Jameson, Margie Lawrence. Very cool. The night you meet the other you is the first night in the age of horror. I almost like how it's so obtuse what these are about from the little, like, sort of, you know, catchphrase blurb they give you on the back on these indicator releases, that alone sometimes is intriguing. So is it about doppelgangers or something? Like, I don't know. It's another Amicus film, 1971. Very cool. I'm glad to be getting... That's probably also why I got these, is because I've been wanting to build up more Amicus titles in my library. So, very cool. And I'm guessing 2 cuts, because it gives 2 running times, 75 minutes and 81 minutes. Oh, okay, yeah, 2 presentations of the film. The original 75-minute theatrical cut and the extended 81-minute version. So, like, 6 minutes longer than the theatrical cut. Very cool. We're going to watch that one before anything else. Nice. All right, very cool. I'm always down for more Amicus. Next up, we have Satan's Slave. Sold. Hail Satan. Directed by Norman J. Warren. That's another reason to get that. By the way, those boobs are censored by the artwork. There's like a wisp of smoke in front of one nipple, and there's like the S in Satan enslaved is over the other nipple. Very clever indicator. Very clever. It's Catherine's birthday. You're invited to her torture party. Whoa, that sounds intense. Stars Michael Gough, Martin Potter, Candice Glendenning, Barbara Kellerman, and directed by Norman J. Warren. Very cool. Yeah. Very nice. A lot of extras on there as well. Give you a little look-see. Did I show you the back of iMonster? I don't remember. Here you go. Here's the back of iMonster as well. Alright. I'm hoping that's all in focus and you can read them. It should be. It should be. Next up, yes, the always wonderful Mia Farrow. I love Mia Farrow so much. See No Evil, where I think she plays a blind girl in this one. So, it reminds me, there's another one, Wait Until Dark with Audrey Hepburn. That's where she plays a blind girl. That's a really good one, by the way. Also, Alan Arkin as the big villain in that, actually. He's quite scary in that. Very good. Keep your eyes on what she cannot see. The boots, the bracelet, and the bodies. Oh. So we have 2 cuts once again. We got the U.S. cut, which was 89 minutes, and Blind Terror, the alternative UK theatrical cut, which is 88 minutes. So I don't know which one would be the better one to watch there. But, guess we'll just have to watch both of them. Very cool. And there's the back if you want to see what's going on there. And all I can hear is Church drooling on himself, and we have one left. Church, buzz off. Go on. Thank you. Do that somewhere else. Actually, my facial expression is this right now. Crazy. This looks like a really big stack, isn't it? Yeah, there's bigger ones over there that are of all... Well, you'll see when we get there. Stay tuned. Alright, last but most certainly not least, for the first stack of 70s stuff, we have Audrey Rose. Yes, and this is an Arrow edition, so we actually have a description on the back. Yeah, I think this was another one where I really liked the description of it. It sounded really interesting, so I threw it in with the one I had. Yeah, so we have Marsha Mason, Anthony Hopkins, John Beck, and introducing Susan Swift as Ivy. This one is from 1977, and it's directed by Robert Wise. Yeah, who of course I know from Star Trek: The Motion Picture. Master filmmaker Robert Wise began his career with horror classics The Curse of the Cat People and The Body Snatcher for producer Val Lewton. I have seen The Body Snatcher. That was a really good one. With if it's the one I'm thinking of, with Boris Karloff. That was really... And Bela Lugosi, actually. That was a really good one. He would go on to direct westerns, thrillers, science fiction films, and musicals, earning him 2 Academy Awards for Best Director. In 1963, he returned to his Lutonian roots with the classic ghost story The Haunting. Oh, another one I know him from. That's like one of my all-time favorite haunted house movies. In 1977, he returned once more with the supernatural thriller Audrey Rose. All that Bill and Jane Templeton wish for is a quiet, peaceful life with their 11-year-old daughter, Ivy. But their dreams turn to nightmares as Ivy is besieged, first by terrifying memories, and then by a mysterious stranger who stalks her every move, and claims that Ivy was, in fact, his daughter in another life. Released in the wake of The Exorcist and The Omen, Audrey Rose is a chilling, impactful drama that approaches its subject with a seriousness of intent that typifies Wise's previous genre forays. Sensitively played by a sterling cast at the top of their game, this underseen gem deserves a place on the shelf of any fan of classic horror. I mean, you had me at director, well, at the director just generally, but especially director of The Haunting, because that's one of my all-time favorite haunted house movies, and one that really is a sterling example of less is more. So I definitely look forward to seeing what he did with this one. And let's make these disappear. Wah! Okay. Who dat? Who talking? Curlatin? Holy shit. JL? Holy shit. Yeah, I don't think that guy stuck around for the answer. Like, he just asked his question and ran away. So I answered it twice for no reason. That is like a big pet peeve of mine. Don't come in and ask questions and then run away. I'll be less inclined to answer your questions again, ever. So, yeah. Don't do that shit. Just don't. Don't do it. Yeah, we know, JL. You don't have to bring it up every time you come in. It's very sad, but, you know, I don't mean to sound harsh, but we don't need to have endless obituaries. A lot of people died. It's been a bad month, honestly. A lot of people who were important to me died this month. And, you know, I mentioned it once. You don't have to mention it over and over to make sure every new person in the stream hears the news. I'm sure they are aware. Just please, let's keep it light and fun and happy here. That's all I ask. We've been having such a nice time tonight. So productive. And not just productive, but just generally having a nice stream. So let's keep it nice. We're having a nice time. Oh. I noticed there were a few new people last night before I fell asleep. Yes, there were actually. It was pretty good. We had some pretty good conversations going. We talked about Frankenstein a lot, which, as so happens, was relevant to stuff that I was talking about. And we've been doing intros as we go for the episodic version, as well as the supercut version, which will be the first version released. Yeah, spread a little bit more there. My tummy rumbling. I need some ambiance. I'm just gonna pass out right where I'm standing. Thud. There we go. Oh, actually, no. I want to put that one here. Here.
house movies. Yeah. We're kind of like organizing more as we go, which is good. What is this pile over here? The fuck is all this? More 70s stuff? I'm so confused. I don't know what's going on. I got so much stuff I don't even know. Hey, She-Hulk, how's it going? And Merry Christmas to you too. Oh my god, what is with all the stomping up there? Holy shit. Alright, just take a second here. Oh, yeah, I unboxed a title and took a chunk out of my finger right on camera. Blood spurting everywhere. Not really, but it did almost drip all over everything. I cleverly concealed the injury from the camera. But, yeah. Not fun. Especially when, like, I'm just getting over my big eczema flare-up. And then I go and, like, tear a chunk out of my actual fingertip. Like, my thumb slipped and went... like, there was a literal chunk of skin under my nail. And just, like, a big pool of blood. Where, like, a full-on chunk out of my finger. Like, wow. Crazy. But, funny enough, it doesn't really hurt. Put polysporin on it. Band-Aid. Seems to...
Prolatin just resubscribed for 68 months. Hooray. Happy Christmas Eve, people. Whether you like it or not, hope you have a wonderful day. As for Sean, very glad to see these collection updates being completed and many congrats on the Halloween special for nearly completing. A huge beast to tackle several months in the making. Ho ho ho, Merry Zedmas. Zaranum Canim.
Zaranum Canonim? What? Oh, there, MMC. Oh. Yes. Thank you for the sub. How many months are we looking at? 68 months, 39 in a row. Keeping the streak going. Look at that. You've kept that streak going for 3 years and 3 months, my friend. That is no small feat. Well done. Yeah, the updates. Quite a lot. We've knocked out quite a chunk tonight. Well, I knocked out a chunk of my finger. Just brutal. Suffering for my art, right? We got all the graphic novels done. And they're the only thing so far which is actually fully on the shelves, where they belong, in their forever homes, fully organized, done. Yeah. With the Blu-rays, that's going to be trickier because the the Blu-ray shelves are kind of blocked in right now by the table and a bunch of other stuff. But I was saying earlier that part of getting these updates done is part of the special. The updates are not the special. The updates are in addition to the special and will actually be posted after. So we've been doing intros for the individual segments, both for the supercut, which will be the main post, and then also for the individual. I decided I'm going to do individual posts of each section as well, for those who prefer shorter videos, and considering how much, a literal fortune I spent on all this shit, damn straight I'm going to milk the content for all it's worth and try to make some of that back in ad revenue and super chats. So,
donos and whatever else. So any way I can turn this back into money, I'm going to do so, other than selling things, obviously. That's just mad. Why would I do that? But, yeah. So we will be milking the content for all it's worth. Also, the Halloween special, certain segments of it will also be posted individually later, because I feel that they work, some of them work well as standalone segments as well as being a part of the larger presentation. So, yeah, it's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of work, and you guys don't even know the half of it because I haven't been doing the behind-the-scenes streams, but that's been very intentional because I wanted to do something big. I wanted to do something special. I wanted to do something that was going to be a surprise for everybody. Even for the people involved. Like, the people involved in the special haven't even seen their own segments. Like, after I finished, editing them and putting them all together and stuff. So everybody's going to be surprised. The only one who's really seen anything of it, to any extent, is Rose. And that's because she lives with me, so I had to show somebody. I had to show somebody something, and she's like even like the titles. She's like, oh, I love the title sequence. And like, really? It's just the titles? Like, yeah, it's awesome. It's like, okay. So there you go. From the kid herself. Even the titles are awesome. You guys are really going to be in for a treat. I don't have this. I wanted to get it up by Christmas, but that's like tomorrow. And there's no way that's going to happen. So, maybe New Year's? I don't even know at this point. I'm just continuing to plug away at it, and it'll be done when it's done. But the thing is, when that's done, all of these updates will also be done. So the special will go up as the big extravaganza, be-all, end-all show of doom. And then immediately following that will go up, and that's going to be like a 6.5 hour presentation, easy. Then this is going up in supercut form of the entire, the biggest horror update ever as one singular video, which I'm estimating will literally be pushing the like potential maximum running time that is allowable on YouTube. So we're literally going to be looking at about 12 hours. In fact, 12 hours might not even be enough. I might have to even split the supercut into 2 parts. We'll see. And then after that, that's when the real fun begins. Because then we'll be having the individual sections of the updates going up, all themed. And, you know, I say those are small. What are you doing, Eclipse? You're just, like, sniffing around everything over there. Eclipse, psst. Hey, what are you doing? Stop. Why are you trying to get into everything? Just stop. There's nothing there for you. So then we'll have the individual posts of the updates for those who prefer smaller videos and, the aforementioned milking of the content for all it's worth. And the incentive for those who have even seen the supercut to watch those is all of those have exclusive intros that will only be in those individual versions. So there's that. Concurrently with those, we'll be getting the... Is it? Well, I don't know. I just assumed it was 12 hours because the VODs always crap out if they go over 12 hours. So I assume that was the same for videos. I don't know. If there isn't a limit, then fuck it. I'll just post it all as one video. It might be 15 hours long. I don't know. I'd like to do that just because it's so mad. But, yeah. So anyway... So the individual, so follow along with me here, folks, because this is what you can expect. This is what it's all been leading up to for the past 1.5 years. So then we'll have the individual episodes going up, and it's probably going to be looking at like likely about 30 parts to go through the whole horror update as individual episodes. So this is like the old thing of like Netflix saying, would you like us to post a 10-hour video? It's like, oh God, no. It's like, well, what if we split it up into 10-hour-long episodes and you could binge them all in one sitting? Oh, hell yeah. That's exactly what that is. So we're doing both. So anyway, while the updates are going up, concurrently with that, we'll be getting into the closer looks. So as we've been doing the updates, I've been setting aside everything that I want to do closer looks at. And they will be unboxings and closer looks. So a lot of box sets that I haven't even opened yet. So I'll be opening them on camera with you guys. And then we'll do the closer looks and dig through all the contents and stuff like that. And there's certain ones, kind of big special notable movies, or ones that I know you guys really want to know my thoughts on, that I'll probably, take a pause in the middle of the closer look, watch the movie, come back, and do a little review of some kind. That's not going to be all of them. That will be some of them. A select very few. Because I want to save most of the review stuff for, later after we kind of get through all of this. So you'll be getting the individual episodes of the updates plus closer looks. Concurrently with that, you will also be getting, and this is, the guy came in and asked about this, and I have, explained this. Just watch the damn VOD. I explained this yesterday and put it at the top of the VOD specifically for people who wanted to know. So that it would be right in the part that most people would be likely to watch. And just nobody fucking watches them. Anyway, my griping aside, concurrently with all of that, we will be getting the final episodes of the Thing Remastered playthrough, which are all finished. They are 100% edited, uploaded, sitting in my drafts, waiting to be scheduled. There's also about 20 clips from The Thing Remastered, which will also be going up. Here's how the gaming videos are going to go up. We're going to stagger them every other day. So one day you'll get an episode of The Thing with a clip from Dead Space. The next day you'll get an episode of Dead Space with a clip from The Thing. You see? And then back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So you'll get some Dead Space content and some The Thing content every single day until they're done. There's more clips than episodes. Actually, with Dead Space, I think it's about the same. The Thing, there's definitely more clips than episodes. So, yeah. So that'll take care of the gaming side of things for a bit. You'll also have the individual updates, and you'll have a fresh batch of closer looks. All just bam, bam, bam. Basically 4 videos a day, like I've always wanted to do, and always wanted the Multimedia Chronicles to be. But in order to get that rolling, we have to get a shit ton of stuff done in advance, so that it's sufficiently ahead in the schedule that I can be working on the next month or two's worth of content in the background. But the thing is, once we get all that done, we're not going to be working on another 6.5 hour long video, although I will be getting an earlier start on next year's Halloween special. I've already started pre-production on that. And then, we should get a nice flow going by then. So that should give us a couple months worth of content, and we'll get a nice flow going. Hopefully bring back some of the strays who wandered away because they didn't believe anything was happening and that I just lost my mind and was just going to play Fortnite until I die. No. Now, when you see me playing Fortnite, it's literally me taking a break from all the stuff I've been working on behind the scenes. I've not been blowing smoke. Everything has been leading up to this for the past year and a half. First was the equipment upgrades, then was buying all the stuff and figuring out how I wanted to, shape the collection going forward and make videos about it going forward. So, I needed to sit back and really reevaluate everything, what I want the channel to be, what I want the content to be, and how I want the relaunch to go. It needed to be organized. I couldn't just do it haphazardly, posting shit all over the place. We tried that. It didn't work. I got overwhelmed very quickly. So we're approaching things in a much more organized fashion now. And, I'm finally into a nice groove where we're actually getting a fair chunk of videos done every day. And I'm also, getting a head start on the editing. I transfer the footage. I've already, done, 90% of the editing for the stuff we filmed yesterday. Yesterday! So, I probably won't be doing any editing today because I'm fucking tired. But I'll at least get the footage transferred over. So, yeah. So that's what I was saying. For those of you who have been patient and stuck it out through all of this, I appreciate you. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you. Thank you for still being here and not losing faith in the Z-Man and the channel. I promise it will be worth the wait. You guys are in for such a treat. Such a treat. when the Halloween special drops, I will be dropping it as a premiere. So I will sit and watch the whole goddamn thing with you during its premiere. I'll be in the chat, and we'll watch it together. I'm going to be putting a couple intermissions in there, so don't worry, you'll have time for pee breaks and snack breaks and stuff. Just like when I do the screenings on Discord, we always put an intermission, and we usually do a double feature, and we'll put an intermission in the middle. So we're going to do that with that, which will be great for the premiere. It'll just be kind of amusing for people watching it later. Because, of course, they can pause whenever they want. But I guess when you watch it later, if you missed the intermissions because you actually took them as intermissions and went and did other things, you can see what you missed, you know. But, yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. But, like, the reason the special has been taking so long is because every single individual segment of it has required an insane amount of editing. It is without question the most complicated video I have ever done. It is the biggest project I have ever done. And I know you guys are going to love it. Like, I'm excited about it, which is why the haters, I mean, they can hate all they want. I don't fucking care anymore because I know what's coming. I know. Because that's all I've been working on for the past 4 months. So, yeah. Not enough people utilize the live video premieres these days. I remember how cool people thought the feature was originally. Yeah, I mean, it's not something I would do with everything. I mean, and there's some people that do it with everything. It's like, dude, you don't have to have every single one of your videos as a premiere. You know, like, just pick some choice ones, some special ones. You know, because, yeah. So anyway, that's the idea. I really want to do that one as a premiere because I feel like it deserves to be an event, you know. So don't worry, once it goes up, I will make sure it is scheduled far enough in advance that hopefully everybody who wants to be there can be there and, you know, doesn't have to miss out on it. Because I think it'll be fun. So anyway, that's the plan, man. And if you missed it, mark this point in the VOD and go back and watch it later, because I'm not going to repeat all that. So anyone wondering about the gameplays, they're coming. Most of them are done. I've got like 2 episodes of Dead Space left to edit, and then it's done. The thing is done. The special is very close to being done. I got to finish up all of my segments, and part of the problem is I can't finish my segments until this is done. Because this being done and on the shelf is part of the sort of magic of the special, right? So I can't do that if everything's sitting on the floor and I can't even get to the damn shelves. So, yeah. So when you see me wave my hand and use my spooky vampire powers to magically clean up the horror area, remember these streams. And how much work it actually took. Yep. Yeah. God, I'm looking at how much is left to do, and it's still such an overwhelming amount. Like, I've never acquired this much stuff for my collection in one fell swoop before like this. Well, it wasn't exactly one fell. It was over the course of like a year and a half, but still a lot over the course of that year and a half. But now I can start reading more of my horror comics now that they're actually all where they're supposed to be. Huzzah. Yeah. Shelves. Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to figure out space for everything too. Like, it's kind of crazy right now. Actually, I think I've got enough stuff out of the way. I might be able to get to the shelves and at least put some things in temporary places for now while I get organized. Yeah. Good times. And maybe a stream of putting everything back in the collection. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I will say one thing that's nice. I'm loving this new outfit. I've had so many compliments on it too. Like even I was just out having a smoke, and a random neighbor was like, "Oh wow, I love your outfit." It's like, "Oh, thanks." Yeah, it's from Spirit Halloween. It's just one of their vampire outfits. There's a cape that goes with it too. It's really cool. But it's just too warm to wear in here, so I'll wear it a few times in the special, I'm sure, but just for show. But yeah, it's very nice. And this is only one. I actually have like 4 or 5 different outfits that I got. That was another part of the expense, was getting different outfits. But like this is so, honestly, this stuff is so well made. You can just wear it as clothes. Like I was saying earlier, like it even comes with pants. It came with pants, like actual proper dress pants with pockets. It has actual pockets. Like yeah, I think the Ankh goes well with it also because it hangs between the jewel actually hangs between it with the chain. And if I can actually do kind of like that. Hold on. There. Kind of like that. So then the Ankh just kind of hangs right between everything. And there you go. Of course, it slides around and gets misaligned and stuff, but I can't see behind the chair. Can I go over? No, I go over. Oh my! Like the chair is perfectly in line with where I am on the screen, and every time I move over, it's like, because my eyes are still like in the, it's like still in line with it, so it's still behind the chair. Can I stand up? There we go. I'm just trying to, let me see. Anyway. Time is it? 12. Yeah, Rose. So I've been doing this stream so long tonight. Got 15 minutes before the YouTube one caps out, so we'll have to wrap it up. I think we're done for tonight. We don't have time to do another one. But yeah, the amount of time I've done the stream, Rose went to bed, slept, got up, got ready for work, went to work, and I think her shift just ended. So she's going to be heading home, and I'm still up. Yeah, honestly, I'm still kind of wired, so I'm probably going to stay up for a while. Maybe do some dishes. Put a few things on the shelves, tentatively, temporarily. Yeah. Oh, another thing is, I can't remember if you were here when I said Carlatin, but I actually did buy another tripod, specifically for doing closer looks. So it's one of the ones that has the crossbar, so I can actually point the camera straight down, like a straight 90-degree angle, which will be perfect. So that way I can use the macro lens and get like perfect level close-ups of everything. So yeah, what is it that tracks for all the other massive filming sessions? What does thank God, so you don't have to like nearly break the other one fiddling with it. Oh, I know. Well, and because I couldn't get it right, so it was always at a very slight angle. And one thing I noticed was, especially when using the macro lens, there would be a part of it that was out of focus because the focal length is so shallow for that. Like, it really has to be bang on. Otherwise, you just don't have the focal range. So yeah, I think it's gonna really help, and I'll finally be able to do everything the way I wanted to. And the reason I got the macro lens in the first place was for closer looks primarily. So just do them fully in 8K, because I mean, if we're doing like in camera close-ups, there's no reason to downscale it to 4K. 8K closer looks. There you go. Well, tonight, the stuff we've been filming tonight, I've been filming everything in 8K. The whole works. Yeah. And I should mention also, not in 60 frames per second. First off, you can't film in 8K at 60 frames per second, at least not yet. I've been doing film frame rate, so 24 frames per second. Actually looks really nice. So, yeah, give it that slightly more cinematic look, you know. So I find it funny, like, big Hollywood studios film things in 4K and master in 2K. And here I am, Joe Blow nobody, in his fucking living room with, like, a brick wall backdrop with very visible creases in it. Filming everything in 8K and mastering in 4K. So why am I, Joe Blow buttfuck nobody, able to do that, yet these giant studios with hundreds of bajillions of dollars can't? I just don't get it. I will say, though, the computer really chugs when I render in 8K. Yeah. 4K is actually quite fast. It's very, very speedy with 4K. It renders almost in real time. So, oh, it tracks as in Rose sleeps, wakes up, does stuff, and you're still streaming. Oh, okay. Yeah. I might make another ham sandwich just because. Or my second wind and caffeine high that I'm enjoying right now might just suddenly end and I'll fall flat on my face in the middle of the hallway and just fall asleep right there. They pay for location and marketing and other stuff, I guess. Okay. So they can't have decent computers. I mean, if I'm doing this on a fucking desktop computer, like, they have supercomputers that they use for these things, like huge high-end machines. I just don't understand why they render everything out in such low-ass quality. And then they want us to buy the 4K? Why would I buy the 4K? It's not 4K. It's 2K. I don't know. I mean, there do seem to be more movies doing native 4K now, but I feel like they took so long to get there. Like, way longer than they should have. Exactly, JL. You're experiencing mania. Who knows? Well, you know what? If I wanted to stay up for a while, I don't know. Because I kind of don't want to fall asleep now, because that means I'm going to get up in the middle of the night. And it's Christmas Eve. And Cass is coming tomorrow. And I want to be awake for Cass's visit. Likely won't be a stream tomorrow, just so you guys know. I'm sure that's no surprise. But I will definitely be back on Boxing Day, which is the 26th. So, yeah. Oh, and you know, they have the Winter Lodge back in Fortnite for Winterfest. Marvelous! But, unlike every single time they've ever had the lodge, the gifts aren't stackable. So if you miss a day, you miss a gift. Unless you get all the gifts, you don't qualify to get the free skin. Like, what bullshit is that? It's like they're just being so fucky with everything lately. Like, this season especially. Like, I don't get it. Like, on the one hand, they do things that everybody loves. And on the other hand, they do things that everybody hates. And it just deflates everything. So it's like, everybody was really excited about the new season. Then they brought in all this fucking Harry Potter shit. It's like, why? Why do you keep giving money to shitty people? First the goddamn Cybertruck, then Kim Kardashian, and now Harry Potter shit. Well, you know damn straight. If we see a fucking Harry Potter skin driving a Cybertruck, we are dropping everything and griefing the fuck out of that motherfucker. Anyway, the other thing is the Battle Pass this season. There's certain skin variants that you can only unlock doing really annoyingly specific and somewhat grindy challenges in other game modes. Like, you have to play Blitz a bunch in order to unlock 2 different skin variants of this one character. You have to play Reload a bunch in order to unlock the skin variants of this other character. It's like, well, what if you don't like playing those modes? I paid for the Battle Pass for Battle Royale. Why are you forcing me to play these other modes? I mean, I'm going to play Blitz anyway. I'm going to play... Well, I don't play Reload that much, but I do play OG. There's nothing in OG. But it's like they're forcing everybody to have to play these play modes to unlock everything. Why? But the thing that really pisses me off is with the Winterfest thing, every year they've been stackable. So if you miss a day, it's no big deal. You just do a whole bunch of presents at once. It's fun. It's like Christmas Day. You know, a lot of people would like to save them up to the end and just open them all at once. Like Christmas Day. But you can't do that now. You have to do it every day. It's like they're just finding all these ways to force you to play game modes that you're not necessarily interested in, and to force you to play every day. You have to play every day in order to get all the stuff. So... It is unlike them, though. Like, for Battle Pass unlockables, they've literally never done that before. You know? It's like they're just... I don't know. They're getting their fingers too deep into how we as players want to enjoy the game. Like, how about just let us enjoy the game how we want, and, you know, we'll do the Battle Pass for the game mode we want, and it stays within that environment and within that game mode, you know?